in certain organizational way. So some CEOs. So I think that every technical engineer can be a good CEO, or every successful founder and engineering founder can be a good CEO for some period of time. But then he may either stay there for 30 years, or he may get bored and tired and he wants to do other things, and that's what's causing problems, at least in my opinion.
Every time TJ got bored, he started another company. Side of Cypress spun it out, gave them their own stuff, even fresher. But I mean, it really depends. I think technical founders make the best CEOs. They can always do business stuff. I don't have an MBA. I'm an MIT grad. Never got it. Nobody ever stopped me, and I'm glad I didn't take a job in Boston Consulting. They told me I didn't have an MBA. Say, it doesn't really matter what people say. If you don't have a technical degree, best guys that work within industry were technicians. They learned engineering because they were bright. They just didn't go to that school. That doesn't matter either. What matters is building a team. This is my father taught me. Plenty of money, plenty of good ideas, people skills. If you have a good team around you, it includes the ecosystem of everybody in this room, then you'll be successful. Try to do it yourself, you'll probably die.
All right. With that note, let's thank for the one.
What a great panel!
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing all these advices, and I'm sure all the founders have benefited. So with that, we move to the next panel. But before we do that, are we doing good with no sound and no mic? Can everybody hear? Atul, are you doing good on the broadcast? Okay, cool. So let's stick with that. So now we move to the investors forum 2, where we will have angel investors sharing their vision. So we would like to invite Ekta. Ekta, can you be a moderator? All right, thank you. So Monali Jain, is Monali here?
Sorry. Is it possible for me to pitch?
Cairo, Buchella? Cairo?
Okay, I have to explain you.
Nitin?
I have to explain.
Nitin Mehta? Nitin? Anna? Is Anna here?
Okay, come and explain.
Nicole DiMeo?
Yeah, all right. 1 minute.
Jean-Marc Polidano? Chris Young? Henry Kendall? Alan Austin? All right. All right, cool.
Thank you, Brisson. So hope everyone can hear my voice better now. I realized I was screaming in the morning. Thank you all for making time today for this wonderful panel, and maybe I'll start with introductions. So let's begin with you. How do I pronounce it? Caio.
Yeah.
Caio. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Caio. I moved to San Francisco 2 years ago, and today I'm representing the Angels. I'm an investment manager there, and I also started my company in last January. And I'm going to explain more the relation between the Bay Angels job that I have and why that influenced a lot on my my company that I started in January. But that's just wait.
Great. Monali?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you again, Ekta.
Absolutely. Same here.
It's amazing to see from the lunch at SPOD to see this progression. It's amazing. Hi, everyone. I am a scientist slash engineer slash technologist. I've worked with companies like GE, PayPal, and Accenture. After PayPal, when the company turned around, I decided to set aside $500,000 that I don't need for 25 years and see how I can invest it. the startups. It has been a very, very interesting journey the last 5 years. I've been on hundreds of panels, seen about 5,000 plus speeches from CEOs. And fortunately, I think none of my companies have died so far. So I've invested in 10 companies, and maybe they're the pain for the VCs who came in the second or third round. My goal really is to be able to stay at the head of the curve in terms of the technology innovation. Currently, my focus is in two areas. One is application of AI for sound processing. So I actually delivered the voice XML definition in 2000. Started working for the company in 99, 2000. The entire voice XML architecture was done. And since then, in the last 5 years, only 4 patents have been filed with Amazon or the companies like that. And most of it is in language processing. So I'm really looking for the companies that really focus on the sound processing, not just the language. Because the sound is what drives many of the actions that we react to. And the second area that I'm looking at is the transportation systems for high altitudes. So when you fly over, I mean, when I do my flying helicopters or Cessna, you look down and you see that the lights are lit up when the land is flat, or maybe up to 2,000 altitude. But after that, everything is dark because there are no humans staying there. And with 7 billion turning into 15 billion on Earth, we need that land to be used some way or the other. So I personally have spent more than 200 days above 14,000 feet. Never got altitude sickness, so I know it's possible. But I'm looking for the companies who can transform those inhabitable lands into the civilizations of this century.
My name is Alex Foster. I came to the Bay Area about 16 years ago in journalism instead of technology. I started with the Wall Street Journal. Was on HTML before Theranos tore it down and built their complex. Moved to Google and went back to grad school and ended up following the startup world for 5 or 6 years in mostly health technology, medical sciences. Eventually started consulting for VC and ended up leading a startup accelerator down the street here in Sunny Valley, Texas, in health innovation, and also underneath Johnson & Johnson Innovation. When I was working with about 15 startups, I really became fascinated with this idea of predictive modeling, and I started undergrad actually in physics, astrophysics, and kind of halfway through and realized what the life of a research astronomer looks like, and it wasn't really for me. But nevertheless, I saw a lot of parallels in economics and how we can model physics environment. So we ended up through both blockchain and other groups doing a lot of work within quantitative finance. And I'd always been on the data science side. I always had a sort of quantitative perspective. And we started a platform that connected freelance quants, people who built investment programs in Python and MATLAB to institutional and network individuals. Went fairly well and went on to start Lighthill Capital. And we operate both as a fund, but also as a consultancy. We kind of recognize that fiat currency, fiscal policy, technology have all sort of created a certain level of elasticity in our economic value as a country and as a world. But nevertheless, most of our major fiascos have rose because of our disconnect with that reality. When people need, for example, income of $500,000, $600,000 to afford a home, the housing market probably isn't going to rise much more. But long story short, we started doing a lot of speaking engagements at sort of wealth management conferences and other related conferences. And I started getting a lot of interest and question from both angels and VC in how we can better model both sector trends, industry trends, other economic trends. And it was a fascinating conversation. There in many ways very different roles, and in many ways very much the same. And you mentioned portfolio optimization to an angel investor, and then with blank face, and that's sort of the quintessence of quantitative finance. And so it really started working more closely with VCs and angel groups and private equity firms, two in particular, better modeling the future trends within the various industries that are emerging and that are out there right now. And so we wanted to work within private equity in both quant, applying quantitative solutions that are typically used for financial asset management in commodities and equities to longer term early stage investment.
Very diverse backgrounds again, and I'm sure the audience are actively listening and will have some very rich questions for all of you. But let's dive into the next one so that that the audience is very familiar with what you do. Let's go into your investment thesis, and maybe we begin with you, Kayu, and you can share what you're looking for with sectors. Of course, you touched upon the sectors, but would like a little bit deeper dive into the kind of sectors and technologies that interest you more, and where you see your investments going in the near future.
Okay, sure. So basically, I'm going to talk more in general. At the Angels, we invest in technology in general. We don't have a specific technology that we like to invest. We basically check your business, and if you do have a business, we will bring you to the deep dives and make it investment. But since when I started to work at the Angels as an analyst, I started to realize that we were saying no to almost 90% of all the companies. And we usually receive from 100 to 150 every month. So it's a high number. Okay, today in the Bay Area, United States, we have a lot of money coming in. We have a lot of new startups showing up. Okay, they are growing together. But the startups that really receive money at the beginning are very low. So there's a reason. Okay, and with my team at the Angels, we started to talk a lot about it, and we just came to the conclusion that they don't know how to present their business to investors. They don't know how to present themselves. They don't know to use the best strategy for that period that they're dealing. So as we deal with very early stage companies, I can give you some scenarios that is very common, and those scenarios are the one that makes me to say no in the first stage, so the company doesn't receive fund. For example, when you are a very early stage company, you don't have traction, you just have an idea. So you just want to understand how your business is structured in your deck, in your financial. People don't put a lot of effort on that. That is wrong. Okay? We see your passion, we see how much effort you put by the quality of your deck, by the quality of your data information, everything's there. And everything needs to make sense. It needs to have a flow. So basically, just giving a scenario, I love to see startups dealing with target market numbers because they put high numbers, billions and billions of dollars, but they are very early stage. Okay? We know that. We know that you're dealing with $1 billion market or more than that, but we want to understand what is exactly your market, what is exactly your go-to-market, the city that you're starting, let's say the Bay Area, how you're building your marketing strategy on that, who are exactly your target customers, and that reflects on everything. If you understand exactly what is your market, if you understand exactly who are your target customers, you can develop a nice 5-year projection. Based on that projection, that is based on your business model, you can get your valuation, you can justify everything to the investors. If you start to think in our side, on the investor side, would you put, let's say, 100K in that business if something doesn't make sense? So of course not. So because of that, I started my own company where I provide very personalized consulting service to startups. So I find the best strategy for each type of startup. Another scenario, if you have traction already, but you don't have income, you should at least build your strategy based on your users' feedback, and based on that user feedback, you need to keep shaping your product market fit to have the perfect product market fit. Okay, and you need to have that on the deck. So I see that for last year, this 2019-2020, startups are deciding to spend some money with some advisors that already had experience in this market as an angel investor or as an analyst to really make the investment happen, to really make your company to move forward with a VC meeting or an angel meeting, because the most difficult thing is to really schedule a meeting with an investor at the beginning. So that is basically one of the reasons a lot of startups they don't succeed, and they don't understand that. Okay, they sometimes don't have the knowledge. If you Google, how should I build the perfect pitch deck? How should I build the 5-year projection? There is no way. They don't have that information. You need someone that really understands the strategy that you're dealing with, the time, and everything needs to make sense. Everything needs to be very realistic.
Thank you. This is very interesting and actually resonates with a post that I saw in the last 3 days. A very famous Kellogg's professor in marketing, said that he not only likes to see the target market, but what the customers are willing to spend. Because the target market could be shown as a very big number, but if the customer is not inclined to spend, then the target market loses the significance.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting.
I don't have a lot of experience as a lot of people do here, but for me it's very clear that I need to find the business and that startup. And it needs to be clear. Everything needs to make sense. All the data it needs to flow. And of course, you don't need to have a lot of experience to understand that. But it's funny because founders, they think they understand everything because they are founders and because they're CEOs, but that is not true. So that is why you need to find someone, an advisor that can help you with the strategy, but people that had experience in that market. And the numbers need to be realistic for the stage you're dealing with. If you're a very early stage company, your numbers should be realistic. It's basically that.
And it's a very classic problem, and we talked about that in the previous panel as well, in terms of, the early stage companies particularly are tech entrepreneurs. Maybe 2 founders are starting their business, not necessarily having all the wealth of business acumen needed to project in a very succinct way for an investor to consume and see what the product market fit is and what the market looks like.
Yeah, and it's not only that. I mean, of course, the entire structure needs to be well structured. For example, the team, you basically invest in the team. They are the ones that can solve the problem, the ones that can find a new strategy in the middle of something bad that is happening. So let's say with the team, you need to make sure that the main team is very strong, and you need to make sure that everyone is part of the team. And not only with gifts, okay? You need to really give shares of the company, because they're going to put their lives for that project. So they need to feel that they are part of the company, and they are also going to make money. Because the goal with the startup that everyone says, yeah, I want to change the world. Yes, but everyone wants to make money too. So you need to have everything very well structured and very strong to really convince the investor that is a good deal.
Sounds good. Yeah. Monali, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so angel investment has been a very diverse experience for me. So I have worked with, I've been a member of the Forum for about 5 years, and Harbor Angels for about 4 years, Thai Angels for 3 years. I am actually charter member of Thai Pune, and I'm really actively looking at all the incubation and the mentor system that's been built there. I had a great conversation 6 years ago, and they're turning that vision into reality. So it's a very, very interesting space because you're really taking a very big risk. And unlike the VCs, it's somebody else's money. It's my money. I worked 15 years to earn it, and now I'm going to put the money on somebody. So what I'm really looking for is a founder who wants to change the world. But at the same time, somebody who has found the product market fit. And then somebody who can pivot and listen to customers and direct the company and not die that fast. But yeah, it just caught my attention because I was really looking for the companies who survive the long run, right? And uh, all of them have a different process. So Kiretsu Forum, when I joined them, they had less than 10 chapters about 7 years ago. Now they have more than 40 chapters and thousands of investors all around the world, right? So the seed stage can actually be as big as $3 to $4 million if you're willing to go to chapter. While at Thai Angels, for example, it can be just $500,000. So the range of companies that I get to see are pretty big, and I've seen a lot of CEOs focus on how they're going to make the pitch and the presentation. But it's not about the pitch, it's about changing the world. I think that's what you kind of go back to, right? Understanding your customers and applying technology. And the biggest challenge that I've seen with all the CEOs is they are at least 20 years early. 20 years too soon, because their technology is an ecosystem. It's not by itself that's going to change the world, right? So you need, for example, I mean, it's my own experience. Voice XML architecture, my CEO did a presentation on CNBC. It's talking to Palm 5 in BMW 328i, a convertible, and saying, hey, give me the stock price for this. Give me a weather for this. And this was 2001. I still remember the October 2001. And it's all working fine, but guess what? There wasn't a technology, there wasn't an iPhone as powerful at that time, right? So we had to go back to the laptops to speak to you, and then figure out how the car itself can be a computer. I still remember that whole journey, and it's really about the ecosystem. So the CEOs really need to think, and that's when the Thai Angel Group kind of tried, because now they're focusing on building an ecosystem in Pune that build few startups by themselves. So as an angel, I think if you go to Kiretsu Forum, I would say focus on due diligence and building that founding team will give you $100,000 to $200,000 early. The rest of them will come together, and you can go as big as 3 million. When you go to Pune, think about the ecosystem and how you fit into it. If you work with Harvard angels, they meet once a quarter, and they are really those MITs of the world where they're trying to really invest in the technology within university, which may not be applicable in 20 years from now, but it can be licensed or it can be bought by somebody else. And that's pretty much it. I mean, every angel group is different, and I can keep talking about them.
So in terms of your investments, you said you did 10 investments. Where, you know, in terms of the sectors of focus, you mentioned AI for sound processing, and you said you're interested in some high altitude technologies as well. Is that right, or you know?
Yeah. So let me just touch on my focus, right? So when I came out of PayPal, I only understood how technology, right, how the internet can change life. There is a cash and there is no cash, and you still do the billions of dollars of transactions. Now I got a chance to go around the world and climb up the mountains, right? I've been to Kilimanjaro twice, Everest Base Camp, whatever, right? Above 14,000, everybody said it's pretty high risk. And then I meet these hundreds of people who will go to any mountain with me in a fraction of a second, and they're all safe. They don't have schools. That's the only reason they come back to the lower earth, I say, sometimes. I don't want to compare the lower and higher earth. But it's basically because no one has invested in building civilization at that altitude. Most of the people I speak to always think that as a high risk. It's not just about the money, it's about your health and ability. And then I used to travel to Cleveland, Ohio, and I see this airplane taking off out of 2,000 feet snow cloud. We have figured that out. In spite of how much rain, how much snow, whatever, the planes always took off in winter. And I'm like, we can definitely figure out how to take care, go over this 80% of the land that nobody is staying at, right? And I know at least 100 people who are pretty happy and never get sick up there. So it's possible. Now I'm looking for similar mindset. No one has invested. I mean, imagine if you can take off a space shuttle from 20,000 feet, how much fuel you're going to save. If you look at I've been an investor in a lot of space companies as well, and trying to understand the entire technology and get the whole stack. And they burn most fuel and most energy and most technology in getting to first 25,000 feet. just start from 14,000 feet. What's wrong with it? Go to Whitney. So that's my view. But I haven't found the people who are willing to. Even the drone companies at SPOD, there was the drone. He's like, oh, this machine can go up to 15 feet, so it can go above the car. And I'm like, why can't you build a helicopter that can fly above 19,000 feet? There is none. The first time I took my flying lessons, I flew the helicopter around, I learned to hover. Oh, don't go above 14,000 feet. You have to think about these 15 limitations. So I'm looking for technology that can be sustainable up there. I know it's technically possible, but I don't know too many people investing in it.
Great. Awesome. Alex?
So we'll have to chat. I'm one of the few who's actually spent a bit of time above 15,000, both in the Himalayas and the Andes, but that's another conversation entirely. Anyway, I would say the short answer is really just the way to take science. I mean, I think that this holds true in seed and angel and fund investment. If you can avoid the top 10% of your biggest mistakes, you solve 80% of the problem. And frankly, I don't know, take in the 60s, 70s, you might ask a VC about some obscure flight policy. And the reality is, it wasn't long before we had the technological ability. We can do this right now, very easily. Want a flying car? You strap a Tesla chassis on a helicopter, a flying car. And on behalf of here, you could very easily build a flying car for $100,000. But of course, the regulatory technology and the regulatory environment and this common sense just we're never going to have this because, frankly, I mean, we'll have obviously private aircraft and a whole lot of other, I think, perhaps drone technology for transportation people in certain areas. But the regulatory frameworks, the ecosystem needs to be there, and that's not going to be for decades. Now, that said, I think the longer answer is, of course, a clear revenue model. Honestly, for me, my experience, the biggest factor is grit. It's just willingness to roll up your sleeves, and never back down, never actually give in. It's so easy in so many steps of the entrepreneurial process to give in to defeat. And trust me, that's the end of the road. What we do. So I think that as far as investment, what we encourage our clients, our investors, the angels that I've worked with, to do is, what we obviously do for them, but we look at the trends that exist in the underlying requirements, but the realistic constraints that do exist now and that will likely exist in that future point in their commercialization. And so, I think that on a more abstract note, honestly, one of the key distinguishing features I've noticed is simply a familiarity with the problem that they are addressing as actual user. So, this is clearly difficult in many other environments, but nevertheless, if you know the problem and the issues around that intimately, you are going to have an insight into the solution that goes with it. And so, again, I'm obviously biased, but nevertheless, I think taking a very rational, quantitative approach is almost always best in evaluating both an opportunity, even a team. I think that, of course, this is one of the first things I noticed. Talking to a lot of angels, first thing they're going to say, their thesis, we invest in people, invest in people. And that is a huge part of the equation, but it's not the entire equation, far from it. It is a requirement, but if the product market fit isn't there, if the ecosystem isn't there, you're never going to have a chance. And so, again, it's really about looking at the picture. It's extrapolating, it's projecting, it's forecasting, and that's where we found a lot of value. And frankly, I think that the most valuable skill set, the most valuable knowledge you can possess is an ability to accurately and specifically forecast. be it in the startup space, in the investment fund space, or in the venture capital space. You're just operating on slightly different timeframes, and nevertheless, the principles often are enough.
Great. Back to you, Kyle. In terms of the investments you have made, I know for you, all investments are like your babies. And without calling out the name of a particular baby, if you don't choose to, tell us what, which of your investments are something that you would like to share with this audience. And, you would like to see more of such entrepreneurs, and they really drive you in terms of what you are looking for.
Yeah, sure. One of the startups that applied a few years ago was Open Table, and the Angels. It's a huge success today. But again, I'm not going to give names with all the startups, but we look for innovation, okay? And we look for innovation that can survive in the long term. And we expect to see that usually in your milestones, the technology, the features, everything you're going to possibly add to keep growing and scale. But yeah, since when I started working with the Angels, we had really great opportunities, but we had I think 2 or 3 startups that really, made us very excited about it. There's a technology I remember was the one I was very, very excited. This guy, he developed a drone in a ball format. He partnered with NASA to develop the ball, because if you put a drone in the ball keeps spinning. So he kind of developed the technology for the ball to kind of be stabilized. And this ball, you buy one, it's going to cost around $5,000. And if you have storage places huge, like Walmart, and you need to do all the compatibility, this ball flies around, scanning all the boxes, all the barcodes, and the ball makes the entire compatibility. So it's taking probably the job of that, 30 to 50 people could do it. But only one technology that costs $5,000, and it's probably, you're not going to have a lot of expenses maintaining that technology. Situations like that make us very excited, because it's very unique. But let's say one market that I'm kind of tired of seeing, and I don't see people trying to do innovation, are child care, software as a service application that deal with child care. They always bring an idea, yeah, we can take care of your child, we can help your child with education. But we have so many startups trying to deal with that problem, but they don't present innovation in the long term. They are all similar to each other. So we expect to see something new, something strong, something that if you can prove you can develop, we're going to believe, and we're going to invest. So yeah.
Great.
Okay, so I do have very specific insights into the investments, right? So I remember the way I invested is in the people as well as companies. So I remember with Good Technology, it's a company that received $250 million funding. John Dover was on the board. We went from 0 to $200 million in 2.5 years, and the company gets acquired by Motorola, and I barely make 2x return. 2.5 years, worked extremely hard, put blood and sweat into every single forecast and making everything, working with every salesperson. And what I get, I can barely buy a car from the returns I received. So that was my first exposure, and that's when I decided I want to be an investor. So as an engineer, it was an eye-opening experience for me. And what I learned is, before that, we had meetings with Apple. This is a long time ago. So I bought the stock of Apple at 50 and sold it at 500. I was working with PayPal then. And that was my biggest investment success story, I would say. And what I learned through the whole process is it's not one company that can meet the customer demand, but it's the lot of investors, a lot of people, and there's a lot happening. So Tell Me Networks again got $250 million funding, and then got sold to Microsoft at 2x return. Most of the employees barely made anything, but they became Microsoft employees. So what I learned is investment can give you returns in many different formats, career, etc. So After the PayPal, not PayPal, the Apple's 10x return that I received the first time, then I became a little bit bigger player. I invested $250,000 in Facebook when it went IPO. In Pandora was a big failure. Facebook was a big success, and that basically gave me the fund to be an angel investor later, right? And now I'm looking at the companies, and I'm literally investing, thinking I'm not going to see that money for the next 20 years. Absolutely, that's the view. I'm investing in the CEOs. I'm not going to give out the name of the companies exactly openly because one of them actually just got crushed and bought by somebody else in a way. But at the end of the day, it's about these companies and the innovations which literally can change the world in a much bigger format, right? So I'll give you the idea about what I'm looking for the next. It's AI application. Last 5 years, computer vision has taken over, but I'm really looking, and then I'm looking at language and the sound processing, Siri, Alexa. I talk to all these teams. And what I learned is everybody's using the 20-year-old model, which is language processing. They are basically stripping the emotions out. I actually learned Python and R in the last 6 months to understand what they do. They take out all the emotions, they turn everything into a text and a language, and then they try to interpret that as a command. Basically, a car gets into a crash, it sounds exactly the same, no matter where you are in the world. A heavy rain comes in, it sounds exactly the same, no matter where you're in the world. And nobody's working on that. So my hopefully request to the entrepreneurs is if you have some of these ideas that can actually look at global application of AI for sound processing that turns into your feelings and the actions that you take, I would love to invest in you. Please contact me. Wonderful. Alex?
Along the same lines, I won't name some names, but I think there's two opportunities that the clients we have invested in that I'm really excited about. One is insurance. I mean, there's frankly an unprecedented amount of inefficiency in a number of forms of insurance, in how we process claims, and how we actually attract customers, and how we operate corporations as a whole. But moreover, I think elderly care is a huge issue. I mean, the economic cost, we've all heard about it, of the coming boom in the aging demographics, the higher demographics is going to be absolutely huge in 10 to 20 years time. And we're lucky in that there's a lot of technologies in this sort of confluence that will that could address it. But we're far from a good solution, and the problem's coming a lot faster. And this is an absolutely international issue. We're seeing it in, obviously, areas of Japan, Germany, US, Europe, across the board. We have not enough younger working professionals that, I mean, frankly, we've had proportionately less than we've ever had, and it's only going to go worse. And the economic impact of this will be significant. But nevertheless, I think that in terms of actionable product, robotics is going to be big. It's largely about the human factor, of how we can more effectively we can have presence with a number of robotics organizations on the market right now, but it's putting a human in the loop in the right place, and I think that we will absolutely have to. It's just a matter of time before we're forced to.
Great. At this point, I'd like to open it up to the audience, and it looks like you already anticipated I was getting there, but Murthy, please.
Yeah. I've seen you on the stage perform so well every time, and you're a good,
No, I just speak my mind.
No, that's good. That's what I said. You're performing well, right? So you're doing exactly well. Performing in the sense of, you're very impressive. Your sound thing, I'm from AT&T Bell Labs. We did some of the original work, and all the who schools are my friends. Some of them work for me. So I already have an approach because I'm not a coder every day. I'm an executive type and an inventor. So that's one area, right? Second area is in the creating agriculture, etc. I have one of my portfolio companies is in agriculture. We have built corn or maize, which is 1,500 times sweeter than the regular corn. So similar things, you can grow, hundreds of thousands of acres. There are tech, but you need to build a team. Yes, if someone like you and some others joining in, we can do, and there's a lot of great talent here.
Thanks for those comments.
There are two
Yeah.
more questions, and I'll give it to him first.
Hi, my name's Jeff Boyd. I'm quite interested in the differentiation you make between the entrepreneur on the one hand and the team. Frequently, when you're talking analytically, you talk about the team, but when you give anecdotal examples, you frequently talk about you and other venture capitalists, about the entrepreneur, the individual. And it seems to me there's a disconnect there somehow, that really part of your job should be, yes, selecting and looking at entrepreneurs, but also helping them select the team. Because at the end of the team matters, but you really focus on entrepreneurs. Just my observation.
So the question is, team versus individual. What do the
Well,
individual
it's the
versus-
entrepreneur versus the team. I see them as one and the same, but it's always, if you just look at the examples, it's always about the entrepreneur, the Steve Jobs, the T.J. Rogers, and all the examples we get, it's the entrepreneur.
Okay, I can give it a shot quickly and then I'll give them a chance to. There is always one hero that we all human wants to look at and one name that we connect with. I still remember in PayPal, they turned around, everybody in the world thought company is going to go down. Google came in, snatched one of the executives. But then Steve Wozniak is the one we invited. And he basically became the change agent. When he spoke about his story, an entire company got excited, and we were kind of rolling up the sleeves, and we knew we can do this again. So literally every human being needs that inspiration. So when you hear the names that we say, it's not, I did not invest in Steve Jobs. I invested in a company that have invested a lot of time in learning what good technology did. I didn't even know that name before. I came from India. I absolutely had no idea about these names. Looking back, you always look at the names that made it successful because that's how the people connect with, right? If I tell you about a company on the side who looked at this technology and had meetings with us, nobody will get it, right? 10 years back, it makes sense now. I still remember when I invested in Apple, my husband and everybody was, you're just throwing money away. It's not going to happen. And I'm like, I just know that what they stole from us, it's going to work. So yeah, the team is the one that makes things happen, and the teams disappear. The team that actually did the work doesn't take it to the finish line. But at the end of the day, when you look back, you want to be able to connect with the founders. They inspire everybody to persist, to ups and downs. That's how I look at it. I'll let the others.
I think to give you a logic, from a quant perspective, I mean, I'm sure many of you have probably seen the movie and read the book Moneyball. And fantastic book, I loved it, but nevertheless, it's all about optimizing team dynamic and frankly, performance of the team as a whole, not the individual. And this is really what we started. This is something, for example, Google did very, very well earlier on. They paid a lot of attention to group intelligence, not individual intelligence. They didn't just go out and hire the best and the brightest and the highest test scores and the highest GPA. They did. Okay. No, actually they did. I think I'll correct you there. I spent a few years at Google, and I got to say there's obviously a very, very 2007, 2008. And
Talk about 2000 and 2003.
Yeah.
That's a different one.
They were all bright, of course, but they weren't necessarily academic. Right? They had largely good skills, but they put teams together that function well. And that does not necessarily mean hiring the strongest in every single category. It means finding the metrics, finding the nuances that really matter, and combining them to basically form a some greater than the oldest part, right, or the vice versa. So, again, I think that's the truth.
Okay, I'm going to comment on that a little bit. So in 99, there was a company called On Your Mind. It came out of Stanford, trying to make sense of all the knowledge collected by everybody. Founder is Clint, and many of you remember husband-wife pair. Your husband-wife pair is amazing. And then Miriam went on to become a legal concept of Google.
Yeah.
So it's the exact same concept of search. But then On Your Mind couldn't do it. I still remember everywhere I go by Mountain View, that small office next to the train station was there. And but then one of the team members became a legal counsel for Google, and that is the whole idea about taking the knowledge and people giving in their queries and making sense of it to get output. So going back to how the teams evolved, but then we don't remember any of those people. We know only Larry Page and Sergey Brin, right? So it's the one that became successful. In case of MySpace, I don't know how many of you remember MySpace, right? I was blown away by it because I could connect with my college school friends from India. I was an absolutely big user of it. And then suddenly Facebook comes along and everybody switches over, right? So the team dynamic is important, but the teams change. I think that was my point. As an angel investor, you have to look at the team and see who's going to persist through all of that sequence, right? So I followed Miriam, and then I found Google. But I guess you have to find out who is the talent behind the whole idea and see where they end up.
I think it's a pragmatic approach for the founder and the small team at the angel investment stage, particularly, to give some insights or get some insights from people who are looking outside in, as opposed to the founder himself who's looking from inside out in terms of building his team. So that perspective will keep him in the company longer, I think. Anyway, he's been very patient with the questions. I want to give it to him, and that'll be the last question. Sorry.
So an angel investment only goes so far, of course, in terms of runway for the startup. I'm curious about your perspective. When you make an investment, what extent are you thinking about, well, this is going to give them 6 months or a year, and who's going to step into the next round? Or am I ready to step up, keep them going? Or are you ready to kiss it goodbye if it doesn't happen in 6 to 9 months or a year?
So fortunately, the angel investors don't have fiduciary responsibility towards the other investors, like VCs do, right? So if you talk to VCs, you'll see they won't give a return in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. What I done when I actually wanted to invest in the companies, not just the public, but the small companies, I became member of all 10 angel investor groups in the Bay Area. And what I learned is every angel investor is coming in from the perspective of giving back. And we don't really need to see that fund. I think I like the concept of being accredited. What that means is the fund that you're using towards the investments, you don't need to see it right away. So you're not pushing the entrepreneurs to make the wrong decisions in the rush of getting the returns. So they end up getting the 10x return if they persist through the right chain of events, not because they made the right choice with the company. It's not, I have never seen, at least I have 15 different friends, I've not seen them talk about stuff like, hey, I got the returns tomorrow. So at Kiretsu, one of the company that they celebrated when they got the 45x return was the company that has vending machines in airports. They have invested in it 11 years ago. So as an angel investor, we, at least the good ones that I know, we are not looking at cashing out in 2 to 3 years.
A clarification. So the question is more about the initial investment only lasts for so long to keep the company going, and one cannot have more than a certain amount of foresight as to who's going to step in next to take it forward. So if you are not willing to step up to keep it going, is it your mindset that you will keep it going, or you just kiss it goodbye at that point?
I haven't kissed a goodbye to any of my companies.
So would you be stepping up to the next round until somebody else steps in institutionally?
Yeah. So there are there is one example that comes to mind where the original investors came in for the second round until they got the Series A. So you probably want to plan on for the follow-up investments as the company goes big. If it's going down, you probably do more follow-up.
To your point, actually, there are investors who are particularly interested in investing in companies between seed to Series A. So I think the angel investors should have lunch with them because they would help them build the continuum that is responsible to keep the company healthy. And Bullpen is one of the examples here. And they've been very good in terms of identifying the right opportunities and also having the right network around them to be able to give them the momentum that's necessary to go up to the Series A. And yes, it's a difficult journey.
Thank you.
And on that note, I mean, for example, Kiretsu actually has spun off called Kiretsu Capital. So they typically would jump in and help the companies until they go through this. So yeah, there is a structure.
We'll take that last question now, and after that, lunch is on the way, so you'll see some lunch laid down here in this room. And appreciate all your patience. And before I go, I just want to say thank you to Prasoon and Atul for doing a lot of hard work here for this event as well. And of course, Mr. Murthy has been guiding us all along our journey. A lot of you have been supporting us in different ways, so appreciate that. Sorry, back to your question.
Christopher Hussein, I'm CEO of RealKey. I'm glad you mentioned Kiretsu Capital because they've invested in us. They do your events and with Jordan and Roger. And yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it because I was going to ask you about Kiretsu Forum and what's in that because there's a lot of companies you don't see because of the sort of these two that Kiretsu Capital is a great option if you have Sandhill and Angels, Pasadena Lubbock Angels, all invested, and that helped us to get in as long as you have two. Yeah. My other question is Angels is that you are more like to expense essentially, and less than energy on that side. So I was kind of curious how you the companies and invested in what you guys are doing and what's coming in the future, I guess. Exciting.
Yeah. So at the way that works at the Angel, I don't know if it's similar to other angel groups. We have, I think, almost 60 creditor angel investors, and we have 52 venture capital partners. So we receive projects for pre-seed, seed, Series A, Series B. And then depends the amount of money we send to our partners, or we bring to our process. So we have a process where we check everything that I just talked about it to really find the business. And we also invite people from outside. Right? You don't need to be a credit investor, but that's not complicated. And we basically invest, the angels itself invest money that goes to members, and our members also invest, they can invest more and more what they want. But again, everything we see companies that do technology, we can invest in alcohol, cannabis, and the rest. But that's not money, yeah,
we do more technology, so not too
yeah, yeah. But yeah, we basically invest technology. I don't remember specific names right now, but yeah, basically we have from 5 to 6 companies every month. We have 30 banks every month. There are other companies that we prepare, they just each thing. So we prepare them in everything. We prepare them in the deck. The deck is to show your technology, your we make sure that you are offering convenience for the business, so that we can it's offering convenience. So yeah, it's basically that. We guys take money.
Is there any work
Great. Thank you so much, all of you, for wonderful sessions this morning. And I appreciate all the investors here for taking time to share their insights. Have a great day.
All right. So, what a day, what a morning. Let's break up the lunch and let's treat the lunch as as a speaking business as opportunity to connect with each other and very interview. So you take your sense out of it. Let's go.
Oh, you must have been there.
Yeah.
On Friday I go to the evening.
Yeah, we've been pretty busy. Yeah.
I was at the center of the connect. How are you doing? Yeah. That's our like leftist model.
It's also the same question.
Give them the benefit of getting the insights. So in some sense, where they get some financial difference. But I can almost guarantee that because that will be on the other side, that they will not get this money.
Because my I strategic research but I have some but I from a surprise, how
I was
different motivations. I'm trying to say there's no right, wrong or right. But if I'm corporate, the state is an introvert, then yes, sure. But if the corporation is influence on the market, there has to be evolution of thinking. A lot of onboarding concepts we look at before the meeting.
Once we get started, many of those I can
Yeah, you have my email address. Let me give you a business.
Yeah, it's like very interesting for you.
Thank you for all your help.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, thank you. Leave some name tags outside, or are they okay?
Oh, name tags, yeah.
Oh, tell me, I'll find it. That's what happens in organizations. Bye.
Yeah, that's good.
Any other such events, just text me.
Sure.
I'm free right now, you know that?
Yeah, yeah.
There is a minor demo.
Hi. Yeah. Nice meeting you.
I was just thinking, I'm not going to stay here for that late pitch time.
Okay.
Because I have another meeting. I have another group coming supposed to be here, but they may not have time to be here.
Okay.
And then, but they have to. They're speakers for tonight, so I have to be.
Your name, please.
Liana.
Diana. Okay.
Liana. Yes. So I was not continue on the voting thing, but on the other hand, I really like a chance to tell people, especially the developers.
Yeah.
And the
Keynote.
not keynote, coder. Coder.
Okay.
Coder, that's a group. Their company here, I was trying to connect. It doesn't seem to like they showed up.
Liana gave peace names.
Yes. Right. So I was wondering how we're going to get a chance to meet with them again. Probably going to try to contact them.
You have one vote.
Huh?
You have received one vote.
Okay. I did not pitch for it either. I'm not going to be around anyway. So, but I still like to try to meet with the matched people. Doesn't seem to like they showed up. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to write to them. Click on email and send an email and then.
Right, I just start on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think you did a good job on the matching thing.
Oh, is it?
Pretty quick.
Oh, good.
I was doing the last few minutes, and you did the last minutes too.
Yeah, but it'll be good if you write to them, send emails, and your emails are composed already.
Yes, I did. I tried to read it, and I found out that it's all composed and nicely done, and I can just add a few words to it to make it make it show that I do understand what they're offering. Yeah. So that's nice. And the people who showed up here, I guess, did enough time. And are you a Thai group too?
Thank you so much for everything. I know it has been back. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you for coming and speaking.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it's just an experience, right? So
You made it very lively.
Yeah. And I really, agree with your experience. I'm doing the same thing for too long. But I was to stay away from Thai group because I was there earlier, and then I don't know what's going on, but I see still activity.
yeah, what helps me is once I speak and tell people what I'm looking for, the good companies come to me. So getting out there has helped me find the right companies.
I see.
Yeah.
But I think there's some. I have a teammate.
Because out of 100 companies, 95 companies are going to have bad experience. They're going to be rejected, right? So there's a whole host of
I'm changing panels
feedback that you can get.
from blockchain panels to sharing economy
Sharing economy all
because
already
I'm on
have
the
your-
ISO standards. I know I got the questions from my
The thing is, then that panel is going to be
How
all
you guys
Semites.
actually like to get
Your colleague is also part.
she's gonna switch with me and do blockchain. We're just gonna
Oh.
switch. She's from consensus and I'm on this ISO standards
Yeah.
committee.
Yeah.
Sharing. It made more
And the
sense.
graduate, I'm
We're just switching. So
Because now most of them are on the meetup and a lot of them like here. This is a great place to find.
Have
Great meeting you.
anybody reach out to you? Any companies?
So there are two of them. They kind of gave me ideas. But it takes months and months before you get the right. So the national sound processing, I just started speaking at SPOD last week. I have a list of 70 patents that I want to file. Imagine, you just walk, you hear about
your project has stopped working based on the sound. How do you respond to that? You just hear about door opening, you want to check who's at the door, right?
Yeah,
So I just made a list of those 70, 50 different events that can make. So I'm working on, I'll find the companies who want to do something.
Yeah, there are a number of companies pitching here. Are you going to be around or?
I have a meeting, so I have to go at 1. I plan to be here. I thought I was supposed to be up to 12, so I had some time, but yeah.
Try to come back if you could. There are a number of companies pitching at 4 o'clock.
Oh, 4. Okay, I might.
Yeah, 4 to 5.
Okay, so let me go ahead and take care of this that I committed for. I can come back.
It's either 4:30 or 5, after 4 o'clock.
Got it. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank
Great
you.
meeting you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, I'll send you my slide.
I ran out of cards. That person got the last one from you.
Yeah, like you can get mine.
Yeah, I can take it.
Yeah, you can go right on my back. I'll send you my slide stack.
What you're doing is what my way. But now I have it's on the ground. Most of the kids, 3 years old, start to be able to the machine learn from the kids and back to the kids. And of course, we have another drawing and learn to draw. So it's a multimodal, it's picture and a voice. That's later stage. Okay, first stage is just learn to draw. I see. Okay. Just 3 years old, like this. I like other language, you have to figure it out. And that's you start doing. So, I want to catch up with her before I go. But okay, what kind of message? Yes. I just want to give you a hug. I still remember the lunch. I got off the faces. I'm not active. I was never active on Facebook. I'm more on LinkedIn. Yeah, so I was on Facebook for my family to see photos, but other than that, I don't work there. I'm on LinkedIn. Yeah, and I saw your post. But this is fantastic. Great. Yeah. And I live right on the street. That's awesome. The next one, we're hosting live groups. Look at our event. And this is amazing. Thank you for coming here.
I wanted to introduce myself. Anita Bieber from Seva Exchange. Yeah, I started this on an old thing.
Seva, the people who
Not Seva Foundation. No, that's my aunt. Well, they're my family friends.
Family.
Yeah. No, Seva Exchange is a volunteer platform using AI and blockchain to reward volunteers. It's a completely new type of volunteerism.
I love that.
Yeah, we basically have communities throughout the world in like 99 countries because we are a nonprofit. We are a nonprofit. 25 years called timebanks.org, and Seva Exchange is a for-profit spin-off of it. So we're getting an install base of 99 plus countries of all these communities. So what we're doing is we're going to use them first to sell to nonprofits that need volunteers. We have communities.
This is so
they will
interesting.
do it. Yeah.
Can you send me a message? I would love to get to the next week. I need to rush.
Oh no problem. Okay, let me give you my card just so you see it and don't.
I remember. Yeah, I know Seva.
Yeah,
and
this is not that. This is Seva Exchange. It's a purely software, AI, blockchain platform.
Let's connect. Yeah, because there's so much to be done in the volunteer world, and the number of transactions and number of activity in that world is so high.
We've had 25 years of experience, not me personally. My chairman who invented timing, he's 84 years old. We know what worked, what didn't, and
I want to
putting
hear
it all
all
in
that.
this. So I'm happy to.
Yeah, and we can talk about your funding. Maybe I can be a champion to make you.
Yeah, I've met Randy a few times, but yes, definitely would like to get through.
Thank you. How many of our companies are delivering
I don't understand what they were saying to me. It's like, I really want to talk to you about that. I spent like 9 months more than years writing dissertation on that. And you had lunch with democratization. Which is another reason
For the panel discussion, or what time do we need to be? For the panel discussion, what time should I be around? I'm signed up for the.
Is it this? Which one is it? One after lunch.
45.
We are doing our best to be on time. Maybe 5-10 minutes here.
3:15 to 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Speaking in the panel on health.
Yeah, so just be there during that time. There could be 5-10 minutes delay.
I'll be here.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for coming.
Hello, how's it going?
Hi, nice. I've seen you before.
Bernardo.
Bernardo.
Yes.
I met you before.
Yeah, we Google.
Yeah, yeah. Blockchain event.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Blockchain event.
Yeah, I remember.
And then I'm with Zytec. Zytec. Yes.
Are you pitching?
Yes, we have the whole page ready to go. It's just like because I see the list, I contact few VCs, I contact people. I did the whole process for that, but so far I don't see like a number changing.
You and your co-founder,
Eric.
Yes. Let me tell you, Henry. Yeah.
Excuse me? Yes. We are a blockchain advisory that we help link through companies that want to get China market entry, and we have few products already. One of them is a cryptocurrency exchange aggregator. We have it's a DT.io. Where is it located? It's located. It's aggregator. We have it right now. The fastest data available right now.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just made it.
Yeah. You're teaching also, right?
So that's what I wanted to bring up. So I'm going to be doing it, but I won't be able to make it until
Okay.
for an exchange. Yeah, like right after the
And you know your Jordan
Yeah. Right now. So, you get a chance to connect with them?
Yeah, I met him. He came to our event last 2 months ago.
Oh, nice.
This is the
I was planning to do something with him. He's busy or he's working on
Yeah, I haven't had the answer to So I left the Angels like for around November. Yeah, just to get now I had experience. But I saw Kyle was here. Kyle works for us in California, in Hawaii.
Works with Bill?
Yeah, Kyle works for me.
I have an exchange in USA.
Yeah, number of investors are here.
Yeah, and where
That's it. Even I haven't seen on the right side of you.
This is where you take a percentage. And also, in a large operation in terms of smart I was thinking I was going So my college is not in my The guy right here.
at all. So, all one big group. And then the people are you know, they're demographic and they're conversations. So basically, this is
proprietary technology right now.
Yes.
We really like the battle, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank
Enrique. Yeah, and you know those buttons I shared. You know those buttons I shared with you.
Yes, I did all of it. I did it then, and I sent it to many different people. And
Yeah.
I went to their LinkedIn as well, and emailed them in there. Explained. It was a nice formal.
All these.
Yes.
So all the information is there, and if you like to, you have to try, because otherwise what happens, people say, if we do it ourselves, we select our company, then they say you are biased.
No, definitely.
We don't want to do that.
No, yes, we talked with, I asked few people around, but like still, I never got the response yet.
Yeah, so you now me personally, just go and talk to them and ask them, just nominate my name. That's it.
That's a great thing.
Yeah.
That's the way I'm trying.
And it's okay to be biased. It's perfectly fine. We as event organizers, we cannot do it. But investors have the right to be biased, and you have the right to pitch and seek your vote whichever way you.
Thank you. No, thank you. And definitely, my startup is Starfish. You know Starfish in Mission Street. It's a startup for blockchain, and we're doing like quite a bit of events in there now too. I was going to introduce them to you, so you have another vendor that you can contact with. Everything about blockchain over there, and it is a great space. They incubate myself for my projects. So
So you're saying you want us to organize event there?
You can do it too. It's a great opportunity over there.
How big is the space?
It's big. It's it fits like 200-300 people. And then it's we have different offices around. We have a major room in the center, and the people that are there are all working into blockchain projects, and all the projects are already in place. So it's not somebody with just idea. It's already products that's already working on it.
Yeah, sure, Rick. I would love to work with anybody, but because I don't know them directly, if you like to be a middle person or the organizer,
yes,
I will just be your co-organizer and we'll do it large event.
Yes, and another thing too, because I cook, right? I'm a cook, I'm a chef, and everything. So I start doing a lot of events for different people, and then in the past month, I got a contract with Uber. I got a contract with Plato's. I got with a bunch of people now, and actually it took off in a way that I never imagined to take off. And this is why Starfish contacted me to start doing their events. And yeah, but now they incubate me. I'm working on it, my exchange, my cryptocurrency exchange, and I'm working on it in conjunction with that. That's why I was going to talk to with one of those panelists, because I'm working in an AI right now that it's going to work in conjunction with the exchange into a debit card AI that's going to defraud authenticity, and also we're going to find it how to liquidate assets in a percentage gain. Example, we pass your credit card, and they have crypto, and they have dollars in there in your credit card, in your debit card. The AI goes and find it. Each asset that you got the most gain in the particular moment is switched to the dollar, and then you gain the little cream out of the top in your coffee or anything that you buy. So it is an asset liquidator with a gain. And I finished the framework of everything. I help for a couple guys, but this is why right now I'm in the round of just find the seed to put the team together, and then we can license this for the large credit card companies. And this was the goal for the project. So this is where I'm at right now. And then Zytec picked me up to develop their business strategies and bring to those events and connect them with the investors that I have in place. And yeah, but let's go do events at Starfish. It's a fantastic spot right there.
We could do next month. How about next month?
Yeah, let's contact, and then today we contact, and we can find out in there what they charge, because I don't know what they charge.
No, if they charge, then I can.
Okay.
I do.
No, I know. It's what you're saying. Let's go figure out how.
I would love to keep the event free, and
no, of course.
Provided they sponsor, they provide space and provide food.
No, yes, let's figure out
So
how
99% people who are attending, they are free.
Yes. No, yes, and then I wanted to what the companies that go presented over there. I think because it's a co-working space, they charge for the space, but they charge just for the space if people come and do their staff and do the whole thing, right? But let's figure out a way that we can do events that it's a free event, but at the same time we can find where is the route that we can capitalize in those events as well.
So suppose they do a large event, suppose 200, 300 people attend, number of startups, companies come there. So that helps them in their own business promotion, right?
Yes.
So their own branding, they can, they will do their branding through this event.
Exactly. I agree.
So many people come there, register there, they can get to know their company, their incubator. So
Yes.
That's the help for them.
Oh yes. what they did for me over there is like mind blowing. They connected me with like the investors, they connected with programmers, they connected me with things. They have a company out of there called Purse.io. It's a company that you can buy everything on Amazon now with Bitcoin. They closed it with Amazon. They just got funded. The company going like, and yeah, this is the people that's right there. So it's a lot of great ideas. Like we're in a little core of ideas in San Francisco of blockchain. It's a really amazing time. I'm so fortunate to be here at this time. It's been great. Yeah, and then I left Google for the cooking, but I'm still cooking privately for a couple of VPs for Google. Yeah. I'm still doing that like at night sometimes.
Yeah, hi Mark. Hi.
I just wanted to check in, just let you know I'm here. So whenever it's at 1 o'clock, I know everything.
Yeah, we are just 5-10 minutes late.
No rush. I just want to let you know I was here, so in case you're looking for me.
It's like, so my native laboratory, we have a fundamental circuit and data transfer inside the design. And what we can do is guarantee the resolution of these circuits. For example, we want to do any kind of high resolution. We can guarantee that this will not be lost under any software can fail, hardware can fail, anything. And we still guarantee that we're not going to be able to move these circuits around in a way that are we are a paper class.
Hello. Let's have seats. We'll start again in a few minutes.
All right, folks. Hope you had a great networking session. Let's get seated. All right. Yeah, what a great group of people and what amazing conversations. And let's get on with our next panel. And I would request all the panelists to get on the stage. Anil is here. Giselle Bishop, Bison, is Giselle here? Anu Nigam? Yeah. Anu is here, yeah. Sean Flynn, Mike Hayes, yeah. Donald Stevie, is it such time? Julie? All right, so Anil, Ali will moderate the.
All right, so I guess please get seated so we can start. All those on the side, try to grab your sandwiches, please do that and join us soon. I guess we tried to have a very diverse panel, but we end up with 4 men, sorry. We tried. We had at least 2 other female panelists who no show. We'll certainly try to make up as much as we can. So I'm going to quickly sort of introduce the topic, and again, housekeeping, quick housekeeping. Please turn your cell phones off, so that, and if you need to take a call, please step out. I shouldn't have to say it, but believe it or not, it happens at least once every panel. So let's get started. We're going to be talking about how to make a presentation, how to sell, and we have some leading experts who are going to be talking about that topic. Oh, are you part of this? Yeah. Okay. No, take this, I'll keep selling. And you are Sean, right? Yeah. Perfect. So, because you're late, Sean, we'll start with you. Why don't we start with what are your thoughts on making a presentation? We're talking about making a presentation, could be in different forms, to customers, investors, any third parties, potential hires.
All right. So I was here on time. I was just hidden back there on the little chair. So the presentation, I mean, I'm excited to hear what everyone else on the panel is going to say. But just to start, knowing the audience is key and getting their attention from the very moment and and giving them information maybe beforehand on the value that you can add to them. I'm a big proponent of going into a conversation with people already kind of knowing the value the other party can bring to them. So they're excited about the conversation, they're excited about the meeting, they're excited about what's gonna happen. Kind of that enticement, that their time, that being with you is gonna be more valuable than being without you. That makes sense.
That's great, and actually I should follow your lead. Why don't we do a quick survey of the audience and understand sort of what you guys want? How many of you are actually looking to pitch to investors in the next 1 month? Wow, okay, so maybe we can just focus on how to pitch to investors, how to make presentation to investors. Let's start with that. But knowing your investor is obviously key, as you said, so appreciate that.
Hi, my name is Anu Nigam. I work at ETW Advisors. I'm one of the partners there. And we advise startups throughout the whole journey of the life cycle of the startup. But one of the biggest things most people come to us for is fundraising issues. How do you fundraise? And we don't actually do the intros or invest, but we guide you through the whole process. And one of the first things we say to any CEO is, you are the chief storyteller. It has to be a story. Whenever you're pitching anyone, it has to be an emotional connection. You have to get them emotionally connected to you. So you have to share your story in a way that is authentic to you, but resonates, and you can get a message across of the problem that's existing, what you're solving, and why you're gonna be better than everyone else. And that's the job of your pitch deck. It's like a movie. You have to start with some journey of pain, how you solve it, then you have to do some reveals of something that they didn't know that you could do, get them excited. Because when you're talking to investors, they're talking to what, 3,000, 5,000 companies a year? How are you gonna stand out? What are they gonna remember about you? And people remember emotions, they remember people, they don't remember numbers and ideas. So it's all about being the chief storyteller.
I don't need a mic, I guess I can keep things moving. Mike.
Thank you. I covered thousands of trade shows across, thousands of elevator pitches at 1 to 3 trade shows every month for 15 years. And I had a guy come to me, self-described miserable failure. He said, I spent $50,000 trying to market my product not once but twice, and I literally have 0 in sales. Do you think you could help me? So I looked at his pitch, and I could see that he was comparing his product to something that was less valuable. And that if we change the words to describe the product in a story in a different way to something that was far more valuable, we could probably do pretty well. So I took that same product, by changing the words of the exact same product, we took it from there to $200 million in sales of the exact same product. That's the power of words.
You guys realize that you all have the same product? Your product is a company. Because when you invest, when people invest in a company and you create a company, it's the investors and you don't really get your money out until you sell it. So you've got to sell it to Google or to the public markets. And that's your job, is to make a company, not to make a product. And I can't agree more with the idea about a story. Think of 5 things that you get in life that are important and valuable that you don't get from other people. I've said this to tens of thousands of people, and no one can. You can't. That's what we are. We're part of a world of people where meaning and everything is, we're interdependent. Language wouldn't work if it was just me. We need to know in our heads that I know the same things you do, and you know the same things I do, or we wouldn't be able to talk to each other. So what's the difference between a pitch and a brand and a company? They're all in your head. They're all something that's in your head and your imagination. So when you're making a pitch, the whole reason that you want to tell a good story is because you are creating that company with your story. Now, what's the most important thing in stories if you're writing a novel? What's the most important thing? People.
You need to have the people in your story so that your story makes sense. I was working with one company and they won the San Jose State Business Plan competition, and one of the prizes was that they went into plug and play. So I went in with them right at the very first day because I was advising them and helping them out. And one of them turned to the people in plug and play next to him and they said, "What is the biggest mistake that you made?" And they said, "Not having a financial person to help us." Of course, you know, all of us advisors keep telling people stuff like that. The point of the matter is that the people that you need to help you can be right next to you. And I've given things sort of like this in the past. And one of them I had Suhas Patil, who created Cirrus Logic, which was really the initial fabless semiconductor firm. High-powered guy. And he was out talking to the audience and he said, a lot of people have this idea that they've got such an incredible idea and such an incredible business idea that they just can't tell anybody. And it's an old joke among angel investors. Somebody comes up to you and they said, "I've got $1 million idea." You say, "What is it?" You say, "Well, give me $1 million and I'll tell you." But he said, tell your story to everyone you meet, every person. He says, you never know who's going to be able to help you. You might meet him in a laundromat. And what winds up happening is when you start telling your story, you know, if you're an engineer, you're going to be telling about how cool the product is. But remember, you're making a company, not a product. And so somebody that you tell the story to will say, well, that's a great story, but you know, there's this part that just doesn't make any sense because I don't see how you got from here to there. And then you go home and you think about it and you start figuring out how to fill the whole thing out. I'm just going to finish up by saying that one of the best pitches I ever heard was where a guy got up and he said, well, my girlfriend had this problem and it was really, really bugging her. So I knew I could write a piece of software that would solve her problem. And then once people found out I'd solved it, then people were, wow, can I get a copy of that? So I had a friend in college and he was getting his MBA. So the two of us hooked up together to try and start a company. And I mean, you listen to that and you go, man, this guy's doing everything right. And that's the importance of the story. He connected with me emotionally and everyone emotionally by talking about helping his girlfriend and making things make sense. So when you're doing your pitch, I want to say one more thing. I've got the microphone. Pixar.
We will be needing it back, so.
I know. I want to say one more thing. Pixar and improv, I'm just going to tell you this because it's so valuable, is that all stories go like this. They go once upon a time, and every day, until one day, and because of that, and because of that, and because of that, until finally something happens. And for a pitch story, the pitch story is, the once upon a time is there was a problem. And this problem caused this, and this problem caused this, and now I've invented this. And that's the way our brains work. So try and use that format when you're making.
Thank you, Don. So Anu, going back to pitching to investors. In terms of a slide deck, what's your recommendation? How big should it be? How many slides?
So before you get to the slide deck, two things I think matter. We kind of copy some intel we teach. They call it the 33-30, which is your job when you meet somebody is to do a 30-second pitch where you don't answer everything. Don't be an engineer, try to solve the problem right away. And you stop and you let them ask you questions back. And then you have 3 minutes of where you answer questions, let them engage you, dive into you. And after 2 or 3 minutes of questions, you stop them again, say, sounds like you're really interested. Let's set up 30 minutes later where we can talk in private and I can tell you more details. You have to attract them in, and there's a term we call arrogantly likable. You can't be somebody who's desperately, oh my God, you gotta invest in my company. You have to be someone who doesn't need it, who's got confidence in themselves, but you're likable. Because when they're investing into you, they're investing into you for years. It's like a marriage. And then the 30 minutes is the investor pitch. The investor pitch is usually 10 to 12 slides, usual arc of problem, get quick to the solution demo, Then you try to show what is the biggest thing after your solution is you have to show what the product is and what your biggest metric is. Why are you so successful? What have you done that's so incredible? And then you usually flow into other stories of your roadmap to how big the market is, your defensibility. But it's around 10 to 15 slides.
So you're saying get the right elevator pitch, hook them, and then do the 30 minutes for the actual pitch.
Yeah.
Mike, what's a perfect elevator pitch?
Mike?
Sorry, are you not Mike?
Sean.
Sean, sorry.
All right. Get
Look
named.
at you.
No problem, no problem. What was the question?
What's your name? That's how What's a perfect elevator pitch?
10 words or less.
Mike?
Elevator pitches don't work anymore. So you have to use the time to set up a 15-minute collaboration Zoom meeting where you can listen to them. You make an agreement in advance that, hey, I'll listen to you. Let's see if we can be collaboration partners. I'll listen to you for 10 minutes or 7 minutes, and then you listen to me. And now you're talking. Now you've got more time, and they're finding out. You're learning about them. Now you know how to talk to them because you know who they are. And then they're going to listen to you more because of reciprocity. So that's how I help people get more out of local networking meetings, meetups, LinkedIn, through desktop video publishing of all kinds.
I know you started this about elevator pitch, so go back to you. What is a perfect elevator?
Perfect elevator pitch is you can describe, you can emotionally connect, describe what the problem is, and you are able to describe your solution in a way that it's interesting enough that they want to learn more. You got to leave them hanging a bit about, we do this incredible way, and it's been doing great. Drop 1 to 2 metrics max. Don't throw a whole bunch of numbers, but something justifies you're onto something, then you kind of pause and you let them, natural human kind of instinct or emotion is they're going to ask you questions back.
So we're going to take a pause and ask the audience. Are you connected? Do you have any questions on any of, or you want to sort of contest whatever you've heard so far?
Just personal experience and something that I never hear talked about that I know you guys value. We've won 1 million pitch competitions, and the biggest thing is nobody talks about it. How are you as an investor getting back?
We get
I'm kind of curious your thought on that. Why a lot of companies forget that, and when they forget it, what do you?
It's a great question, and I think everyone, whoever's looking to pitch, should walk away with that one thought in mind. Investors are not, they need to be emotionally connected because they want to like you and all that, but they're in the business of investing to guess what? Make money. It's your job to show them how their money invested today will make them 3 or 5 or 10 extra. And if you miss that point, it could be a great story, but if they don't connect with the exit, you don't get the sell. What are your thoughts?
Oh, yeah. I think most investors are smart enough. They can understand who could buy you, what the exit could be. It's a question, is it a big enough market? Do you have defensibility? Because nowadays, Amazon, Facebook, everyone's copying every startup. The innovator's dilemmas change where big companies are quicker and agile. So how are you going to defend yourself and become big enough? It's your mode after a while, and your pitch deck that matters. And that's where investors, if you meet savvy investors, they will understand what the exits could be. And when they meet you, they've already bucketed you into certain segments, certain sizes, and then have to just ask the question, can you build an organization that's $1 billion company?
Sean, what would be the top 3 slides on a 35 pitch? Did you say?
No, 10 to 15 slides.
10 to 15 slides. What would be the top 3 that you?
Problem, solution, team. That's it. Top 3.
What would be the next 2?
Biggest metric of success that you have, and then how big the market is.
I think you need to have an exit slide after that, but otherwise I agree. Remember what I said right at the beginning, that your product is a company, not whatever widget that you're making. And the only way the investors will get their money back is if you sell it.
I think now that we're in the digital age where everything is about the speed of transformation, it's kind of about how fast you can adjust and change according to the feedback. So it's test, observe, adjust, expand. So the faster you can do that, the better.
I will disagree about the exit slide.
Yes.
I don't think you have that. I think what it is all about you raising money to the next milestone. Once you're on the gravy train of fundraising, are you gonna be on it constantly? And do you know what the next milestone is? Do you know what, if you're a Series C company, do you know what you have to hit Series A? Have you raised the right amount of money to get that? Do you have a financial model that shows how you're gonna do that? And a roadmap of who you're gonna hire, what's gonna need to get done. So money leads to more money, so you have to show you know what the next milestone is. And exits are happening opportunistic. You don't design towards an exit, in my opinion. You design towards a big company. An exit occurs if you're in the right direction, and you choose to partner with a bigger company because it accelerates your momentum. Or unless you're desperate, and then you take whatever you can get.
As much as I like controversy on panels, I think you might be both saying the same thing: exit or how big the market is, and then let the investors figure out where the exit is. But somehow the financial metrics around the investments. So, West, please.
A few years ago, I went to the Sea Park Innovation Conference. And I don't have an emphasis, but I really want to break into the VC work. And my background is biotechnology. And I asked a Harvard graduate, go into one person. And I asked him some rated disruptive innovation. That's the term that he mentioned in the conference. And I mentioned the University of Edinburgh innovative medicinal thing. If you want to know, like they.
Let's get to the question. I love opening up to your My job is also to keep going.
So if it's a disruptive innovation, you have the future customers is a big market, but you cannot have the estimation of your financial model or your business model. So how can you present the metrics to the investors in that case? Like no one has ever done this, but I see the market. Only I see the market. So I asked him, this investor in DC, he doesn't even hear about it.
But
So
I guess
he's-
the question, the answer is who's the consumer? If you have a cancer drug, how big is the market?
You have to create a financial model. If you can't explain how you're gonna make money, even a fake model, whatever is show me the thought process you went through.
Okay.
It's like a lot of these, when you do investment banking interviews, they'll ask you questions, how many windows are in New York City? That's a classic like brain question.
Just a rough
Estimates, but show how you
million, by the way. 13 million.
But like, it's your estimate. And then they're gonna sit down and ask you questions. How did you come up with that? What did you do? Did you do the research, the bottom up, the top down, to justify it?
And as a founder, it's your job to have done that homework. Right? You can't say I'll get back. That's the other thing. You have to be prepared. You have to have done the homework, know where your market is, who your consumers are, how big that market is. Make some assumptions. It's still a rough estimate, but at least identify where the market, who the consumer is. Who are you really selling to? Throw in the back.
Yeah, I had a question, but it's more about curiosity. An investor like you guys, they receive so many pitches or executive summaries on a daily, almost on a minute basis. Can't you guys find a way to say, hey, I have this company that can merge or can aggregate with another startup and build like a dream team of companies that can do that very same thing that maybe half of that company or one of the first companies is doing. Like there is a music group called NCO. I don't know if it's a Latin American group. They were put together by something like The Voice, where they pick 4 different guys and they put them together in one group.
So one direction was also the same. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say something quick, which is we do that all the time. Yeah, that's very common. And Mike is a total expert at this.
Okay.
I just want to add that, and that's why, as Sean said, one of the top 3 slides has to be team. And if that team is missing a link, that's why you want to present it, because investors, if they like you otherwise, they may be able to bring that missing piece.
Yeah, no, just to add more of that, I mean, the advisor's role in that, open up their Rolodex, say, hey, your company right here, it is missing this one key person. Maybe I can make an introduction, or there's a person that just exited this other startup that I know might be a great addition to your team. Or that's the power of the network, is just finding out who fits those voids. So it happens all the time with companies introducing to others, hey, they may be a good business partner, and then maybe they pivot and actually combine, or I mean, a lot of things can happen, but it's also open mind, network, and making the connections.
Now there's a flip side to it also, and you have to be careful, because many times investors, having invested in other companies that may not be doing well, they're also very eager to get sort of a house or some placement for the team management. So you don't want to be the dumping yard for some of the failed companies.
But if you make money in the process, right?
If it's the right, so you should still be the decision maker.
Just to kind of comment on what Don said, I have followed Seth Godin's example of minimal viable audience, and that's why I went from big media to micro media and focusing on desktop video publishing, which you can do instantly, and begin to network and build that team by reaching out to people quickly, make a presentation, get their feedback, and then adjust or adapt accordingly.
I think it's hard to merge companies. People have their egos. They've been working at it until one person's desperate enough, and then if one company's doing bad, why do you give so much equity to merge the two things? And you get two engineers who have different code bases, how they do things. It's hard. That's why I don't think it happens.
We have another question.
Yes, I'm just wondering how important defensibility is in your presentation.
As I said, I think it eventually becomes a big thing. If you're not able to defend yourself, what's your moat? What are you going to do before? It's so easy to get copied in all these SaaS companies. And everyone sees everything. Information flows quicker. I don't know if you know that Facebook actually has a tool to track what apps get used most on their platform. They have teams that just copy those apps and just decide what they want to add in. That's the hardest part. You're sitting on other people's platforms, from Amazon to whatever, and they're getting that data too, and they're seeing who's jumping up, and they're then making decisions. That information is just widespread now.
So is that the fourth slide then?
It's later on. To me, I think it's team problem solution, team, and the biggest metric.
Yeah, I think, I'm sorry, I think Facebook has made us all kind of like sharecroppers.
I was at an event not too long ago, and that same thing was brought up, and someone from the audience made a statement that I just remembered, and I think it'd be nice to share. They were talking about new ideas, new products, and it was U.S. and China, and a person said, well, China is exactly 6 minutes behind the U.S. because that's how long it takes to upload and then go to their server. So I mean, information is out there. Everyone sees, just like was mentioned, and you have to find that mode.
Yeah, I think Anu was referring to is defensibility is not just the product, it's also the team, the execution, how you may be better off than even Facebook. So at some point, you may want to think about the nuisance value of what you're creating that Facebook may want to buy you on.
It's also brand.
The IP, the patents as well.
The patents are eventually it's brand too. If you're a consumer company, it's your brand, what you stand for, and people connect to that too.
I guess no other questions, so we keep moving. The heart of all of this in terms of presentation, valuation, how much money are you raising? How important is it to put it in the slide, or would you recommend you let it from let the investors come back once they're written on your cash bench?
There's an old saying in Silicon Valley, which is, if you want money, ask for advice. If you want advice, ask for money. And you're going to be presenting to people who know quite a bit more about the evaluation. I've seen pitches where the person comes in and you say, well, who's your audience and who's your market? And they say, well, everybody wants one of these. And I said, well, okay. How much money are you going to make? How much is your company worth? Well, it's obviously worth billions of dollars because I've got this product. I mean, obviously, none of you are going to be that silly, but the step where you really figure out how much the valuation is, that takes people who've got quite a bit of expertise, and you're going to be wanting to work with your angel investors and partner with them. So at some point, now of course, they might try to take advantage of you, but that's less common than people claim.
Let's take a pause there, please. How many of you in the audience remember what Donald said? I think that's the most important nugget from this discussion today. I just want to make sure if you wanted to repeat it, I'll request you to repeat it. Because it's, would you repeat the first part of what you said?
What I was saying is that you're going out to angel investors, and they're
Sorry, no, the phrase that you were discussing. The phrase that's often used.
the old
saying. If you need money.
Right, that's the old saying. Oh yeah, I love that. The old saying is that if you want money, ask for advice. If you want advice, ask for money. I can tell stories about people who, the story, I'll just say it really, really quickly because they mentioned it before, which is that if your story is, I've been working on this product and I haven't had a job for 2 years and I'm about to be evicted from my house, would you please give me some money? It doesn't work.
I think the thing that Donna and I both have in common is the focus on sociology, which I think gets overlooked so much here in the Silicon Valley.
So never ever in your deck put a valuation. You ask for how much money you need, what's the next milestone. They ask you, you say, I have talked to many investors, the market will decide. It always comes down to that, who's gonna budge first. And the whole saying about ask for advice and money, it's the same as how desperate are you? If you're asking for money, well, guess what, you're gonna get advice. If you're not looking for it, that's when people come to you. So it comes to the same situation, which is, how do you portray a sense that you don't need the money, you have a lot of investors, there's interest coming in, and yeah, you'll take money, but I'm only looking for certain investors who can help me in the next Series A fundraisers and intros. You have to act, don't, like my other partner, Jonathan, wrote a great blog post called Stop Fucking Begging, which is entrepreneurs going begging for money. No one wants to hear that.
Is it stop fucking, begging or stop
Stop. Actually, it's a bunch of explanation points. Okay, Medium wouldn't allow the swearing part. We had to put in explanation.
You have a question?
I just wanted to comment on ask a follow-up question.
Sure.
I understand that you shouldn't beg for money, but you're obviously handing in your deck. So don't you think at some point you should really say, hey, I'm here for advice, and this is my
So when you're looking for money, you don't go to it. You have your network of people you know, and they should do intros for you. That's the way to do it. You actually going up and doing a cold pitch to somebody fundraising, there's stories of how it happens, but it's really rare. It's usually done through introductions. So your job is to build a network of people that you have, which one of the things we work with clients, we read the investor list, find people who are connected to them. If you're not connected, your job is to find a connection. And you have all of them lined up, the investors, the person to intro, and then one day you email all 40 of them and say, I want an intro now. And you line up all your meetings in a gunshot manner.
But I guess to that point, we have a pitching contest later tonight, for example, and the number of founders who are pitching at different events. Would you recommend putting the valuation and how much you're raising? Otherwise, how do you move the ball forward?
It's just if they're interested in the business, your metrics and your team and everything else should show enough of what you know and your mastery of answering the questions and knowing what you need to get to. That a smart investor will read through all that to know what you're worth.
How do you know it's the right investor you're pitching to? For example, if you're raising $5 million, so you give $5 million.
You got to do research. You should be able to hire somebody, Upworker, to find the size of the fund, and you should know that most funds won't invest like 10% of their fund to one deal. Usually it's under 5% of the first round or less, and then they'll have money for follow-on.
I've been to a lot of these events, all my introductions to angels. The first question almost all the angels ask, how much are you raising?
You say that. That's different. You say how much you're raising and what milestone you're getting to. But there's another comment too. It's like, I think someone else brought it up earlier, that the first thing we tell every investor when you go into investor meeting one-on-one, ask them questions. Turn the tables on them. Why should I take money from you? What's your fund? What stage are you cycle is your fund in? Have you done any investments that are competitive? Fire away. Let them know it's equal terms. You're deciding if you want to take their money or not.
Sean, do you want to defend your co-founders?
I have nothing to add. That was great information to get other people to do the introductions for you. That's key. Build that network up 6 months, a year in advance. Another saying, I guess I got a ton of those today. You feed an army for a year to use it for a day. Same with your network. Build it for a year.
I think the other issue that sort of gets cleared around is when you're talking multiple angels, for example. How do you set valuation? Because 5 of them are coming out from 5 different directions. My 2 cents is you look at whoever's putting the most money or the most value, whoever the lead is, you nail that down, and that sort of validates the overall investment and the valuation. I would love to get your thoughts.
Well, and my thought is to continue what Sean said about you just never know who that person you're networking with knows. So it's so important to be able to communicate to everybody what you're looking for to find out who can really be that referral collaboration partner.
Well, that's what I said earlier. Tell your story to everyone you can. You might meet them in the laundromat. And make it simple. Because if it's one person away and you tell somebody something so complicated that they don't understand it, they're not going to be able to pass it on. So that's why it's so important to come up with a simple, clean narrative. And when they talk about asking the investors questions, ask everybody questions. You talk about making an elevator pitch. You start out the elevator pitch by saying, has anyone ever had this problem? Do you know what this problem is? Got them hooked.
So going back to the angel, to us at ETW, we have 2 different things when you fundraise. When you're raising a seed in Series A, it's the market deciding its funds. When you're raising an angel round, it's another total crapshoot. So our opinion is you talk to a bunch of angels, most of them don't want to write the first check or not. Then you eventually go to one angel who likes leaning the most, likes it the most, and you pretty much say, I really like you a lot, you're awesome, I like all the experience you're bringing, I want you to give me a term sheet you think is fair, and I'm going to go with it. And most early pre-seed companies, it's so hard to get that term sheet from angels, so you are going to get whatever this person's going to decide. Fine, pick a person who's fair, whatever term sheet he or she gives. You go with it, and that's what the market's dictated, because so many entrepreneurs, and especially in pre-seed, are so desperate to get this higher valuation. You just need the money to accelerate. You got to accept the terms. But that's what you work with. That's you need to move quickly. So you ask an angel who you like the most, who's leaning in the most. Give me a term sheet. I'll go with it.
To Donald's point about keeping it simple, I'm almost always surprised, disappointed, how easily founders miss one of the most critical elements of setting that description, that easy description. They don't talk to the customer, right? And there's this beautiful story about Snapchat, right? How the initial venture capital investor, he actually saw his teenage daughter playing or using Snapchat and realized, wait a minute, this could be a potential investment opportunity. So if you're creating the next Snapchat, you shouldn't be pitching to the investor until you talk to the teenagers. Done your one-line pitch and just make sure they understand or ask them for feedback on how to explain this so that your pitch can be more effective. Sure.
Question.
Let's talk about the word fail from the panel perspective. Let's look at munching, okay, in terms of the churn and burn. How do you go through $400 million, you lay off 1,500 people, and then there is the presumption that whatever remaining is going to be started up. So a startup should look and say, what is the model of failure that I should basically avoid? The panel could give credence or insight to, what is the other end of, yes, you're looking at, it's a runway, am I right? You start out with Bootstrap, and you can go to IPO. And you look at Uber, and you look at their debacle, okay? But short of that, you have what, merger and acquisition. Short of that, you have exit. Short of that, you have whatever one of the series is, and then you're back to whatever round that they got from angel up to that. So for a startup, because at some point they may think, maybe I should just go off and be a good gentleman said, you're selling the company. That's what people are investing in. That's what the commonality is. So the word, everything that we have today, you go back to the old New York Times article, starts from fail. Something failed, okay, and from that failure, something has been re-innovated what we have today. That's it.
So guys, what is the problem you're solving, right?
I think the thing, just to go back to Muncher, he says, you consider it a failure, but for the venture capitalists invested, they have 20 deals. They want them all to burn very quick or fail. They don't want you to be around. So if they're putting money in, this jet fuel. They will tell you to hire so many people, execute, and the question is, can you execute and grow the team? Do you know how to hire the right people? Does your current customer sales, your sales channel work as you scale it? Do you innovate? Do you move? How do you keep scaling? So when we see fail, but that's what this world is. The VC world is built on them taking money from sovereign wealth funds and really rich people and returning a net return that's higher than the stock market for the risk. So it all comes down to that. As long as that's the model and the exit is IPO or get big, once you get on the VC gravy train, they want to pump more and more money in. They're going to force you to go bigger and bigger. You have less and less control.
With the outlier, everybody's chasing that outlier. What's the next big outlier that's coming? It might be in this room today. And, given the thoughts and, the incentivizing motivational ideas and language that we give them, they've got to understand is that, yes, there is that perspective of burn and churn. And hopefully we can get to 10X. But they got to understand there's dissolution in there, in terms of return. There are a lot of things that go in there from, a monetary perspective of the term sheet, in terms of, what's invested and what's off. So I'd like you to give them that perspective in terms of, yes, they're all looking for the next big outlier. Okay, is it the Facebook? Is it the Snapchat? But does it necessarily have to be that for them?
So this is a panel on how to raise and pitch for investors. So Manchuri and Uber are great examples of success in that. Do you have anything?
Just a quick comment on failure is, first of all, you never fail unless you fail to learn. And the profitability wedge, the cost between transaction acquisition and the cost to get it is, I think, the ability to sustain when you fail. So the more chances you get at the plate, maybe that's how you find out of your initial failures the next big thing.
Venture capitalists don't want to fail, but Silicon Valley is the way Silicon Valley is because failure is fairly okay. The Economist said that having a bankruptcy in Silicon Valley is like getting a dueling scar. I work with other countries like Finland and Germany and places like that, and if you go bankrupt there, man, you're sweeping floors for the rest of your life. They don't go for it. And so the only way that you can get a Facebook is to have hundreds and hundreds of companies that fail. I mean, the people don't fail because they've learned something, they get better jobs. I mean, it all works out for us, but that's just what we are.
Sean will go down the line with last final comments on pitching for investors.
I guess final comment is when you're pitching, realize that you're used in time to pitch. And what I mean by that is, as a founder, you only have so much limited time in the day, whether it's used to raise funding, whether it's used to build your product, company, or whatever. It just really go into your fundraising with that mindset. This is going to take longer than I thought, a lot longer than I thought probably. What resources do I already have that I haven't tapped into that I could use to leverage my time to make this quicker? And really think about, is this the right moment to raise funding? Can I postpone it? How is it affecting the product or the company? Because it's a trade-off. You're going to be raising funds or you're going to be building your company. Doing it at the exact same time, I haven't really seen too many founders successful at that. So I just want, as a last comment, to keep that in mind, how valuable your time is.
So I'll leave with two things to think about. One thing we use a lot of ETW is it's a certain metric, which is when you're doing the first pitch to investors, if you 40% don't go to a second meeting, you're most probably not going to get a term sheet. You need to go back and iterate. And that's the second biggest part, which is any question any investor asks you in any meeting, write it down, because that's an objection. And if you see the same question over and over again, you need to go back and change your deck or change your narrative, change your story. And this will happen. Your deck will not be the same deck. Most of the companies we work with get 40 versions of their deck by the time the fundraising is closed. So it's an iterative process, not like my my deck and presentation is done, it will keep changing over time.
And sorry, I just want to add to that. There's actually also an art to that process, because then you want to start with the least likely investor. Go work upwards until you get to the best product, the version of your PowerPoint meeting the most likely product. Right? Try to match that as much as you can.
I think to go back to sociology, it'd be like, before we had space travel, it'd be like describing the dark side of the moon. You have to be able to say, well, it's like this, because you can't really see it. So I think you have to find the right comparison that captures the imagination of the human being and the value that what you're going to provide is compared to.
How many people here have themselves or know somebody who's gotten a check from going to a pitch event like Band of Angels or Karitsu and so on like that? Please raise your hand. 1, 2, okay.
4.
Oh, 4, okay. You're gonna go to a lot of pitch events that aren't real in Silicon Valley. A lot of the pitch events are basically service providers that are coming to maybe get more work and things like that. And so you've got lots and lots of opportunity to do what he said, and I agree with him 100%. You only can make a first impression once. So don't go to your gold star people right at the beginning, because you're not gonna get it right. Not the first time, not the second time, you just gotta keep doing it.
To the 4 people that raise your hands, for the benefit of the general public here, could you share the one thing that you think helped you raise that money?
Oh, I did not raise the money. I know people who have raised money myself.
Oh.
The person I know that is an outstanding founder. They were knocked out of the park. They've done it in state, out of state. They're built. They study what's necessary, and they're running within their opportunity.
Let me ask some controversy. Did they put the valuation and how much they're raising the pitch then?
No. They put how much they're raising, but not the valuation.
Okay.
So just last
Not to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no. I used to be a president of Sandal Angels and was a member for many, many years. Had a great exit with them too. But with angel groups and other things, it just takes time. It's a slow process. They sometimes can give you a term sheet, but it takes a long time with an angel group. It's group think. Group think can take a long time. Sometimes one person says something no, and it'll take the same advice before. Find some champion in there, through your network. Meet them a bunch of times, get to know them, have them defend you later as you go through the actual process.
I mean, that's exactly it. Was become champions. We knew about mortgage tech and real estate tech, and they would go and they also work with actual active investors. A lot of these Sandhill Band, all the biggest thing, the dinners are really networking. Yep. It's a dinner show. They're not there to really watch you pitch, to be honest. Not the majority of them. Having a champion, I definitely highly agree in Sandhill.
And I would add to that, investors in most cases they don't understand necessarily the technology, they use their instinct, right? Both looking at founders and who else is part of that advisory network of the champion. What they feel about this industry or the team or the technology, and they sort of piggyback on that. We had one more person who had successfully raised investment.
Well, demo days, I was thinking about demo days. I was last week. It was a startup. I wanted to invest. I clicked the button, then they said they were closed by the end of the day. So it was all the fun. I also see the case with.
Sorry, what was the one thing you really liked that made you press the button?
So it was the competence of the founder. So the founder came with a good background, he had a nice story, but the most important was how confident he was. He had this specific personality that investors always get.
So change your personalities, guys. One last question.
This gentleman mentioned about the eBay founder story, right? Like they talk about helping my girlfriend sell something or find something. And my idea is in the fertility disruptive innovation market. And I can roughly estimate the market, but if I luckily have audience from the investors. They happen to have this need. Then I think like bingo, we have customer and the funder, right? So how to get that chance bigger? Like, do you have to research on which kind of pitch meeting has this interest built towards?
I think that's what was stressed. Find the champion, find the person who has the better data and has best pitch you or validate your numbers.
But they might be my competitors.
Use their data. Anyways, I think that's, I don't know if anyone else has. Requirement. Right. Hire someone. I guess you have one last question, sir.
I get two different informations when it comes to stating the amount you need. Is it the immediate next round or is it the total financing that you give first?
Or immediate next round.
Next one, immediate. Is that consensus? So you'd invest in, if you only need 1 million, although the whole deal would be 100 million, it doesn't matter if they need 100.
They will ask you later how much you need, and you always give this answer of, well, if we will take as much money to accelerate quickly as possible, yes, we will take as much money. Yes. VCs want to follow on more and more money. They want to know your appetite for more and more money. Not going to say, oh, I just need 1 million, I'm done. Because their whole fund is built upon following onto their dreams.
Sorry, the guy from Geneva, he said, oh, no, forget this. It's just like, they'll give you the full amount you need. They don't do small deals. He said, you need to know what it is. But it was the Reg A financing, so it was a little bit different. Sure.
Right.
I think we have to.
I want to thank the panelists and we're
What a great panel. We all learned a lot, and I think these all lessons will be, useful in our, next session. Abdul has an announcement.
Announcement. If you have registered to the form, you all must have received a email from me with these buttons. You must have received an email from me with.
Yes, we did.
So, the buttons are at the bottom are for startups that are pitching. Nominations is for nominating their name. Pitches for seeing their order of pitching. Scores for seeing for giving your scores and your feedback, both qualitative, quantitative feedback, and the final button is for seeing the list of winners. So please nominate startup founders by clicking on this nominations form. You have to just select the name and submit. We just want the attendees, the community to participate, the society to help us find which are the big ideas that are good for funding. So yeah, please help us. Thank you. And all the details, who got how many points, how many nominations, is all shared through these pitches. So it's all transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Atul. Thank you very much. And yeah, we're all democratic, and it's a community. So it's just we all help each other. That's the output of it, and hope we all get funded and we all make our dream teams and make a difference in the society. So with that, let's move on to the next panel. It's on AI deep tech. I would like to invite Ashish Agrawal. Ashish, can you be our moderator?
Yes.
Yeah, Ashish will be moderator.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I think we are running late, so I'll try to be as efficient as possible. I think the panelists are James Hines, Anvers, Powell, GVA Capital, KG Charles Harris, Sebastian, and Adnan.
I think we need one more chair. Thanks, everyone. So I think we try to kind of like keep the panel pretty tight because we are running late on the time. So I think in 1 minute, it'll be helpful if you talk about what you're doing and just kind of like give a quick background on just quick 1 minute.
Yeah, I already did a quick introduction earlier. Just if you forgot, I'm a Russian guy here in San Francisco with 200 million under management now, investing in deep tech, AI, and a lot of other stuff. Oh, the one fun fact I didn't mention earlier is that I bought an old church building in San Francisco and converted it into a cultural center and event venue for different cool events. So if you're ever in San Francisco, come stop by. It's 906 Broadway.
I've been to your space. It's really cool. I had a great time. My name is James Hines. I'm the founder of Fanverse. Fanverse is a venture studio based here in the Valley. It's focused on looking at frontier, next generation, early stage opportunities with AI, VR, XR, all focused on certain verticals such as esports, health tech, ed tech, and we believe the notion that the next big idea is probably going to have fans involved, so hence the name Fanverse.
Hi everyone, pleasure to be here. My name is Sebastian Naya. I'm the co-founder of Latinx and AI Coalition. And essentially what we're focused on is bringing harmony to the Latin American community with AI. And one of the initiatives that I'm leading on that front is the startup community. So we want to be able to help out those Latin American founders who are trying to incorporate AI, or those founders that already have an AI startup but just need the advice, the network, the partnerships needed to get their startup to the next level, as well as helping those startups that are looking to expand into Latin America.
My name is KG. I'm a serial entrepreneur, 6 startups, 3 exits, hopefully soon 4. 1 massive failure. My present company is a natural language interface to data sources, so you can ask a question in normal language to any kind of data source, and it goes out, gets the data, it's computed data, and answers you back. And when applicable, will also auto-generate a graph or a table for you, and you can ask follow-on questions. So it's directed towards business users being able to get information onto their systems. And it has both enterprise and consumer applications.
Yeah, hi, my name is Adnan Yunus, and I'm the founder of Procedural AI. Procedural AI is automation for interactive media on a massive scale, and the way we do it is that you type text and it gets converted into a 3D world. So think of a big design studio. You have animators, you have people who design texture, people who design the environments, but we do it, the whole thing through AI, just by typing text about how your environment should look.
So I think we have a good combination of investors and entrepreneurs on the panel. So for investors on the panel, how do you think about like what are the opportunities in deep tech AI today at early stage? And how do you think about areas which you're excited about?
Super. Actually, for example, I have a client that I just came on board out of Kentucky, of all places. Louisville and southern other states have innovators everywhere. But to answer his question, they're taking mobility of healthcare. So mobility, meaning putting it in a mobile lab, which has everything you would have in the home office, which means you have to deal with telemetry, consistent video services, and also being able to look at how does data capture of inventory, both used and unused storage, the notion of, and also creating, capturing information about the procedures which take place within an environment. So what we're looking at right now, trying to augment their technology team with people from data scientists to data analytics, to a variety of technology stacks, so that they're really providing a full service mobile unit that has to have the stability of a traditional office brick and mortar. And that's a whole new realm where you're going to have to continually put in a ton of input from players and make it work with the next team that's going to follow on. They're really growing. Where data really stands at is in the whole healthcare industry, there's nothing more than the amount of practitioner data, process of the procedure, and the patient data, and you have to manage that in real time and create it mobile, in a mobile world. It's an exciting time to look at everything from databases to actual algorithms on processes that somebody else. Look at it like Star Trek when the doctor says, "Hi, I'm the doctor, what is your, may I help you?" And they have the array of everything that the Federation has available to them. That's what we're creating today for just one small area of medicine.
There are several ways to look for new ideas. Well, I just recall when I moved here and I had no idea what I wanted to invest in. And I had to convince investors also to trust me with their money. So I built a thesis by Googling a list of most common professions in the US and saying, okay, this is our target list. We want to replace each of these professions one by one, so that these people can become yoga teachers or whatever they want to do in life. So profession number one was driver, right? This is the most common profession in the US, what a surprise. So this is how I got into self-driving space. But if you go through this list, you will see a lot of professions that are really boring and dangerous and dumb. So people shouldn't be doing this job. Robots should be doing that. So you take whatever, so that's one approach, just very straightforward. Another approach, you match, basically take an industry expertise with a new technology available. And you can apply this technology to this industry, which also gives a lot of great combinations. So for example, the examples I'm looking for now, or examples of technologies I'm looking for, would be applying AI for network management, right? You have this big routers, you have billions and trillions worth of hardware equipment, and then it's still run by a text document by a system administrator, right? Or take a plant producing aluminum, whatever, right? Any production facility, it has billions of hardware and hundreds of tons of metal and a lot of computer equipment and sensors and everything. And it all comes down to a small room where you have this bored engineer sitting in front of the screens and basically looking for uncommon patterns. Like a kid in the right? Good friend of mine is working at Facebook, and he told me this story about their data room, where the engineers control the uptime of the network, and because people get tired of looking at this screen which has nothing on it, they put another screen with some exciting videos, so that the engineer has something to look at, and they figure out, they used AI to figure out which video they should better show to this engineer so he doesn't get bored, right? But I want a technology that will replace this engineer rather than show him funny cat videos. So there's a lot of applications like that, and they're all on the surface. Just more than 60% of people working in the US hate their job. I think that's a great indication of the opportunity for AI.
I need to show you the current CBS episode of Star Trek Discovery and the AI ship and why you shouldn't really push that too far.
So I think that's a good leeway into for the entrepreneurs in the room, right? There are a couple of things around whenever larger companies like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon is doing their kind of annual programs, right? They basically can launch all the features that basically some startups are starting, building products around that can fund it. How do you think about, as you are starting companies and as you are tackling certain problems of how do you keep yourself away from those particular verticals where Amazon would basically launch that feature and that would basically kill your startup? So how do you think about those? because you don't know their product roadmap. So how do you think about these things? Because these are very critical elements as an entrepreneur.
So I think more from the Latin American perspective, there's, I think, a lot more different use cases that is in Latin America now that are still intact. Just to put some perspective in numbers right now, in 2017, there was only 1.1 billion investment made in startups from Latin America, which is less than 1% of like the total fundings that's happened globally. And now in March, SoftBank recently announced that they created a 5 billion fund in Latin America because they see this potential of, Brazil's coming out, Chile, all these different developing countries are coming up with different products that, although you may see here, it's completely different in Latin America. Take, for example, for Waymo, they've been trained on these streets, but when you go to Latin America, for those that have been, sometimes the roads can be completely different compared to the US. So one of the things that we see is like, how are these startups adapting to what Latin America has, and then being able to essentially be their own company and not necessarily have to expand to the US yet and compete. There's like also a parking app that I was working with that, I'm trying to remember the name of the app here, but pretty much, they've gotten so much success in Argentina that they're starting to create success in Bolivia and Paraguay, but they don't necessarily have to come to the US now. It's just more of like, if they can capture all the Latin American market, then maybe that can lead to an acquisition.
I would want to distinguish between deep AI and applied AI, right? The first distinction that I would make is, are you creating new IP, or are you simply connecting to TensorFlow and utilizing that platform and just coming up with a new way of doing statistics? That's a fundamental difference. Now, doing statistics and applying it to a customer segment in order to get the right customers and something that suits that customer creates a fundamental value. But ultimately, if we're looking at big data and AI, we have to make that distinction, especially based upon the question that you asked. Once you make that distinction, you will have value for those major players that you mentioned, because if you're doing deep AI, because you actually have created value that they have not created themselves, right? Otherwise, you're basically building a customer segment. And that customer segment and that traction is truly valuable as well, right? So it really depends on how you're looking at it. For us, we started out looking at what is it that Google is doing, what is it that IBM is doing, and so one of the things that we had to come up with is we cannot compete with companies that have trillions of data points when we have hundreds, right? Another thing is, how do you do machine learning on small data sets? So we had to come up with new IP around machine learning in order to solve problems for small data sets as well as large data sets. And that was a non-trivial exercise, right? So really and truly, as we're talking about AI, we have to make the distinction, and even doing pretty deep AI, every morning I wake up paranoid and I look at what are other startups doing, what are the big companies doing.
For me, it's a multifaceted question. When I think about AI, it's an opportunity for us. But also, if you're too big, so if you're Amazon, if you're Google, you're usually thinking of capturing a market that is billions of people. That's one thing. But also, when you're trying to do that, you miss these really unique use cases. So for myself, let's say that I'm exposed to 2 or 3 different cultures. Like I'm originally from Pakistan. I was exposed to Middle Eastern culture. I really love the Eastern European culture. All these things. One of the things that I really miss is that they all have unique stories to tell. They have unique localized character. They have unique localized, really interesting, from engineering standpoint, I would say data points, but generally interesting things, interesting stories to tell. And when I look at the general popularized media, I don't see a lot of media that is specific to those cultures. So I mean, everybody knows, let's say Aladdin, but Aladdin is like a century old. But generally, if you look at new characters, they're always more designed and more cater to a more general audience than subset of an audience. What I see is that we have a unique opportunity, especially with AI, to take advantage of these localized different cultures, different story, and bring them to life. And that's where we can really, really innovate. We can really make a difference. And that's something that Google or Amazon or any big company does not look at. They don't even know about it. So one of the use cases that we're working with in Saudi government, we're working with a company. They want to do, they want to bring their localized characters into. So what they see is that everybody's watching Disney movies, everybody's watching Star Wars and all that, but they don't see their own representation in that in the mainstream media. And they want to spend a whole bunch of money. They want to give some money, let's say LucasArts. They want to give some money to Disney and say, okay, can you add our character, let's say, who's maybe wearing hijab, something that appeals to their local audience. But they're spending a lot of money. And what I see is that we can do it at a much bigger scale. We can create this character, we can create this animation, we can create these using AI without having to spend so much money. And also, so many stories that nobody is even paying attention to. Stories that are long forgotten, let's say a century-old story, because maybe I'm going and I'm digging it out and I think that it's a great story. But most of the people are just looking at whatever is published to them. Like most of the people don't go and start digging around. So I think there's a great opportunity. We don't really necessarily have to get paranoid about Amazon copying us or Google copying us. They are looking at the massive market that they have. We can always say that, fine, like Google is doing Google search, but you can do something that cater to a more specific need. And that's always a good place to start, even if you're not doing AI. I would say that that niche is what adds a real character to your startup. But if you're doing AI, then you have an opportunity to do it at a much bigger scale, probably not at Google scale, but close to Google scale, without having the resources, without having the money, and especially with deep learning. I think to really utilize that.
So I think recently there has been a lot of stuff happening with like US, China, US kind of like blocking like all the companies like Huawei and previously there is the CPE, and then they're now kind of like blocking other companies on that side. So now being in AI deep tech, there have been kind of like pretty much kind of like politicized and like the technological cold war that people are talking about it. How do you see that as either as an investor or as an entrepreneur of like thinking about these technologies? Whether even the hiring of like Chinese nationals here by IBM or like other like Intel have also slowed down significantly over the past few months on that side. So how do you like see like the whole thing playing in your mind? I know it's very early on, but from your perspective, from an investor perspective, as you're investing in these companies versus entrepreneurs who are thinking about these markets, either in the US or working with some of these people, how do you even like think about these things? How do you think it's going to impact going forward?
Personally, there's a lot of politics involved, but from a entrepreneurial perspective or from a AI perspective, so I have mixed feelings about, let's say, China. A lot of smart people from there. I know a lot of colleagues that were super smart. They are from China. But personally, I also have
faced some really, what I would say, things that are either in the gray or simply unacceptable from the same. What I feel is that, and I can kind of understand, like, back home, where I'm from, morality means a slightly different thing that it means here, which means that it's okay to copy somebody's work, it's okay to infringe somebody's IP. A lot of businesses just run on file people on Windows, nobody asks any questions, and it's okay. And here it's not okay, and also it's, if you think in a long-term scheme of things, it's harmful. Because if you keep on taking money away from businesses that are taking these innovative products, it is going to really harm everybody. Nobody's going to simply say anything. And that's the same pattern I see in China. There are a lot of smart people, not a lot of innovative business. And the reason for that is that nobody particularly tries to protect itself. So I don't know how to stay politically correct. I think we should still work with different cultures, different backgrounds, and it's really add value to what we're doing. I guess I'm probably leaving things more modern than they are. I apologize for that.
So I have personal experience working with China. We set up an office in China last spring. In December, we signed a term sheet with a large Chinese investor, 12 million coming in, did the due diligence, and the money was supposed to be transferred in January. But then the National Defense Authorization Act came into effect, which meant that a Chinese investor will have to go through due diligence by the State Department, Department of Commerce, and the Department of Defense before they can make an investment into a U.S. company. Very few investors are willing to do so. We're not that sexy to be able to get them to go through that level of thing. People talk a lot about, intellectual property theft and so on. I've seen it here and I've seen it there, right? It's nothing unusual here or there, right? So the company, we went to Microsoft did due diligence, wanted to get source code review, and then they went quiet. 9 months later, they launched a product that looks almost exactly like ours in the source code. We can point the fingers at China, but we do the same, right? And what they have done in China, I think, is very impressive. In the past 30 years, they've taken 700 million people out of abject poverty. I went to Shenzhen the first time in 1992. It was a fishing village, right? Today it has 200,000 people. Today it has like 25 million, zero, carbon neutral, highways underneath. I mean, everything. I mean, it's things that we can't even imagine having in America, that they're in China. So I went back to China last year and I said, this is going to be very challenging. But I believe at the time, after getting the tours, that China was going to, we go to war with China. 2 months later, we're at a trade war with China. And now, as an AI investor and an AI practitioner, we can't really deal with it. Now, China has come a long way. When we started this company in 2013, China was not on the map when it comes to AI, really. They were on the level of Holland. In these 6, 7 years that have gone since then, China has gone from the level of Holland to be second only to the United States. Super impressive, especially when you think that right next door is India. India has a lot of really strong people, right? And so I would say that keep an open mind, especially if we're talking about big data and AI, and don't get taken in by the politics, because they are doing what they need to do, we are doing what we need to do, and little guys like us should really care, except if we get stuck.
So
So a lot of the knowledge that I've learned from China is on the book I read by Kai-Fu Lee, AI Superpowers. And that book talks a lot about what KG talked about, you know, where it's pretty normal for someone else to like steal an idea and then, you know, make it better or try to compete. But I think a big difference between US and China is I think that China invests heavily into AI, you know, because they want to be leaders. And, you know, one thing that I noticed recently was that from reading the book was that facial recognition is seen more as a convenience and, you know, useful thing in China. Whereas here it's seen as a threat. It's seen more as, you know, privacy issues, things like that. So recently we saw that San Francisco, they banned the facial recognition technology. And, you know, are we to expect that more cities are going to follow suit on those things? So I think given the politics of China and the US, and I think the overall culture on how we see things on AI taking over, can take the US and China into different directions in AI. And I think, you know, it's really interesting to see, and I think there's a lot of exciting stuff to come, but it's also good to, for these leaders to collaborate and, you know, learn more from each other.
I actually used to work at a Chinese accelerator for a number of years, not far from here, called Inland Spring. It was one of the first Chinese-American landing bases that allowed for investments and talent from that market to come here and vice versa. With that said, had the privilege of working with, like Andrew Ling's wife had an amazing Drive AI, which is looking at autonomous vehicles, and some other persons where they're creating a startup that focuses on matching high school and college kids and their skill sets with recommendations from friends and family who know them, and matching that with courseware. But I come from the entertainment industry where if you don't count flats and sharps, there's only 8 notes in Western music. If you got 8 notes, you know, theft is pretty real. You know, it's going to happen. It's the same 8 notes. But with that said, I want to share a brief personal story where AI and deep learning really could, you know, politics and language and lands began. My mom, I just took a 6 months sabbatical. She's suffering from cancer. So long story short, when you're dealing with that, you're looking at a variety of treatments, both the medicine that they're taking as well as anything else that they're taking from a variety of needs, be it high blood pressure and others. What I'm saying is there's a lot of information that flows that's not managed well from the doctor's side, from the patient's side. As an adult child or an adult who was going through this, one of the things that I've noticed is that patients don't like to be compliant with their medication, whether they forget or purposeful, or there's a variety of medication that, you know, it's just to manage. So I say that anybody who's pursuing data, big data, and AI, look at how to solve health issues, particularly when you're dealing with a myriad of treatments and applications and drugs itself that needs to be managed for a growing population that doesn't have enough both primary healthcare physicians as well as secondary help that to come aboard and to help that process. And then adults who are, you know, we're technically mobile, cell phone, smartphone enabled, but we don't have enough suite of tools for us to understand. So I think the major opportunity is looking at healthcare and how that data can be better managed throughout the whole stack of users.
How do you get paid for this?
Build a company that makes it happen.
So I have that. The problem is that the reimbursement to the payers on that.
There's a variety of ways of looking at it. For example, there's the whole payer component, but there's also direct from the actual users. So there's a range of things. We're looking at retooling, you know, what healthcare looks like in America. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the world. When I say from America, from my point of view, all of these, we have an abundance of people who care and are skilled. We have a ton of money that's misallocated to our actual need. We're actually trying to service the problem rather than prevent the problem.
Yeah, I'm from Russia, as I said, so I experienced a lot of this technology racism from the other side, right? So basically, it's much harder to be an investor in Silicon Valley when you have a Russian accent, like if you have a Chinese accent, I would assume. Just because, like, every time I would, pay a utility bill for my apartment in Moscow, my bank would make a big deal and send me a message saying, "Oh, did you know that somebody used money from your account to pay into Russia?" And I actually stopped rationalizing this. I stopped building any kind of logic behind it. So I decided that I'm going to treat this just as entropy or the random force. You can have a brick fall from the roof on you. You can never predict that or plan for it, right? So the same is happening with the governments. They may come up with some crazy stuff that makes no sense, but like if the portfolio company is willing to take money from Chinese investors and they fall on the list, I'll just go out and ask 10 best lawyers in the Valley, and you'll be surprised, 5 of them will come up with a solution on how to creatively overcome this without stepping too much into the gray zone, right? So this means that we have to work with whatever we have. At least that's what I'm telling myself every day. Every time I have to deal with a bank or some other partners who say that here in the US we don't do it this way. No, this is not Russia. Like this.
I think we're coming towards the close of our time for the panel. Thanks everyone for
Yeah, hi, KZ.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, it was, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for coming, and talk to you. Thank you for coming. Yeah, it was a pleasure. There is a pitching show. Are you pitching or
no? I actually have to go on.
So right now,
there are numerous investors here.
One of the things that we're focusing on is
and I have yeah, that's right. And I have matched you with some investors here in India. Some people haven't received my email. Yeah, there are.
Yeah, so we have like over 500 members. We also do is
I saw the email, but all I looked at was the address. I didn't see you matching me with anyone.
Oh. So these are out of these 200 people. These are your 20 best matches. What they're looking for and you're looking for. So you're looking for VCs, investors. These are investors. Quickly, this color means investors. This is entrepreneurs, business guys. Just by looking at the investors. And see their details. And if you click on email, your email is you could just send it. You could reach out to all of them. It was nice.
I mean, I'm always happy to there's a video that we help out companies like bring it to
Great, yeah.
And let me know if there's anything.
Yeah, sure. If you like to participate in these kind of panels, we'll have events every month. We are running depending on
testing but food can you communicate
All right, so we will move on to the next panel, and you're welcome to discuss, but if you can take the discussions outside, I think that would be great. Thank you very much. Yeah, can everybody be seated, and I will request the panelists to be seated. Thank you.
Hey. Hi again, guys. So, are we expecting anybody else? I feel like you already had too much of me today, right? So, I'm gonna use this opportunity to probably come up with some questions that you guys can help us all understand. So if you're familiar with the blockchain space, like 3 years ago, nobody even knew about this. The last 2 years, there was this crazy euphoria related to ICOs and crowdfunding and a lot of other stuff. Now it's a sort of we're in the middle of winter. Nobody wants to talk about this, but I personally believe in about a year or two it's going to come back. So, but I want your help to understand what's going to happen to the space in the near future and in the long-term future, right? So why don't we start with a quick introduction, just 1 minute.
Sure. All right. Hi, everyone. So my name is Malcolm Flack. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Bbuck, and we pay gamers to play video games. So right now, if you win a game of Fortnite, we'll award you a currency called a Bbuck to set a standard of what it means to win a video game. And we hope to apply that standard across many other games in the near future. And from like a value perspective, we're looking to decentralize the QA industry for video game testers, and then also allow wagering for people to wager on themselves or others in the game to skill. So.
Can you also say
Yeah, sure. So I was introduced to crypto. It was first in DC. I was working at a startup under this Goldman Sachs analyst, and he was doing something similar to like Acorn, except he would put it would run to the nearest dollar and go to like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin. Super early stage though, like literally me and him in a room, and like some other designers and or other just people. And so yeah, I just kind of did like trading and stuff and learned arbitrage and things like that with him. And then I also worked at a couple different startups. One here in the Bay, it was called RevJet, and it was basically to like do creative marketing. Oh, sorry, that's it.
Hi everyone, I'm Carol Xu. It's like, the shoe you wear. So that's my last name. And so I graduated from Stanford Engineering School, trying to understand how innovation, creativity come about, how technological innovation happens. And from there, I founded my own company, and then I joined after that I joined, because I'm really interested in how, organizations organize, and, blockchain, when it came to my purview, I was just like, yeah, that's the technology part of a better way of organizing for all of us. So then I became a research scientist at Consensus, which is one of the biggest blockchain companies that's on Ethereum platform. It's founded by the co-founder of Ethereum. There, I did a lot of research on different use cases of blockchain. And then I just recently joined Saber Exchange. It is using blockchain for social impact, for a particular social impact enterprise that uses time as currency rather than, you know, fiat money. So I'm happy to talk about it later.
Hi, my name is Moshe Shadmon, and I'm the founder and CEO of AnyLog. So maybe a word about my background before I started AnyLog. I was the founder of a database company called ScaleDB. And ScaleDB was a database product, and we merged into OSI software. I don't know how many of you know the company, but OSI is the biggest provider for backend software for the industrial IoT. So their customers are the Chevrons and the Boeings. And so they were very impressed with the work that we were doing, and we merged into them. But then I started also to look into the blockchain technology, and I got very interested in that technology. So I started AnyLog, and the idea with AnyLog is taking something from both worlds. So on one hand, it's about managing data, big data, IoT data in a super efficient way, which is something that I've done all my career, and I think AnyLog is a great solution to do that. But on the other hand, I was fascinated from the blockchain as a platform where it is self-managed. Everybody that works with big data knows that managing big data is very complicated and very hard to do. And here we saw a new technology that companies started to use where it was self-managed. There was nobody behind the product and nobody that you could call. Okay, so anyways, the idea was to build a platform that platform that could manage data very much like the platform that is managing financial transactions without anyone behind it, a decentralized network to manage IoT data.
I have a quick question, and I really appreciate if you give a short answer so that we have a chance to get more questions. So imagine you win with your technology, with what you're doing now. How do you see this world in 20 years? What is the biggest change that comes from your version of blockchain implementation?
Yeah, so I would see it as a universally basic job for people with even a cell phone, where they could play some random game and earn something in return from that, instead of just some positive feedback mechanism. It's like it has some monetary value to it. And so there's a lot of people, like for instance, my older brother has cerebral palsy and autism, and so video games for us was like a huge bonding mechanism. That was really like how he like kind of got a lot of his value in, is how like he performed in that game. And so the people out there like that can benefit a lot from this stuff if it's applied appropriately. And I feel like gaming is probably the most simplest integration for blockchain so far. So universally basic job is short.
So just want to clarify. So you're saying a vision of like 20 years from now?
Yes.
Yeah. Overall, I see blockchain enables a peer-to-peer interaction and value exchange that has never been able before. So it's beyond my company. You know, I think in video game, in data science, is basically, to put it simply, get rid of the middleman. And it is not. That's the I'll just stop there, and I'm happy to elaborate later.
I see a very clear vision for AnyLog. I think that the opportunity here, the long-term opportunity here, is very, very similar to Google. Google is giving us a unified interface into the website data, right? We're keying some words, and we're able to get the answers from all the websites that are available and are out there. In a very similar way, AnyLog would be able to give a unified interface against all the IoT data in the world.
Oh, can I, since they, well, I didn't say a 20-year vision for SEVA. For SEVA is more about building sharing economies, is actually starting from your neighborhood, is basically enable you to exchange value with neighbors in your community based on a new currency called time coin, you know, or we call it SEVA coin. And that can, you know, has a lot of social impact about, you know, reducing, you know, wealth equality and also many other implications.
Nice. So I keep coming back and comparing what's happening now in blockchain with the early internet times, like 96, 97, 98. And so I look at it from the investor's perspective. I think this is the best time to invest. Like if you would have invested in Amazon and Google at that time, you make huge returns because nobody else is investing, right? But then the biggest question is how to differentiate who's going to survive, who's not, right? Who's going to be the next Google and who's going to be pets.com or whatever. So do you have any vision on that? Do you have any advice from what you see?
Yeah. So there's a couple things. So first off, it's the same rules of like business apply. Like there needs to be a problem, and blockchain needs to actually provide a solution. That's obvious. But I think the most important thing is when you're evaluating the token model itself. Obviously, there's security tokens and then utility tokens. And in regards to utility tokens, a lot of companies, and the ones that will fail, suffer from this thing called the velocity problem, where it's basically people have no incentive to hold the token because they're just going to immediately redeem it for something. A very brief example with that would be like if I want to make a token for ticket redemption, like I'm buying a ticket to go to a game, there's a huge double spend problem there. Blockchain would be a great solution. There's no incentive to invest in that ticket though, as if you're an investor. But the network itself can do $1, $5, $10 billion worth of transactions. Token's not gaining value. So those kinds of companies, they just need to have a better token model. So I would say that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I think the bubble and then the burst is really kind of showing us so far we still really need to put our heads down and trying to find a use case that's really going to get traction. And oftentimes also you can't assume that a user will know what a crypto wallet is. You know, it had, you know, oftentimes if it's a technology that's built in the background, and you know that's more likely to get traction first, and then you get, you know, more advanced, you know, users who knows, you know, the crypto technology, they can build, you know, they can use, you know, features on top of that. So so working at Consensus, I've watched many use cases. It's oftentimes a brilliant idea some 20-year-old thought of, and then, you know, they think they can help the third world by helping the unbanked population. And I actually went to the Philippines, and you know, when you really want to put it on the ground, they don't even have reliable internet connection between the banks in the rural area in the Philippines. So there's a lot of assumptions that, you know, people, enthusiasts of in the crypto world make. And then as a research scientist, I delve into design research. I went there and then really verify, you know, those assumptions, whether it hold or not. So I think those are the job of a good investor.
I think there are two things to look at. I mean, the first one is not necessarily a blockchain, which is obviously the project needs to solve a real hard problem, something that would create a lot of value. But if we look at the blockchain space, I think the thing to look at is whether the blockchain is needed. Many companies use the blockchain because it's cool, not because it's needed. And using the blockchain has a cost to it. It's very expensive to write stuff on the blockchain. It's much more complicated. There are lots of issues. So there needs to be a really good reason why the project is using the blockchain. And in those cases, there is something to consider because it is really different. The blockchain brought something that wasn't there before, but you need to really understand it and see that it really is a solution and not an additional problem to deal with.
So by the way, if any of you have a question, just raise your hand. Yeah, go ahead.
Question to Clara. Yeah.
Yeah.
You talked about no middlemen, and back in the day, 90s, internet promised disintermediation. What is there to say that blockchain will commit to that promise of disintermediation? And then there's a question to Malcolm. What is your thought process on immutability? I mean, why do you think that blockchains will continue to remain immutable? Two questions that I've been struggling with. So.
Sure, about the middleman problem, I agree. So I think if we look at, historically, the internet, the birth of the internet, and if you compare the profit that middleman, the middle layer, make before the internet and after the internet, I think now I didn't get the statistics, but I think we can see there is a reduction over time. So because of the dissemination of information, that basically oftentimes the middleman makes the money from the asymmetry of information. I know something you don't know, therefore, I can sell it to somebody who doesn't know, that our transaction. So I think I see internet and a blockchain, oftentimes the people in blockchain world said we are internet 2.0 or 3.0, is basically using blockchain as a technology to better distribute information, and oftentimes can get rid of the people who used to have asymmetrical information but doesn't anymore. And another thing that I think blockchain can bring to reduce the middleman, I'm not saying we might completely eliminate it, because oftentimes trust is not just, cannot just be achieved on the technical level. I think blockchain can eliminate a lot of the work that we normally used to do, on a technical level. But then in order for me to trust you as person to person, there's still some social kind of, cost that's there. So some middlemen might still perform that part, but then lower the part of the technical. Basically, blockchain is keeping an accurate ledger, right? So a lot of that cost can be reduced. So that's how I see over time it can, reduce the cost of the middleman. And also the decentralized organizing part is also, can be powerful to eliminate, the middleman.
Yeah, so in regards to your second question about immutability, I feel like it really depends on how kind of nodes operate. So if you have something like Bitcoin where it's distributed amongst a bunch of random individuals, or just like Bitmain, you're always going to be able to look back in time to these transactions that occurred and see like, oh, this person made this transaction here and this is what it was for, etc. But I also feel like it depends on the particular use case for what it's for, like whether you're using a permissioned or a permissionless blockchain. In those cases, something like EOS, where they just kind of have like centralized validators, about 12, or I think it's like 20 something of them that they run with different businesses. They can really kind of batch a bunch of the transactions together. And although they're going to have scalability issues going forward, there's always something like an archive node or something they could do to prevent that. But I mean, yeah, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts of why you don't think it would be immutable going forward.
I have an important question to you. I just realized that you mentioned we're back in 1995, right? And you are pitching this new product called Internet. And basically you say, this is this thing, and now everybody can go online, and with a click of a button, they can earn a little bit more money and have fun at the same time, right? And you are saying that now people can help each other in a better way, connecting into a community. You're saying, oh, we can now put all the data into one place through this magical thing called internet, right? So I'm thinking, and your startups represent some of the challenges that the humanity is trying to solve for the last 30 years, right? And that were supposed to be solved already. So when I look at this, and some of the things, like some of the concepts come up every 2 or 3 years, like your idea of paying people for doing something. It came up in the early internet times. Then it came up on the mobile. Then a few other iterations, but it never really emerged into something. So the question is, or the puzzle is blockchain providing something for these concepts to become more successful, or maybe it's just another attempt because it's most obvious, but maybe it's not gonna work. Do you think about this at all, and what do you?
Yeah, so I think one of the things blockchain does is eliminate transactional risk on like a global scale. And so the ability to like issue a token on a network and have people from any part of the world be able to buy in and sell that and host it in their own wallet, have control of that, is a very powerful thing. And I think when you look at what the internet kind of promised, it kind of has delivered in a lot of ways. It's just that the intermediary has become more efficient, and software solves a lot of the problems. But really, I think there's kind of 3 different layers of like the internet involvement. Like layer 1 was like the flagship was just an email, right? Of just here's basic communication. Kind of like layer 2 would be more of like the social networks popping up, the Twitters, like aggregating people to talk about stuff. And I feel like blockchain's solution now is more to like transact over things that aren't necessarily tangible right now. So to value things that people didn't have value for previously.
So a significant reduction in transactions.
Yeah, I think, same as, the internet or any other, technological advances, we're all trying to solve some human struggle or human suffering, in a nutshell. And we're just making, I think, blockchain technology can make one more step forward in reducing, transaction cost. There's cost involving trust building, and that, blockchain can really help with that. And also with the governance models that pops up in blockchain technology, basically you can vote in different ways. You can attach weight on vote of different, if you can say, I have different layers of investors, they all have, I can give them different weight in voting. You can put that in, in blockchain. Blockchain, the development of blockchain world is not just technology. There's also a lot of people who are very interested in how do you get people to collaborate? How do you give them a fair kind of a system of voting so that the right kind of voice emerges out of the crowd intelligence? So that is new. That can add.
Voting and building trust.
Governance structures. Yes.
Moshe, what's your take on the key advantage of blockchain compared to previous attempts?
So I think there are a few very interesting and very strong propositions. So I'll mention one, which is the shared economy. So if you think about a company like Uber or Airbnb, right, which many individuals are contributing resources, whether it's cars or apartments, and as a result, there is some kind of a system that can offer low-cost rides or low-cost hotels and places to stay. So these types of advantages could be offered by the blockchain, because the blockchain is a decentralized platform. Nobody owns it. And there are lots of projects in many areas where people or companies are invited to contribute resources. And actually, those resources that they contribute could create an economy with power which is larger than the companies that are monitoring and controlling that type of service, which is now being offered by a big community of users.
I have a question. So on the blockchain, the lady, I forgot your name.
Clara.
You said peer-to-peer, which is an exciting thing. But in reality, what I see, for instance, right now there is at least 4 or 5 blockchain technologies: SoftLayer, Ethereum, Ripple, and another one, major ones. And then now you look at fintech. So JP Morgan just provided this new blockchain that you can actually now do a cryptocurrency using JP Morgan transactions. And in a way, the blockchain that was going to enable the peer-to-peer now is becoming siloed. If you take IBM, you use SoftLayer, eventually you have to pay them a membership fee. You look at Amazon, they have their own blockchain, you have to pay them a fee. You look at all these blockchain technologies, and in a way that at some point they're not becoming peer-to-peer, because now if you're not in their blockchain, how do you communicate with the other blockchain? So it's actually going in reverse what we wanted the blockchain to be. How do is that something that is going to continue happening, or?
Yeah, I think it's, there's the problem between a gap between the ideal and the reality. Working at Consensus, that's basically, on the Ethereum platform, the founders like Vitalik and Joseph Lubin, they have, an ideal of, a vision of this is where blockchain is going. But then they also have to have a viable business model to how to get there. And the quick question the quick answer to your question is that is actually the different protocols like Ethereum versus Ripple versus Bitcoin. This is not hard to conquer. So basically you can basically there's already protocols there that helps you do transactions across platforms. So that's not, that's actually an easier problem to solve. But in terms of the big banks and big businesses, trying to, grab onto blockchain and making it their own, and then using it to make money and creating, barriers for other, that is happening. But actually, oftentimes, a lot of technologists, blockchain technologists, forecast that, enterprise private chains are actually, there's a lot of MVPs that's invented, but actual successful ones are close to 0. That's, like a senior VP at Gartner, he joined Consensus, and that's his prediction is, enterprise, because oftentimes CEOs in large companies don't understand blockchain in a fundamental way, because blockchain will disrupt many, large companies because of the capacity for peer-to-peer transaction. Right now, it's, they can't see, and then right now these CEOs still have this very centralized mindset, and still want to be the middleman. So they don't, so most of the experiments in enterprise side, especially using, private chains, is gonna fail. That's what I see.
Yeah, I don't know how much time we have. Probably let's go for it.
I have a question. We have done it. In the private chains, you think it's more from 1% attack because they are in a private chain, so it's be more controlled by one team.
Yeah, there's that, and also it's actually, why not just use a more advanced database technique, because it's much more costly to put it on blockchain. But the problem with many CEOs is they don't want to let go that kind of control of power, and blockchain will eventually kind of force you to do that. So I think it's actually, is very promising for startups who already has this mindset and is willing to build coalitions. and ecosystems that kind of decentralizes power.
I will agree. I'm just following on to that in that it's looking at the early stages of .com 95, 96, where if you have basic HTML, you could create an application and build on. And if you got a big company, you basically could take the CEO's idea because it doesn't fundamentally change the industry. But blockchain literally does fundamentally change everything. And that's just, that's how we look at Fanverse. And I actually worked at Consensus. We created first hackathon for blockchain for Comic-Con, which you would think Comic-Con and blockchain, but it's collectibles. And, now it's under the you got this whole collector world that gets it, and gamers who digital currency gets it, but yet their parents who are CEOs and older comes from a different part of the industry. They're, like you say, concretely, they're having a hard time letting go what their responsibility should be to their industry.
One question. It doesn't matter if it's blockchain or like biotechnology, or you mentioned that it can apply voting system or financial data or Bitcoin and currency stuff. Do you guys run into any government control? Like government wants to regulate this part, so the VC will wait there and say, "Oh, we'll wait for the government's decision, and then we'll invest." Do you have any run into any reality problems in the politics and government?
Yeah, I think people, the most heavily regulated at this point is ICO. It's basically you can't, do your initial coin offering, and that, that is been cranked down, almost, in many places, many countries in the world. But then you have to separate that, that's about cryptocurrency. But blockchain technology is the technology that enables cryptocurrency, but then blockchain has many, many use cases. For example, you can do supply chain management. You can trace where your goods are from. All of those, then you can actually use blockchain to trace your donation, how the donation money is spent, and whether it's actually used to empower, disadvantaged populations or not. So all of those things are, I don't see, the government is going to regulate anytime soon. It's pretty beneficial to the society, and it's not about money laundering or risky investments in those sense.
Yeah, to this point, I think that there is a problem here which we, the companies, have to deal with, and that is government looking and trying to manage how companies should operate versus let's do it right so that people know what the issues are and they'll be treated fairly. Because if you think about many of the projects, they were able to show up as not-for-profit organizations, and the value that they created was represented in the appreciation of the token, which is something which is good for everyone, because then crypto, yes, right. So there are projects where the companies themselves did not ask for any profit. They just issued tokens to the founders and to the team, and the value of the service or company that they created was represented in the appreciation of the token. And as a result, the price of the services or the goods was lower. But governments, when they stepped in and they tried to regulate it, made it very, very hard to work this way. And companies are changing their models now to make non-profit organizations to profit organizations and reorganize themselves in a less efficient way, just to comply with the regulations.
So what's, in your opinion, the top 3 hygiene factors to overcome in order to make actually the next wave of take up? So for example, hygiene factors, for example, human wage is very driven by a loss of work. For example, if you use private people token, so basically, therefore we
other major flaws still that have to overcome for from a technical
Oh, before you answer to this question, can we run a quick test? So how many people here haven't active crypto? Okay. How many of you use, how many of those who have a crypto wallet use it for something outside of buying drugs or circulation? Any practical use? Can you give an example of a practical use?
Buy my gas, buy my food, buy anything that I like to buy because I use a debit card provider that I can transfer crypto to the debit card provider.
You make money in crypto by, how come you?
Like I mine, so I receive, so I mine and I receive for that and transfer to debit cards and use it for the real usage.
Anybody from outside of this? It's well said. Yeah.
Use it to donate.
What's your business? What are you using it for?
speculation, a little bit.
It's like remittance. Oh, okay.
So I think to your point, I mean, the main thing is that the applications that would make it safe and secure are not out there yet. So that's something that once they'll be there, people will feel more comfortable to use it and to, I mean, the issues that you're raising will be addressed. So this is in process and it will take some time, but eventually it will be there.
Yeah, to me, it's scalability. I'm very much looking forward to, the Ethereum 2.0. It's about, sharding and basically make transactions cheaper and faster. And also another one is inter-protocol, exchanges. So basically, easier to hop around between Ethereum and Ripple and all of that instead of going through exchanges.
So I think the common sentiment right now is people think it's like the decentralized scalability and then also security is like kind of the trifecta with them. But I think right now we really need like application projects, and everyone and their mom is trying to come out with like a protocol layer project. And I think that the winner is already kind of being built, or they have enough funding and they're going to continue to be built. So I think there needs to be a serious emphasis on, if you are going to make a token, understanding where cash inflows are coming from and like what is the underlying value of that token and how is it going to sustain it. You have to have an understanding of like what it's going to look like when it's actually trading. I think that's probably the biggest thing. I can't even say it's scalability, because honestly, like if you're doing like a token model, you can just like make another chain or just go to a different chain and have a credit there in a totally separate currency. So it's not really an issue for application projects to utilize multiple blockchains.
Thank you. I think we can have one more question if there's any. No?
Like as investors, do you ever have a case that you have to wait for some government regulation to pass and then you, or you invest first and then the company goes like, oh, we passed the regulation, and then you invest. You have that real case?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So ideal scenario, I as an investor want to invest right before I know this regulation is going to pass. Like Uber, Airbnb, all these examples show that they start very early when it's illegal, right? But then by pushing this through and showing the value to people, they change the legislation after that. The same is happening with blockchain, but probably the opposition is a little bit stronger. So, for example, I'm now at this stage when I'm fighting with my lawyers when I say I want my next fund to be tokenized. I want people with a check of maybe $10,000 instead of $1 million now, to be able to invest in great companies that I have access to. And I feel really sorry for not being able to give this opportunity to a large audience. And then I'm telling my lawyers, I mean, all the legislation is there. Let's just do it. You know, let's show by example, and then they come with a long list of questions saying that, you know, this is where you can get in trouble, specifically with the Russian accent. so I'm still in this moment now when I can't decide if I'm ready to take the risk or not.
But you can make friends with Putin and then change the laws, and then he can change other countries' law.
Not this slide.
I mean, there are already tokenized venture studios. And also tokenized real estate. I mean, the wave is coming. So, yeah.
Yeah, but they all compromise. When you look inside, you see that it's, you know, not as clear as you want. But I'm sure it's going. It's the question of a few months. That's what I'm telling my lawyers. I'm saying, look, guys, if we don't do it, somebody else will show, and then we have to follow. Okay, thank you very much. Great.
What a great panel. So now we move forward on the panel on health tech. So I would request panelists Henry Fan, Manoj Kenkare, Alice Lozano, and Kairas Murthy, and Anurag Goyal. If you are here, you can join.
You're on the panel now.
Yeah.
I have to head out, but it was a great event. Thank you for having me. And will there be photos? Will there be photos?
Again, if panelists Henry Fan, Manoj Kenkare, Alice Lozano, Kairas Murthy is here, Anurag Goyal. If you are here, feel free to join us. All right, so we will take 5 minutes to introduce ourselves.
Okay, I'm Elias Lozano. I'm the founder and CEO of Esvida. And Esvida, in some ways, translated from the Spanish to say it's life. So we have a software platform that takes three key ingredients. And out of that, we have a workflow that goes into the various EHRs or as a standalone. So basically, we do telehealth, remote patient monitoring, and care coordination. And the reason that I started was, and I was thinking about the person that was here earlier this morning, about being personal. What happened is that by training, I'm a chip designer. So, what am I doing in healthcare if I'm a chip designer? So I was in Campbell downtown. My parents are close to my home. They live in San Jose. And then I saw my dad's car, and I saw my mom and my dad, and they had their pupils dilated. When you're in some kind of unhealthy state of life, your pupils dilate. So that's the right word. So what happened is that my mom used to be a stage 4 bipolar disorder patient. So she had like a bag of medicines that she would take because of the whole, I don't know how many of you guys know about the whole depression stages, that schizophrenia, bipolar. And my dad also happened to have a few things that they were really drugged. They were literally drugged. So I had to drag both my parents literally drag them, take them. I took my mom and my wife came and took my dad. We took them to our home, which is nearby in Campbell, in downtown Campbell. And for the next week, I had my parents detox at home for all the medication that my mom took. Right now, they are both dementia and they live in San Jose. So I decided that I wanted to do something for my parents. And I wanted to monitor their medication. I wanted to monitor them remotely. So we started Esvida, which is basically a telemonitoring system. When the ACA came along a few years back, you guys remember the ACA? The good old days? Okay, so I asked a friend of mine that was in a payer system, and she told me, I asked her, hey, is there any money in telemedicine? But I want to understand from a payer perspective, is there any money? So she told me, she sent me a long email of, I think it was 46 things that the ACA, Obamacare, had put in place that can be reimbursed by preventive medicine. Okay, that was 46. And then I asked her, so how do I make money with it? Well, you can make money with it. And I had no clue about healthcare. I had no clue about CPT codes, IDC 10, IDC 9, the whole Medicare regulation, CMS. I had no clue about any of that stuff. So once she sent me that list, okay, I can make money at this. This happened about 7 years ago. So I said, okay, I'm gonna start doing that. I quit my company, took some time off from, as I mentioned, chip design. And I started that whole journey into telehealth because of my parents. So to me, telehealth, monitoring patients, doing the transitional care management is very important. It's personal to me. And when I was presenting a few years back to, we'll go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh. I'm K.R.S. Murthy. My sweet spot in terms of investment are in the north of $500 million to $2 billion in the healthcare and other industries as well. I've done major hospital acquisitions, a group of hospitals, clinicians, etc. acquisitions. I've done hospitals plus university hospitals, combined acquisitions across the country here in the healthcare. And in addition to that, EMR, EHR, PHR, etc. I have brought in money to run acquire companies and then grow the company from then onwards. And I was also privileged to be a protocol signature along with the governor of Utah for the EHR, PHR to be adopted. And it was a privilege to be on the other side with me, a governor as well. And these are only a few examples. I have many in my portfolio in the healthcare. But as a background, I'm an award-winning academician in 6 departments concurrently, totally unconnected to each other. And I'm also founder of universities. UC Santa Cruz is this. UC Merced is in Merced, about 3 hours east. I'm the founder of UC Merced. I brought in with the team about $18 billion to build the university, and then brought in who is who in Silicon Valley to be on the board, and then hired the chancellors in a row. And after 3 years, they leave. The deans and provosts brought them through complete accreditation on that side as well. And I have developed national strategies for US government agencies and also the Indian Prime Minister in 9 verticals. These are national level strategies. These are few things that I've done. I've done a lot of, I'm known for paradigm shifts, novel paradigms, and seminal work in about 25 verticals. That's my background in that. And healthcare I already gave you.
That's amazing. Yeah. I'm Prasul Mishra. I'm I'm a scientist turned entrepreneur. I have I had a company, Agility Pharmaceuticals, that's a technology-driven drug discovery company, and I'm also founding president of American Association of Research Organization committed to accelerate the field of decision medicine to help patients in the clinic. So, so you see, we have a very accomplished panel. So I would like to start with Clara, with you. So you think, with the Apple, now you talk about EHR, right? So now Apple launched Apple Health, and the EHR field, I think multi-billion-dollar investments, Roche acquired Flatiron, Google now was given access to, thousands of patients in UK. I think this whole field, a lot of investments is going into EHR field. And how do you think this, all will transform our hospital care system in next 5 to 10 years?
And before I mention that, you and I talked about, me on the board of directors of drug discovery companies, where we did in silico and then in vitro and following with in vivo as well. So I have a little of that experience that your agility is doing there. The EHR, PHR, and EMR are combined between each other. You cannot separate only EHR, only PHR, because they're connected there. Whatever happens in the EHR, if a patient is there, that reflects on the PHR side. Right? The EMR is the overall umbrella of what it is. There is one more that normally people don't talk about, is practice management. Practice management is again linked with these things as well. And further comes the speech and analytics, speech processing, and also when a doctor is giving dictation, transcription, and you would have a pad where they have multiple choices they can have, they can scribble, they can speak, and as Manali Jain was saying, there's a big application there itself based on the emotion as well as context, etc. Just want to make sure that I brought that out. And there's one more that people don't normally think about yet, is that in Europe, this GDPR is there, where you cannot share any personal information in general, not necessarily hospital records of patients or even hospitals itself. Where from one, you cannot even house it from one country in Europe to another country. There is a potential for such a request coming from people because they don't want one state to take over all the business. Not only one company taking quite a lot of business, one state to another, and people would say, hey, if everything went to Florida, all your thing, California business is not there. If it's going to California, another place is not there. So this has to go through a lot of debates. Even though EMR overall, with that umbrella, is not completely adopted. Not because of technology. See, most of the time, we all think that technology makes things happen, right? It's not true. And what is important in this is more than technology, it is the people. People's, whether they will adopt, they will vote for it over time. So that will be a big issue to come, whether it's a big company or a small company being done. And that even reflects during the election. Even when Bill Clinton's election and Hillary Clinton talked about healthcare thing, and then similarly Obama did it, and now we are through the Trump administration. At the end of that, in the next election, everything you're talking about is going to be under debate. Under even maybe some states will say you could vote on it, right? Proposal. So it's a lot more complicated than just one company saying we will take all of this and information is in with only one company, not even one state.
So my experience, even though I'm not a doctor or like my colleague, so experienced, but my experience has been what I call on the ground. So what I found on healthcare is that any adoption of technologies or things take a long time, take years. It took me 2 years to our company to be part of Athena Health MDP, which is an ecosystem that Athena Health allows providers to be on. And it takes so long for anything to be adopted. I mean, one of my doctors here in the Bay Area, and you think, okay, you're in the Bay Area, people are willing to adopt EHR. He doesn't have an EHR. He does it by hand. Now, he doesn't get penalized or he gets penalized, but whatever he gets penalized, he can pay it, with a few more things. What I'm saying is that even Google, Apple, all of these companies, they provide a platform. Even Salesforce has a platform for EHR. All these guys have a platform. I think the issue is the adoption of who pays for adopting that. All these EHRs happen because Obamacare said, I'm going to incentivize the medical practices by giving them money, credit to get an EHR. And that's how this whole thing came along. Before, there was no EHR. Before, 10 years ago, there was no EHR. You guys recall any EHR 10 years ago? There was no EHR, okay? So number one, it takes a long time to adoption. Number two, there has to be a business model because it takes a long time to get something going and to actually make money. So my issue is, Apple is trying to get more money. Like there is some things that they're trying to acquire an EHR company, right? Because it's a lot of data, a lot of money. People are getting sicker. We are getting older. 10 years ago, I was not, I was young, and now it's difficult. The baby boomer population is coming along, and there's all these guys, right? So number one is it takes a long time to get deployed. Number two, it takes a long time for adoption. But the third one is that because of the whole healthcare budget, is that big budget and there is so much inefficiency in the healthcare budget that now what I see happening more is that I don't know if you guys know this, but all the healthcare facilities, if you look at a hospital, most of the healthcare facilities, your doctor, your diagnostic, it's around a hospital. You don't see a medical facility somewhere up in the moonies. No, you see it around a hospitals. Hospitals, because of the Obamacare, because of CMS, because of the value-based payment models, all because of money, they are looking at doing the whole transitional care management where they send services to clinics and to companies around the hospital. So what's going to happen and what is happening in the next, I would say 5 or 10 years, because healthcare takes that long, is that whole transition of care going from a hospital to either a home, a SNF, assisted living, or someone that is going to take care of you guys or me, but without being in the hospital. And I think the regulations and the policies are still not as difficult, the compliance that you have to worry about. So at least I think the whole practice management that Akira was saying, in the transitional care management, I think that's where things are going to start playing.
So I think what I'm hearing is that there are a lot of there are a lot of holes in the healthcare system, and we have to really work together to solve. So what do you think? Where do you think the technology can technology can play a major role? What are the sectors?
If it's okay with your permission, I want to redefine for the audience when we are saying healthcare. It's automatically we assume healthcare is regular hospitals, healthcare is regular medicine and so on. It is not. It's a much broader thing that we end up talking only this all the time. Healthcare also includes well-being, activity log, right? Healthy lifestyles. That's all these Fitbits, for example. There are many that are there, and that we cannot ignore when we are talking this as a domain that we look at. And other thing that we always forget again is the veterinary medicine, and right where how the improvements could be there, what's happening, because for a lot of the Americans here like us, a dog is a family member. A cat is a family member, even more important than the kids, right? And so, you cannot just forget about integrating that. And now you go to the Iowa and that Corn Belt, etc. There, the other animals are as important. So, healthcare should cover the overall living beings in what it is. And now, from an ethic perspective, just for completeness only, is that the cattle farms and the poultry farms have not a good lifestyle for the cattle who are confined into a small area from birth to almost every, till they are killed. And another one, right? Someone has to look at and say, how does it affect the human health? It's not just the animal health, it affects the human health in this generation and your kids and then the next generation. So just for completeness, I wanted to cover the well-being as well, and also the preventive medicine that the gentleman alluded to is a very important one that we are not doing enough in our country here. Okay. Again, for completeness, we all have a habit of talking only USA. The world has many more countries and continents that we should be talking. And when you mentioned the aging generation and so on, right? China will have the biggest senior citizen issue already there and coming up, right? We will have the same thing coming up, maybe going through. So we have to look at all demographics, all countries, all continents where all of this matter. So the completeness is what is very, very important for us to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then in the technology wise, it is making the Fitbit I'm just using Fitbit as a proxy for all other way of monitoring the human being. I'm only talking people, right? I'm not talking other living beings. It should be in such a way that it should not be an intrusion on your body. And as you probably know, a lot of the Fitbits when people bought and they're in the shelves, they're not being used. And there's not much big data that we always wanted to collect and monitor and so on. So if it is made so easy to wear, and forget about it that you are wearing something and you are going about your routine life and information could be collected, right? The technology part I'm talking about. And then there's AI, ML, etc., that could be looked at how you can do analysis of all of this, right? And we all know that there is what's called a bias problem in the ML and so on. Could there be a bias problem that we should be avoiding because of health? If there's anything else, yeah, there's a problem here. But for healthcare, it is our healthcare, our family's healthcare, our country's healthcare, the healthcare of the globe, right, overall. So we need to make sure whatever analysis we do, we are not trapped into one of those bias problem issues. And we cannot cover, I'm just trying to point to what it is.
That's very good, actually. Yeah.
So I'll give you a couple of examples of real life experiences. So our technology, one of our largest customer, by the way, we're looking for funding too, if you're our company's looking. But I'm seeing it from a user, from a designer, from someone that has a personal taking the whole. we had a medical group of 70,000 patients, and we told them, hey, we want to showcase our technology. Let's do a pilot program. Let's see how we can monitor your patients so that your patients don't have to go back to the hospitals. I mean, it was a great idea to have monitoring these patients. Technology. We have a telehealth. We monitor you. We give you alerts. We can do the whole care coordinations. If something happens, you get a beep. The doctor say, "Hey, someone can call the doctor." All of that, not I wouldn't say no nonsense, but all the things that technology does that something can do. So we told the owners of the CEO or the board or the owners of this facility of this medical group. Okay, let's start. So they give us 5 patients. Guess what? They give us 5 senior couples. Okay, so they came. We gave them the devices because we can connect to any device. They took 5 devices to do the vital signs. Regular glucose, oxygen, pulse, temperature, scale, glucometer, all of that. Actually, some of them did 5, some of them did 3. Good. We tested them. Everything's going well. About a month or 2, if I recall, 2 months into the program, all of them came back with the devices and said, "Doctor, this doesn't work. I don't want to do it. Period." What's going on? Then we realized one thing: technology is a great tool, but it's not the end of it. You have to combine it with a clinical care. So what we did is we added kind of a lifestyle coach that can look into what you're doing, not a clinical coach because of HIPAA and other regulations. If you have data, you have to have a license, medical license, special medical license to make a decision for them. But a lifestyle coach, hey, I see you're doing great, do this, do that. And we tried that. And we still have one of those patients, we started like 4 years ago. We still have one of those patients that we always have, hey, how are you doing? Because these are diabetes type 2 patients, right? So they'll have to be on glucose all the time, right? Technology by itself is not the answer. You have to combine it with some kind of a clinical care, a personal touch. Hey, how you doing? You take this, yeah. And it's that care coordination that happens. Second example. So my dad.
Yeah, so I think so. What I'm seeing is that what is echoing is the overall global health, and how humans and our interact home, right? How with animals that we interact. If everything, we all, what is it? The care of all, right? So, and then what you said is that technology there has to be interface between technology and humanity, actually, for an integral approach to move forward. So, what I'm excited is actually, recent advancement in real world data and real world evidence. So, you use, precision medicine is actually what you said, is precision medicine. Now the definition has been changed. It was personalized medicine. Personalized medicine was like, you divide patients into different categories, like based on mutations, based on expression profiling. But then precision medicine is like your lifestyle data, whatever you said, right? Your lifestyle data, your omics profiling, your and disease status. So all integrated. So what is one of the major advancements that we have seen is the real world data. So the data that we collect, your heart rate, using your smartphone. So what FDA has also approved the rare diseases right now can be now where there are no intervention, there are no drugs. Can be if there is a technology intervention, it can be utilized in treating those patients using an app or following their behavior or something like that. In rare diseases, that means it's coming for the other diseases as well. So there would be an app as a medicine in the future, actually. So what I would do is, in the interest of time, I'll just open the forum for the audience. If you have any questions, we'd love to answer. Go ahead.
I'm interested in establishing a fertility data. I will have to very generalization that it's based on the UK technology, and I can foresee that cross country, like globally, this might have a huge market. But how to convince your investor, or you guys understand what? Like, how would you
I can
evaluate?
give you the statistics. Complete
Yeah.
statistics.
Yeah, is it fertility or is it specialized? You know, some sort of, what is your, how you distinguish yourself?
They can transform the normal cells, not the eggs, the normal cells around your ovary into a real egg. So it doesn't matter how old you are. Like,
So IPS.
No, but I'm old, right? I'm over 50. And my eggs originally the official egg cells might be less and not so many.
Freeze the your old, you know.
Not only they can use
Oh, that is IPS. That is IPS. So this is induced pluripotent cells actually. So yeah, so that's technology. Yeah. So the technology has to really evolve. IPS, is it has to go. So there are very there are promising. So yeah, here's what I tell you. So that Yamanaka discovered that, right? Senior Yamanaka, the technology, they used the technology to create animals, right? But then what they learned that you can take the fibroblasts from yours, and then you can create the whole animal out of it. But then what happened is that animals had tumors, because this IPS technology uses some of the old oncogenes actually. So then now what the whole field is moving towards is trying to move away from it, and how to identify factors that would be activated to through induced pluripotency.
They might not be the technology. They already cooperate with New York hospital.
All right, yeah, we can take it offline.
Yeah. She's not meaning cloning. You're not referring to cloning. I know that. And the thing is, it has to go through. Science and research is one aspect of it. We all scientists like us, we want to do a lot of that. It has to go through a series of regulatory hurdles, right? Of what it is. It's not just what the invention is. Number one, and then regularize how it should be implemented, and then you need to have whatever you do, clinical studies. To do clinical studies, in USA, as you already probably know, is extremely expensive. Not only for what you are talking about, even for the drugs that are designed and so on. And there is what's called CRO, and you are familiar with that. CRO, where mostly they go to China or India. Not that they only two countries. Yeah, exactly. Try to do that. It's cheaper. Not only faster, it is cheaper to come back. So everything you are saying has to go through the whole process, and that will be even more personalized approach than anyone else, because each one has different health, profile, age profile, body profile, etc.
So next question, go ahead.
Actually, you talked about the CMS.
Yeah.
Encouraging the use of technology, especially those that prevent this complication. Now, could you comment on how much the private side of healthcare is following suit? How much are they interested in these kinds of preventive needs? And what's your outlook and what's your take on?
Yeah, I think private sector is very much interested. So government is leading the way, but private sector is very much interested. So I mentioned mentioned about in healthcare about Apple Health, but on the side of so Verily, a Google startup, right? So they are trying to use real world data and real world evidence. They're monitoring patients and see when they're running this massive trials. So these are some of them are healthy individual patients. So the healthy individuals actually, and they're not patients, and then trying to monitor them and trying to see how they can collect different parameters and how it can help us with the prevention, detection of diseases, early detection, and monitoring and overall well-being. So there is a lot of appetite, and a lot of companies have invested in this, and I think overall, if we, I think moving forward, I see prevention field using digital prevention. Actually, that would be an emerging field. Does that answer your question?
Follow-up though, but do you think there is enough incentive in the ecosystem of adoption of these
Yes, actually. So what happens is, the technology has to evolve. So U.S. government is running a parallel program. It's called All of Us. All of Us is the U.S. government. So they're monitoring, thousands of, healthy individuals in a hope to bring the dream of precision medicine. So these patients will be monitored over time, and then, so some of them will get sick. So then, the data can tell us, and if, by the way, if you are in the data analytics field in healthcare, this will be a gold mine. So, so then the data can tell us that why that patient became sick, so you can just trace it, and then, and why folks who did not, who did not took that route, who were healthy. So what was the difference, lifestyle, in overall their environment, and then medications they were taking, the overall, so that would be, so that's the government. The government is doing that, but then there are a lot of other private organizations that are running their operation, a parallel operation at a massive scale. So overall, I think we are moving forward. So there's a lot of appetite in that.
I want to, sort of give ideas for innovation by the audience, and if you want to do follow up some of these, and I'll give you statistics so that these are justified. Number one, the drug addiction is a big issue in the country here, but around the world. And there are about 800,000 physicians, not counting nurses, not counting other medical professionals in USA, right? They're totally graduated and going through MD program and so on. There are about 1.1 million, but all of them are not practicing, and etc. It has remained at 800,000 totally for a long time. And out of them, it is surprising to everyone, including me when I got involved in it, 10% of the physicians are drug addicted, if we didn't know, right? And again, I'm not including other healthcare professionals and so on. And as a company, we were given by the AMA, because the doctors who get into that get into the probationary cycle, right? And then their body fluid, in this case urine, but I will tell you other body fluids that can be done, is collected and sent to us. We do the test and identify the chemicals using various techniques, right? That is there, which is one of the most precise one is surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy, SERS. High level only I'm giving, that I can get into any detail. And that is measured. And then when the doctors found that, and we identified that, and they went to whoever they were getting the drugs, they masked it with something else again. Guess what? We could detect what they masked with, and it keeps on increasing. After a while, they lose they lose their license, right? But this should be applied, not just the doctors, all the police, and in the defense, military, teachers, even students. A lot of the people should be going through this for the betterment of our own society. And so this is technology. You're talking technology. Now comes big data, analytics, and then you see what their lifestyles are, what they eat, what they do, and what they drink versus this. So we can do a lot more, and there's a big opportunity on the AI, ML, NN aspect of it. Plus identifying whether it's blood, we can even take sweat and do it. So good opportunity. I'll be glad to share with you.
Just to conclude that, like what Elias said, that we are moving from telehealth, right? So telehealth could be are we moving from a model where the doctor will visit you actually? So doctor will be that's an Uber for physicians. Can anybody create that, right? So it's an Uber for physicians. So it's an old model, but I think can we scale that up, right? Or drones, dropping drugs actually, in your backyard. So Amazon for medicine, that's can that be done? Yes, it can be done, and it will be done. So yes, prescriptions being dropped in your backyard, by drones actually. So that's the.
Uber has already created Uber medicine.
Yeah, so I think that's the but yeah, I think that's the so these are they will come in so these are the.
Oh, they will come.
Yeah, they will come. So I'm not saying that this is, but I'm just saying this is a model. Uber for physicians, where physicians will go and visit you actually, and you can actually Uber a physician, right? Or you can based on a medication, whatever is prescribed to you, they will be dropped in your backyard. So that's the.
For diet, the food package could come based on what you should be eating.
No, they are doing that actually. They're already Uber.
So let me give you my perspective. So preventive medicine. Have you seen any IPO or merger of a wellness company, a wellness startup? There's we can say hundreds of wellness startups that they do many different things and they got money because I'm not an investor, but investors see white space in one particular thing. They look at the team, and these guys are researchers from Stanford or somewhere else. They get funded, but preventive medicine, if there's not a reimbursement CPT code, it's not going to happen. I mean, I tried that. I'm trying that. It has to be associated with, if you're going to do preventive medicine on a type 2 diabetes 2 person through education, okay, so I'm going to do a telehealth, or okay, can I get one of the CPT codes that says for a telehealth visit, I'm going to get reimbursed, and can you also pay for the education of that person? So if there is a reimbursement model, I think this would take more traction just by having a preventive medicine, because it's going to happen. I mean, that would be the ideal. The ideal is that we as consumers can get access not only to the B2B, where you pay a doctor, you pay an insurance, or you go to a preventive medicine or a preventive program that you can choose on your own and do it and get whoever does it for you get reimbursed. I think we are not there yet, and I don't think we're going to get there in the next few years, because it's just how the whole reimbursement, CMS, part of me with all the doctors and all the healthcare facilities, and I have a lot of doctors that are family members, sister-in-law, brother-in-laws, but healthcare is a mafia, and it's very difficult. It's slowly starting to move decentralized in terms of the value for service, fee for service. That was the model 5 years ago. Now we're going to a value-based payment model where you actually have to show that there is an improvement. So
thank you for your comment. And I think what we are. So any other questions? Do anybody has a question? Yeah, so I think overall what we are seeing, healthcare is evolving, and I think your comment about mafia, right? Every business operates in that way. So you have to, that's a business model, and you have to. So there are incentives, so there are a lot of investment that goes into developing a drug and developing. So then that's how the whole system has been designed, right? So I think and the question is how to change the system, how to do innovation, and how to bring that innovation to clinic, and how to change that system so everybody gets value and everybody gets makes profit without not at the cost of patients' health, right? So that's the goal. And I think overall in healthcare, that's where we are going. We are moving forward, especially interventions of the private sector. And I think overall technology-driven healthcare. I think that's where we will eventually be. So whatever is not good for humanity, it always dies. Always good, always goodness prevails. So let's think that also happens in the healthcare system. Thank you very much. So then I will introduce the next panel. Next panel we will have on IoT and sensors, and I would invite Anil Pandey, who will moderate this. Anil is AVP, Global Head IoT at and Henry, is Henry here?
No.
Mitten Mina? Munib Mustang? Are they outside actually? Yeah. Abraham Samson? Abraham? Yeah. So our let's see.
I don't know. I must have sent 10 emails in last 3-4 days.
It's
who? Okay.
But I
So we should just move forward
with the next. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. So I think others are not here. So what we can do is we can convert this session into a fireside chat. So Anil and Abraham will do a fireside chat. So talk about IoT and sensors. If
they're doing a fireside chat.
yeah. So then.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
So So we have one more IoT expert. So then he can fill. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll take both.
Thank you.
So I think not many people left in the room here. I don't know how many of you are interested in the IoT session. Right?
I am.
Thank you. And I will do a round of introduction. Me, Anil Pandey. I'm the global head of Industrial Internet of Things for Larsen and Toubro Infotech. This is an engineering giant, actually, our parent company, Larsen & Toubro, about $22 billion company. And LTI is the IT arm of the company. We have been working especially on the disruptive technologies, which is digital at large, and IoT is part of that. The focus has been only on how the technology is disrupting the world, and we are actually creating a lot of solutions for our parent company, which is Larsen & Toubro. And it's an engineering marvel of India. It's actually truly a global company in engineering and construction. So we are taking all of those solutions to the world. Beyond that, we've been working into IoT and digital solutions for 5 or 6 industry verticals, which is automotive, aerospace, energy and utility, life sciences and pharma, discrete manufacturing overall, and engineering, construction, mining, etc. So a lot of focus there, and I think talking to you, be interested in some of your solutions in that space. So that's my introduction. Over to Abraham.
Yeah, thanks, Anil. So I'm Abraham. I'm based out of Houston.
the whole focus of our business here is essentially to look at the manufacturing industries and the industry which Anil mentioned, and how do we apply our experience in these industries to capture these into domain solutions which will help them to perform better. Package these into solutions, create an entire ecosystem of solutions where we can provide effective, easy time to value sort of solutions to customer. So our role is again as a system integrator. We work on a variety of popular platforms, whether it's Amazon or Microsoft, PTC, the GEs of the world, and our solutions are very comprehensive. It goes all the ways from the sensors to the edge gateways to the cloud, including all the components of cognitive as part of that. But the focus has not been on technology. Our focus has been identifying the business problems which will help to either increase the profit, improve quality, reduce cost, and package these into applications which then can be taken to a widespread cross section of the industry.
Thanks, Abraham. Thanks, Anil. My name is Mandar, and all along experience of 20 years, and all along it's sensor and automation across industry from oil and gas, water, steel, and across industry. And since 5 years, mainly into the core IT. What I see is the days of analytics, core analytics have gone, and I think people are now going back to the core engineering and physics, and that was very much evident when venture capital is talking at the core engineering level, when he was discussing about the drone, and he was discussing about the designing of the motor and so many things. So I think people are going back to the core engineering, and they're trying to see that how they can bring the innovations into the engineering. He was talking about the battery, he was talking about the alternator, so many things are there. So IoT, I see as a technology where engineering and the IT are converging, and IT is expecting more from the engineering. They bring the domain, they bring the how you can sensorization. We talk about sensorization, but I think the people that the people will start thinking about whether the sensor itself is reliable or not, right? So that is something topic will come very soon, because you are getting a sensor, but whether sensor is giving the right data, because based on that sensor data you are taking the decisions. But if sensor is giving you the faulty details, if it is not calibrated, those things are there, then whom to rely on? So sensor health check will be a new topic, will be open over a period of next 2-3 years, and it will be very true situation.
I think that brings one question in my mind. Typically, is that from way back 2015, Gartner published a report, with top 20 technologies which are going to disrupt the world, and IoT was one of them. Digital IoT, 3D printing, genome, and all for life sciences. I said, it is going to influence about $23 trillion worth economy of the world by 2023. And by then, they estimated the world economy is going to be about 140 trillion or so. That was a report published in 2015. And so 4 years gone, so there were 8 years of roadmap that, they were seeing that, IoT is going to influence so much. And 4 years gone, it has influenced less than a trillion. Okay? So and a question to the panelists here is, what do you see? And I see most people are grappling with the proof of concept as a service, or skill as a service, so they're creating point solution and trying to solve something for the industries, in different domains. So a lot of effort is limited to that. So where do you see, the money is lying, and why is market not capturing, and what do you think is the solver and the new approach that will help achieve that? If you can take it. Yeah, I'll go first, and Mandar, you can add. So as Anil said, IoT has underperformed, and frankly, in my opinion, it's not because of lack of technology. There are a variety of technology firms, so many startups, so many ecosystems. Each of them come with a niche technology and a solution, and leverages all the levers, which are all the buzzwords. So it's a lot of technology in the play. The problem is that they are not focused on solving business problems.
And again, business problems cannot be solved alone. You need an ecosystem to solve a business problem. So one of the approaches which we are taking is to build this collaborative sort of marketplace where all of the different people can participate, build solutions, share their technology, and monetize it. So that's the approach really which we believe will be successful. So the whole thing starts with the concept of an enterprise command center, where for any particular business or whatever organization is there, it has all the information you need to run your business better. It has all the different common KPIs which are going to impact your top line, bottom line, etc. Your customer, your consumer, your supplier, everything gets tied together. And then IoT is only a tool to bring all this data together, where you can establish this ecosystem of technology, partners, players, solutions, etc. So our focus has, in the couple of industries which Anil mentioned, and we are now packaging our experience of working in similar industries, leveraging experience from partners, startups, academia, building a lot of solutions which will all tie up together, and essentially that's the solution which industry wants, something which is ready-made, proven, but also leverages what are happening around the world, and in terms of technology, keeping it updated all the time, providing you the collaborative and monetization platform as well. So that's the focus what we are seeing, and I believe this approach will be far more successful than people trying to build maybe a sensor or build a platform. We have seen so many platforms come and go, fallen by the wayside, but essentially the core problem was that they did not address a specific business outcome, and that's where we are, changing our focus.
Yeah, so I think another extension of what you discussed. So definitely the challenge is people are solving the business problem, but in addition to that, I have mentioned about the IoT projects is not only about the only analytics, bring the data and run some analytics about that. But IoT project is more about how you converge the engineering and the data analytics. And the moment you say engineering, then lots of infrastructure also comes in the picture. So if you're talking about even if your POC is successful, and if you give a proposal to customer saying that it's a $1 million you have to invest, out of that $1 million, my experience is 600K to 800K goes into the infrastructure, which is in terms of the sensors, gateway, communication, those things, and 200 hardly into the analytics. And that is where actually the customer is a little bit skeptical about whether to invest or not. And that is where the IoT system integrator's role comes into to give a confidence. And now to answer the question that how they will get the confidence is the only reason is a marketplace, and that marketplace can be created by bringing the ecosystem, right? So if I'm delivering a solution and it is going to solve a problem, an industry problem, with some X KPI we have agreed upon, then this is the bill of material for the project, and this is the ecosystem, and they have solved the problem in the past. And this is how I give confidence to my customers. So customer get confident about that, it's proven, and customers are ready to invest money in that. That's no problem.
What I hear is that there is a need for building an ecosystem for more businesses to come and to make it more meaningful for customers in the manufacturing line, that is Price Command Center. So a large focus has been building smart product, and is now moving towards making smart services. So, and then getting to the manufacturing line, making a smart manufacturing. The factory of the future, etc., is now emerging, very strongly. And some of those contenders for PTC thing were and all are they're actually really solving some of these things. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, everyone has started focusing on factory of the future. And then the core is shifting it because a lot of plant modernization could happen through IoT and all of the centralizations and all of the data analytics. And typically, $1 billion spent into a capital project that typically a manufacturing plant would need could be solved through one type of problem. Maybe 100 million can really solve and make the plant modern. I think those are some of the directions people are taking. And of course, the marketplace that you were talking about, a lot of players, startups now were able to build quick solutions. They are not getting paid well. They become startup, they solve something, and then they get lost because something new comes up. So I think monetization of the service and giving them another umbrella where they can really do more research and then build solution on a continuous basis is what will really bring business to them. So if they are able to be successful, I think they will solve more problems. So building the marketplace and ecosystem of alliances, partners, startups, academia, research institutes, bringing them all together is probably that is what will accelerate. And I think that a lot of people are calling them as an IoT accelerator. I've seen some of the companies calling that as an IoT accelerator. Building up a marketplace, building up an ecosystem where everybody can participate and monetize their services is what will accelerate, right? No, coming to the second question that I would want to ask you guys is, where do you see the big bets? Where are the opportunities? Where the biggest impact and created? And if you, what do you see from your perspective could be the key strategy that will change the market? And what will bring more revenue and so cost versus revenue, etc. will make it feasible proposition for companies.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So I think in your initial dialogue you mentioned about the people are more of concentrating on the giving the services. So the moment you see the services, it is all the OEMs who are in the market, maybe in any field, maybe the home electronics, the form of refrigerator, your chillers and those things, maybe the healthcare. All the OEMs are focusing on how they can make the product smarter and provide the services to the customer. So in earlier days, people never took the service as a business as a very seriously as such. But now if they see that those days of checking the quality, you have to be a quality company and all this is gone. Now people look at that how best service you can give, how you make your product. It's a customer centricity. How they give you the best experience to the customer. So
you could buy some examples of that. Like I know you're working on the oil and gas.
Yeah. Yeah. So in oil and gas industry, typically, if you look at the exploration and production industry, where actually they do lots of big bits are there. When you start the drilling, you are not sure whether you will get the oil or not. And they apply all kind of infrastructure in terms of the diesel engine, bringing so many equipment from many places, moving it, and drilling. And they actually hire the equipment on rent. Actually, they don't own anything, and they pay them irrespective of the performance and those things. So if you have hired one equipment and if its efficiency is lower, so for example, if that particular drilling machine it should drill X defined structure in a particular time, and if it is not doing it, the question is on the efficiency. And still, what is happening is you are paying for the fuel, right? So now the services have become outcome basis.
Exploration of oil rig.
Exploration of oil rig
in a remote area.
In a remote area. So exploration of oil rig in the remote area where there are all equipment have gathered. There is a drilling is happening. That drilling is powered by the diesel engine, and you are paying them on number of liter whatever it is consuming. But you are not paying them on the basis of the outcome. So now the industry is changing completely. So how it is changing is if I am providing the drilling machine or whatever equipment is there, I should provide the equipment which is most efficient, right? And how you will monitor the efficiency by connecting whatever equipments are there on the field. So now the service. So for me, I think IoT first it is hitting in the service industry, irrespective of any industry, maybe oil and gas, maybe medical. Medical industry typically it brings lots of compliances. There are so many things that involved. I'm not expert into that, but service is the area where money is, and so one is that you can generate revenue out of the service, and in addition to that, you will be very near to the customer and acquire more and more customers, and that's how you generate your revenue in your regular sales.
Yes, just to complete, today the industry has moved away from the traditional business of supplying products to supplying services. We all know that Uberization of everything is happening, and a lot of things requires IoT at the back end. So, for example, companies like Resmed, They are providing the devices virtually free. What they're providing is a guaranteed quality of sleep for their sleep apnea devices. If you look at Otis elevators, where we're doing a lot of work in it, they are providing the uptime of elevators and passengers, number of passengers moved, and so the revenue model itself has changed. If you see pump manufacturers, they are providing based on the liters of fluid which is pumped. Air compressor manufacturers are providing air as a service. Water purification are providing water as a service. So everything is moved to a service model. And to effectively monetize that and claim your revenue and ensure uptime of all the equipment, there is where IoT is playing more and more part. So earlier theme was smart connected products. Today it is more of providing these as a service. So that's the whole way the industry is shifting, and there is where IoT plays a very important part, and that's where we are seeing a lot of opportunities.
And even I, to add to what you guys said, in life science, just giving another example, and pharma company, large customers like J&J, P&G, and all we've seen, they have hundreds of plants across the world, hundreds of them. And if you really look at the manufacturing execution system, they're very disparate. Their machines are aged, cost of replacement is going to be very high. Their PLCs are dated, a lot of them are not upgraded. And so what is needed over there is protocol normalization and standardization. So if you really want to build an enterprise command center, the protocol normalization, building all of those adapters and standardization of systems, the MES systems and PLC systems is difficult task to do. But if you do at one plant, you can replicate it at other plants. Right? You can say the same thing is going to be done in hundreds of plants. So there is a cost recovery over there, and the speed to value come. So that's where the bulk of the money lies. Because that amounts about 100 million for one customer, 200 million for one customer. And then when you start solving at a product level, in the customer experience side, those solutions are a little tiny unless they are adopted by the product manufacturer themselves, and they start using that IP. It becomes an IP as a service, or otherwise the advantage goes to product manufacturer for making them smart product now. So there are some challenges lying over there in scaling it up further. But when it goes to solving at a manufacturing plant level, the big money lies over there. And what you were saying, Mandar, was the service market, the after service market, basically, where even when you combine IoT with 3D printing, is when you actually create spare parts at the point of use when it is needed and not make it deliver it through the supply chain. You can 3D print it when what is needed at that point in time. I think these combinations will also emerge actually, which will really drive the business, combined through IoT. So, okay, well said. My third question would be, how do you see the ecosystem evolving, and who do you see are important players, and probably from the devices, data, communication, and from all of that, you to make it successful. Where do you see key partners in the ecosystem, um, and what the world should actually adopt?
Yeah, so if you look at the general ecosystem of the IoT, at the very high level, it is basically you have a cloud where you store the data, massage data, you run the analytics. Then you have a gateway which actually connected to the machines or the sensors are connected to any sensor. I think these are the three, and in addition to that, the communication infrastructure. So these are the four elements of the IoT. I think the cloud and the data analytics has been solved actually. There are a lot of commercial models are available to handle that. Where the people are looking at, the ecosystem, you should have a right partner in terms of sensors and the gateway and the.
So my question is slightly probably I didn't complete, but there's a large platform provider, Microsoft has taken up. AWS has taken up. Google is doing it. There are other larger players. PTC is making their own platform. So there are platforms, and there are companies like us who are building their own IoT platform. And there are others also. Now, platform to platform to platform. So how do you really
make an ecosystem where there's a larger ecosystem and there's a smaller and smaller, and all of them work together, and all of them are successful. Nobody can even like. That is probably the question. So how do you see that?
Yeah, so to answer your questions, that system of system and the largest system is, of course, the giants like Microsoft and AWS. They provide the complete data handling facility. But when it comes to the manufacturing plant, when you have to fetch the data from the manufacturing and convert into the meaningful insights, then probably you need a partner like PTC, which has got specific templates ready-made, which are addressing certain manufacturing problems, and combining that PTC with the Microsoft and the giants like HP, because HP was more of a focus on the machines, but now they are focusing on the gateways, IoT gateways mainly. So just look at the best combination of Microsoft Azure, your PTC ThinkWorks, which has got a manufacturing template, HP, and now we had about National Instruments. So National Instruments provide the sensor. So if you have a right set of the components and the partners, who comes and tells customer, hey, look, you need not worry about the interoperability, you need not worry about the integration. Four of us will take care of it, and there is a partner like us who will L&T, who can take care of who has got expertise to take care of all those four components to be, completely meet it properly, integrate it, and deliver a solution. I think that is what problem we are looking at solving problem.
Just to add to what Mandar just said, since this is a venture capitalist and forum, essentially, what are we really talking about here? What we are saying is today there will be a lot of companies who want to invest. They're looking for opportunities to invest. All the venture capitalist funds and investors, and there are companies who are the inventors. They have a certain idea. They believe that this idea has a market and there's a customer and they can scale it up and use funds and grow the business. But the role which a company like us could play is that whenever you have this product which you want to develop into a total solution and take it to market and use the funds, there are a lot of technologies involved. There's physical engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical, sensor, analytics, gateway. So to build a complete product, there is a lot of technology involved. It's not just somebody who knows full stack programming or somebody knows UX. There's a whole stack of, and no company can build all this expertise on their own. So we become a sort of innovation accelerator or innovation hub for all of these companies who have an idea, maybe a half-big product which needs to be scaled up. So we become the scaling amplifier for all of these companies. You got something, we'll build it into a full-fledged, prove it, get the certification, meet the standard, do the end-to-end engineering. And that's the role where I believe we can play, leveraging our skills. And so we are not, we don't sell platform, we can leverage what's out there in the industry, but we help the customer to take that idea into the final product.
In other words, what he's saying is that while there are larger ecosystems would prevail, there will be smaller ecosystems that will get built, and I think the larger ecosystems will continue to provide platform and make money through platform, whereas the smaller ecosystems can focus on industries and specific customers and build solutions and template and leverage the larger platform when it comes to scaling up. I think that's the way to go, is what you're saying. Yeah, makes sense. Is the last question, and then we'll open it to the audience for question. How do you see security? And I think that when you really go to smart home and automation, etc., a lot of privacy also comes into question. And then when you have connected people, connected assets, connected plan, and everything gets connected, the security becomes utmost important, right? So how do you see some of these things getting addressed through IoT practices globally?
Yeah, I think a lot of companies initially had this issue about security and sort of paranoia when you're saying that should we go on the cloud? So can we trust putting all our information on the cloud? Is it acceptable? Can we put medical information on the cloud? Can we put our engineering design on the cloud? So they had a lot of paranoia and maybe justified at that point of time. But the technology has matured. Today, security is taken for granted, right? We don't today, whenever we talk about an Amazon or a Microsoft Azure, we never question the security part because it's been built and baked in and perfected. But as Anil said, when we talk about IoT and you're talking about your smart home and privacy issues, I think privacy is more of an issue rather than security. But also today, being conscious that a lot of things are, in a eavesdropping mode, right? We know Alexa is listening all the time, what's going on, or the Google Home, they're listening. So there is a lot of background information being picked up. If it is exposed in some way or the other, somebody will know when you're not at home, and vulnerable and all of that stuff. So they have built in more of security controls around this. One of them is basically on voice recognition. So personalizing the voice so that it will only respond to your voice. But more important, with an IoT perspective, a lot of companies like Microsoft have actually what they have done is they have put in the security on the chip itself. So right where the device is, the device controller is, the security and all the necessary certificates, etc., is put in at the device level itself. So that sort of use the authentication of the device, the onboarding of the device, and everything is taken care right at the sensor level itself. So the sensor to cloud, that security chain starts at the building it, taking it into the basic sensor itself. It does not come in at an intermediate layer, so somebody can hack the lower layer and get into your system. A lot of improvement has happened. Today, most of the architectures can pass a very audit and vulnerability sort of checks as well.
Yeah, so definitely the security is now moved from a cloud to the gateway level because people are expecting now you run the analytics on the gateway itself and you take the decision on the basis of that. So as Abraham mentioned about, Microsoft has come up with the security layer, which has got 4 layers on the gateway itself. And yeah, so if you look at, there are 2 ways to look at it. In oil and gas industry, any breach into the security would lead to the safety, right? So for example, if there is an oil and gas ball is there on the pipeline, and if somebody breaches that security and enter into that and turning on where it is not required to turn on, then you just look at what situation will be. So that will lead to the safety. But in other case like medical devices and all, this is more from the privacy related, right? So security has its own flavor depending on it changes industry to industry. That is what I see. And typically, earlier the oil and gas industry, because I have seen recently in recent past, the entire Middle East oil and gas industry, they are doing all kind of security audit about all their field devices, and they are revamping their entire sensor controllers, everything, and they are asking those even the PLC and the DCS systems to get totally revamped and take care of the security compliances, which was not earlier a situation.
You have the device level security, you have a data security issue, and then you have edge security, security at the edge, and over the network or the cloud security, all of the cyber security. So 5-6 areas in the security that one would need to address before a solution becomes compliant actually. So something that you develop in Europe may not be compliant, NIST compliant, or US compliant probably, right? And if you develop something for discrete manufacturing may not be applicable to construction company, right? So life sciences would need HIPAA and all of those compliant. So yeah, so probably that's a larger challenge. But there's a saying that security is very important, but let's not hype it. Let's solve it first. Security will come along. So with that, I think I'm done with my questions. So over the people, I saw a lot of people on this side, listening to you carefully. Maybe any question from?
Love the presentations. My quick question to the gentleman over here, or either one, but it sounded like when you were talking about sort of like fractional leasing, powered by the blockchain. When you were talking about how you can leverage leasing, or not, you didn't use the word leasing, but you talked about how professions can have access to materials on an as-needed basis in the medical industry. And I kind of referred to as like fractional leasing.
Yeah, you are right. Blockchain is one of the security technologies, mainly from a traceability perspective. But our point was that how can we build IoT solutions, for customers and contractors.
Well, your customers in this case would be, let's just say the medical industry, sole practitioners who give an opportunity to step outside of their brick and mortar and to be introduced to a new business model of owning materials on an as-needed basis, and being able to perhaps better forecast potential revenues based on either clients or procedures performed. I think it's better.
There's a lot to do with digital supply chain, etc. Yeah, the supply chain would really show the impact of the inventory and the revenue on the real time. Okay. Got only one microphone.
Thanks.
Yeah, we both have that actually.
Bert Wong, I'm actually from this drone deal, so we know about IoT, lots of data created, but I'd like to ask you about the preferred, or maybe you can sketch out the corporate engagement model. So we're working actually putting a deal together with multiple corporates, and there's different steps, different milestones how we engage. Like, let's see there can be some service already provided by us to you. In the energy sector, for example, maybe there's proof of concepts, maybe we can utilize your infrastructure, which could help. Could utilize that, and then of course there's also the financial aspect that could come and roll at one point. There may be a corporate venture arm that says, now we can come in. Can you sketch out this process, the milestones, time frames, how this could work in the corporate startup collaboration model?
Do you want me to take that?
Yeah, so as I said, we are offering basically, as you said, we want to go from different stages: conceptualization, identifying what we want to do, business problem, technical architecture. That's the conceptualization part. Then we move to basically building the solution blueprint. Then we do a POC, and then how do we industrialize, scale up? So to answer the question, what is the different types of models? So we have a couple of models. One can be, based on the outcomes. So we can define certain outcomes. We will back estimate what resources you will put in, what we will put in, what is the collaboration model. Who will front it? Is it going to be a joint fronting with the customer? You're going to front and you subcontract it to us. So there are various models. It can be based on simple things like providing a certain amount of technology services to you. It can be based on actually building a certain outcome-based solution. It can be in the risk and profit sharing sort of model. So we have a variety of models when we go to market and work with partners. So we are pretty flexible, but of course it has to make business sense for everybody.
The point on marketplace that you were addressing in the beginning was that's where everyone will collaborate, and that's why the monetization of services is important. What services you will provide, how the ecosystem would feel, how do you go to market together. The other concept of building innovation hubs or IoT pad, where you actually evangelize few things, get your customers to really look at your solution. That's where you start showing your IP, and then when you go to your customer and draft a contract, you actually clearly define the roles and responsibilities of the partner upfront. Like when you set up an innovation hub, you clearly outline the partners have this role, this is what they, and when I come to you, I will always come together.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, I think this is the last question we're done.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
Thank you very much. So we would move forward with the panel on sharing economy. So I would request Pankur Agrawal. Pankur, can you moderate?
Yeah, of course. Thank you guys. I know it's been a long day, so we'll try to make it as exciting as we can. We have a very diverse panel with us today, so I'll start getting them one by one. Matt, can you please join us on the stage for Anita from Seva Exchange, and then we have Josh from Freewater. Do we have Julie as well? No, okay. So what we're going to talk about today is how these three companies.
Announce Julie.
Yeah, let me see. Julie Defaye. Yeah, I don't think we have Julie in the room. No? Going once, twice. All right. So, as I said, it's a very exciting panel on shared economy. We'll discuss how from Airbnb and Uber, how we have evolved, what are the new challenges, what are the three exciting companies that we have today, do, and how they do relate to the shared economy. Since Anita is seated now, I want to start with her. I want them to introduce on how and what they do in the shared economy space. And I want them to emphasize how they are a little different than what all initiatives and opportunities and all the other different startups are out there as well. So I'll give the mic to you, Anita.
Hi, my name is Anita Bieberg, and I'm the CEO of Save Exchange Corporation. We have a new take on volunteering. So what we are doing is something actually that's been around for 25 years called time banking. And within a community, every hour somebody volunteers for a neighbor, a nonprofit, or whoever, they get an hour back for themselves, for their needs. So we believe, what we're doing in the sharing economy is sharing time. There's many things that we can talk about in sharing economy, but a lot of people, when they think about it, they think of Uber or Airbnb, but we believe that's more of the access economy. When I think of sharing economy, we have providers and customers, like drivers for Uber. They would be providers, but we need to talk about things that, we have to make sure that those providers are taken care of and they're treated with dignity, and as well as to make sure that the customers don't like in case of Airbnb, they don't trash the place and things. But there are many regulations and rules and things that we have to come up with when we're building a platform for the sharing economy, as well as, for our country, so, yeah.
Thank you for that. Let me pass the mic to Matt, who's going to talk about his venture.
And my name is Matt Falk. I'm the CEO and founder of Easy Expo. We talk about the sharing economy, like we kind of share almost everything. There's one thing that I think is missing is sharing traffic or network ecosystem across every organization. So one of the key challenges actually was brought up in the last panel is every company is running in silos, and like for IoT or blockchain, you need to have a network ecosystem where you can actually work with other stakeholders to actually pull together. So what we've done is that we come with a virtual collaborative network where you can actually launch a virtual expo, virtual training, and virtual job fair. Those are three critical components of any organization. Doesn't matter whether it's for-profit, nonprofit, or startup. You need those three critical components to expand and grow. So one of the things that we see is that we're working with one of the customers, like Global Blockchain Association. They have over 100 local chapters, and they are really excited to see the potential, how we can potentially connect all 100 local chapters, all connected over 80 countries. So they'll be able to drive cross-promotion traffic and share knowledge across multiple areas.
Now taking sharing to the next level, different twist, shared economy concept. I present Josh.
Hi everyone, my name is Josh Cliffords and I'm the CEO of FreeUbi. FreeUbi is going to be the world's first free supermarket, and we launched this year. Free water just happens to be our first product. Basically, it's going to be cheaper than junk mail. So all you guys are going to get your groceries for free, for cheaper than the cost of junk mail, more individualized than Google. And it's a different type of advertising play because you're going to be happy that we saved you money, that we're saving the environment, and we're donating to charity. But our aspect of the sharing economy lies in two ways. You guys are going to simply download the app, place your order, have your groceries, so starting with water, sent to your house, and our drivers are going to receive shared our revenue. And so our drivers are going to be earning 2 to 5 times the salary of an Uber or Lyft driver with a quarter of the time, but we're still going to save 85 to 90% the cost of the US Postal Service. So it's going to allow us to redefine shipping. And on the other aspect, as you guys use our model, you guys are going to be able to decide if you want us to share your data with the world. And so when you allow us to sell your data on the open market, you guys are going to receive half the revenue of that as well.
That's what I call the dignity of providers to actually share the equity.
I think that's a great introduction by the panel. By the way, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't introduce myself. I was excited about the panel more than anybody else after talking to them beforehand. So I'm a technologist at Intel. I work in the 5G strategy domain, and Intel, as you know, is now becoming a data company. So my role is business development and strategy around 5G and for different infrastructure needs around for corporates. I also help with startups in business development. That's my side role, which I enjoy more. And I'm here to moderate the panel asking relevant questions on your behalf, and then we'll open up the floor later on for more questions. As you just saw, we had 3 different types of shared economy startups based on the time share, one based on the services, based on shared revenue, and how they are evolving. But what I wanted to touch base upon very quickly is by having examples of each of them about what does success look like? What is their vision of what's the next step, wherever they are in their adventure right now? How would they define what is their vision of success for their own company and their product, and give examples from there?
For me, I deem success as in, let's say, the next 5 years from now, that when people think of volunteering, it would be actually as time banking, where you wouldn't even think about volunteering unless you're getting your time back. It sounds selfish, but it actually isn't, because our whole principle is everybody has needs, and everybody has something they can give and share to others. So it's more of like, again, dignity. That's really important to us, that we want to equalize society. We can't do it necessarily in the professional world, but we can certainly do it in the volunteer world.
For us, we want to be the Amazon of local community, or actually from the network collaboration perspective, we want to build out local community by different niche, as well as for the vertical market. We want to be the Amazon of network collaboration for every vertical industries. We already started with clean tech, blockchain, and obviously IoT and many others. So our whole core vision is to help companies to get started with minimum costs. The more we dig into the problem, there's about 50 to 60% of the overhead cost for customer acquisition, talent acquisition, and training. If we can drive that cost down to like bare bone 20% or less, that's a winner for all startups.
So currently it's more profitable to destroy the world than to save it. That's why we drop all these bombs all the time. I mean, let's be real. And so our answer to saving the world is that we're going to pay you to take the products that you consume on an everyday basis, starting with free water. And so you're going to receive free water, free shipping, and for every unit you drink, we give 10 cents to build water wells for people in need. And so not only are we going to profit while saving the world, but just in under 5 years, we believe we'll be able to build water wells for just 1 billion people. There's only about 900 million people that don't have water right now. So we believe in under 5 years, we'll be able to save 3 million plus lives a year, and not the UN, NATO, or anyone has put anything in place for that. And every time we introduce a new free product, we introduce a new charitable cause. So 5 years from now, I would say our success would be defined as being successful with water. We just need 10% of the US population to switch from paying for water to being paid to drink it, and we'll build water wells for 1 billion people.
That sounds very exciting. Now, on the different dimension, right? I mean, we talked about the people who are going to be consumers of these particular services or shared benefits. Now, there are concerns around when you sit in an Uber, for example, right? If there's an accident, who's going to pay for it? Is it okay or not okay? Each of these companies, there are similar challenges we see: dignity, credibility, safety. How are you, authenticity for that matter, credibility? How are you guys thinking of dealing with those issues as you move forward in your venture?
I'm actually part of the ISO standards for determining what the sharing economy is, so it's actually good because we're building our company as figuring what those standards are. In our system, we have a peer-to-peer review of every interaction. We have to make sure that both sides, the one receiving the service as well as the one giving, have avenues to, like, if it's a disgruntled thing or if something didn't go right, they have ways, to contact us, and we have to respond right away. If there really is a problem, take them out of the system. If someone is trying to scam someone, taking action is really important. So many times I've tried to complain on some website or try to call a phone number, and it's just like an automated thing. And it's like, do these people even care? That's not the type of company we want to be. That's why, well, yeah.
In our case, we work with mostly B2B customers, like associations, organizations, and companies. So basically, we will work with them and make sure we understand their stakeholders' expectation and make changes on a regular basis to make sure that we're on the right page. But the bottom line is that we want to bring out a virtual collaborative network where you can actually work with any organization within your company and outside the company. And that's really our ultimate goal for success.
So I think our biggest chasm we have to cross is the fact that today, in the physical world, cheap is considered junk. You think 99-cent store, dollar store, whatever. But in the digital world, free is amazing. Facebook, Google, Fortnite. And so our first product is going to be free alkaline water. It's the highest quality product that you could purchase today. And so we always want to have the highest quality product for obviously the cheapest price. It doesn't get better than free. But so we want to be known as the free whole food opposed to free just lousy products. And so that'll be difficult at first because many people are going to hear, oh, free groceries, that must be pretty low quality. But obviously the reputation will speak for itself.
So I'll build on the last comment by Josh. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. We all know that, right? In the shared concept, be it Airbnb, be it Seva Exchange, be it Easy Expo, be it free water providing to the consumers. How does the culture play a role? Which are the markets that you already are seeing are more adoptable or not adoptable? How do you deal with the cultural challenges around the shared services and products?
I was mentioning to you before, we were actually asked by Saudi Arabia to create a national time baking system, but they wanted to use a government tracking ID and separate the men and the women. And at the end of the day, we thought, I'm not sure if this is a good thing, so we passed on it. But I mean, that's a cultural thing. It's a different way of doing it. So not every country, the last thing I would ever want is someone to get in trouble for helping another person. I mean, obviously they should do things legal and all, but those are cultural things. So every country that we're expanding to, because we have communities already in 99 countries, so they're going to be moving to our platform, but we have to look at the rules and the culture and how things are done and be mindful of those things. And that takes a lot of time. It's not just, ooh, here's an app and boom, it's in this country. It takes a lot of understanding, and even the language. You can't just use Google Translate to throw it in there. Some of the words, we might, we just have to be mindful and have someone in that country definitely share that with us.
For us, we actually want to start off with something basic or something that everybody knows is word of mouth marketing referrals. That is nothing new. It's been around for many years. That is something that we want to start off and then start to educate customers that, hey, you can refer customer, you can refer, talent pool and knowledge or exchanging knowledge for whatever content. So those are not new concept, but I think the challenge is always that, how do you actually make that happen, right? And that's gonna take time and patience for companies and so forth.
My wife is European, I'm from LA, but I lived in Europe the past few years, and originally we were gonna launch in London and Berlin. However, we had a problem in that all the VCs from Europe all said that they were copycat investors, that they only wait to see how something happens here first, and then they copy it if it's successful. So we moved the project from London to here. But the difference, aside from that, was in London and Europe, people walk, and people are much healthier than we are in the United States. So our whole model was based on people walking by us to get their free items. And so with here, that doesn't really work, except maybe in New York City in the subway system or whatever. And so we had to completely respond by kind of creating a new model for last mile shipping, because Americans want everything sent right to their door. And so it was a big change from going from the European model to the American model.
Great insights from the panel around culture and how they changed their way of working to accommodate that. Now, I also want to talk about how they're scaling. When I say scaling, meaning how they're expanding. What are the hurdles they're facing? Is it regulatory? Is it governments? I mean, you mentioned some of the government issues that you faced. But what are the plans for scale and making it big? How do you achieve that operationally?
We kind of have an advantage because time baking is in almost over 100 countries. However, this is very new. This is a new platform. We have to look into, I mean, for us, it's more of like technology, infrastructure issues, language barriers. Those are things that we're looking into. Of course, regulations. We have to always be aware. I mean, if we just focus on the U.S., that itself, regulations change all the time. So we have to make sure we comply. But I mean, to do a global company, yeah, I do see this as a men's thing. I'm taking it seriously, but that's all.
We just actually start up with a program we call the Digital Collaboration Program, where you actually like a digital marketing agency. So we can actually help marketing agency to actually come on board and leverage the platform because we have a common goal to help all customers to get more organic traffic without paying hefty, expensive advertising campaign. So we also just launched a program. We actually we just launched a virtual trade mission to Ghana and also Vietnam. So those we actually rely on other channel partners to actually come on board to get on the platform so that they can help all the companies and customers.
Usually a company's scaling is limited to how many products they could sell, but we're technically going to pay you to take our products away. So it's going to be distributed as fast as we could produce it. And since our advertising medium is going to be half the price of junk mail, but more direct than Google AdWords, there's not going to be any shortage of people paying for our ad space. But if you look at history, all the sharing economy companies today are being systematically eradicated by government lobbyists. You look at Uber, Airbnb, they're getting kicked out of big cities one by one. You can't have, and it was just a quick law change with Airbnb. All they said was you can't rent your apartment for less than 30 days. And that's Atlanta, New York City, Paris, Prague, you name it. And so our industry, especially starting with free water, we could have some issues because Nestle, Coke, and Pepsi pay $500 for every 120 million liters of water they extract in the state of California. So all of our water bills cost more than they get for hundreds of millions of bottles of water. And so they could instantly say, hey, we don't like these guys, shut off their tap. Or increase their water prices so high that we can't be in business. But we feel that our business model is kind of lobby-proof because the first politician that shuts down the world's first free supermarket, I don't think he'll get reelected. But aside from that, we're obviously looking to make a partnership with Coke or Pepsi as soon as we can.
So, in a sense of time, I know you're given a shorter amount of time. It's already 5, and I'm supposed to moderate the next big session as well. So I'm going to open the floor right now questions from the audience if they have any. If they have any questions around how their business model is going to work, how do they think things are progressing. I'll take here from Dr. Murthy.
Quick question for Anita, and it applies to probably you as well. There is what's called a barter system that you are familiar with. How different is this from barter system where you can services or time you can barter? And then how do you evaluate whose time is what value, right? You know, does the hairdresser charge whatever he charges or she charges versus someone who is something else? I don't want to compare, but you know, or give a pastor comes and gives you, you know, some sermons and so on to keep you in the peace and so on. So how do you do that? And not easy.
Not easy question enough as well.
Actually, I can answer that right away. Every hour of anybody's time on our volunteer platform is equivalent to anyone else's. That's why I said we couldn't equalize society in the professional world, but we can in the volunteer space. Because it's something you're doing that you're passionate about for someone else and helping. And who was here, who was on, he said something really cool. And then you can get the needs met for your honeydew list. That's that was kind of cool that someone mentioned. So yeah, give your time to things that you really care about. Maybe you're into sports, teaching someone a sport or a language, and then have someone else reorganize your garage or, you know, paint the shed or whatever things you don't want to do. So that's how we're handling it. In terms of the barter economy, we are partnering with Community Exchange System. They are a global system that is doing barter. They do have fiat currency. We're starting with time banking, and we want to focus on that right now because that's what we know. We've done it for 25 years, but we are actually still architecting it and helping that system as well for CES. So in the US, it'll be difficult. We didn't want to combine it because it's taxable. Bartering is taxable in this country, and time banking is not. There are 3 legal cases that have shown that it is not taxable because the primary reason is for like volunteer recruitment and things. So they've kept it. But if we started adding barter and things, then that would change things. So in the US, we are going to stick to time banking.
Any other questions? If not, thank you. Thanks a lot for coming, and thanks a lot for staying that long. I hope you had a good time. We're going to go to the next exciting session where we have a company going to pitch here for 5 minutes each. If you have not received an email, you should check your inboxes. If you have not, I think the nominations have been logged in, Atul?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then once you hear the pitches, there will be a chance to evaluate them as well and give your feedback on which pitches are good or not, or better than others in your opinion. I think that's very valuable. So we'll have a pitch session starting quickly. Every company will have 5 minutes, and I don't know the order yet, but let me talk to Atul and he'll bring the order in. I want to do a quick check on what all companies are present.
Yeah.
Do you have the order?
Yeah.
You want to announce the order or give me the order?
Yeah, you have to.
I just want to do a check on which companies are present in the room. So if you have to switch anything, you can do that. And this is the final list that we got after a lot of nominations were done.
Start from the top.
Okay. Do we have Christopher from Realkey? All right, good. Do we have ZenSpace, Mayank? All right. Do we have Jennifer from, it is Zenica? No? Jennifer Wong?
She's on the way. She's coming.
She's on the way, okay. John Yoon? Here. Very good. Elnaz Saraf? No? Ajay Jotwani? Anita, we don't
I know he's here in the building, so it must be him.
All right, okay, if you can ping him. So I think we have the top first 6 here. So we can start with Christopher from Realkey. Ready when you are. You have 5 minutes. That includes Q&A, right, Atul?
Yeah.
Yes, it includes Q&A. So if you want to present something or you just like to talk, that's fine.
You send me the deck?
Yes.
Okay.
Question. I have a suggestion.
Sure.
If now companies are present, can we adjust the time so that even 7 minutes might help? I don't know.
So we have 10 listed out. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Let's see how it goes. Yeah. I don't want to give time in the beginning and then later you have time. I want to give every company a chance.
Okay,
Of
I
course,
can
yes,
play
yes.
yours.
And I know we have some standbys as well. As from the startups goes, I think Josh
Yeah,
has
but this
graciously agreed to talk as a standby. So yeah, let's just keep it at 5, including Q&A, please. I'll give you, somebody will give you a 3-minute mark, Christopher.
Okay, sure.
That way, you're
Alright,
there.
so are we going with no decks?
You don't have a it's
There's
not
no
ready.
connector.
Does anybody have one laptop?
I have my laptop.
Yeah.
That works.
The first pitch issues, technical issues.
No, I don't have a connector to this. This is new.
HP works. I think HP should work, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody wants to send me their deck too? We can just use this. Just send it to Christopher Realkey.
Yeah, let's make sure it works first. Then we can.
Everybody can see it?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
You want yours?
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you get 3-minute mark warning.
3 minutes. We'll make it pretty quick.
And then 2 minutes for Q&A.
And then what's the thing for this?
Yeah.
Just flip this.
First play it and then.
All right. I can probably just use this. Hey, there we go.
Okay, so you start.
Sure. All right, cool. So my name is Christopher Hussein. We are a mortgage technology company, so it makes sense that I have a background in mortgage. I was the #1 mortgage originator in the US for 2 straight years. I'm one of only 4 people with a license in all 50 states. And I have 2 successful exits behind me, one of which was an online mortgage brokerage called Symbio that raised about $50 million before getting acquired. So obviously getting a mortgage is a painful process. Where we exist is not in the sales process or the closing process. It is in the most painful and time-consuming process of actually going through and getting all the documentation from all the different parties. Now imagine as a loan officer, as a quarterback, how difficult this is for me. It's very painful, and this is why I cannot go through and grow my businesses, because I'm bogged down with all the transactions in play. For the consumer, the reason why you're going to go through and repeat and give referral business is that we need to set proper expectations, not ask for the same thing twice, and resolve problems quickly. This has led to our solution. Our solution to the problem is that after you take an application, credit is ran, we take the data directly from the lender's system, and we go through and we analyze it using built-in underwriting rules. We then grab all of the different parties involved, title, escrow, appraiser, whoever it may be, get through APIs and OCR text recognition, meaning you upload a document, we extrapolate the data, and then we intelligently condition for more or less data. We then take all of that, package it into a Cliff Notes like package to underwriting, so you get no conditions. This saves a lender a ton of time and money, as well as for you, the consumer, you're more likely to repeat business. So lots of money involved for our paying users, which are the lenders. They're the ones who pay us, the salespeople, the processors, and the underwriters. We charge $99 per month per seat. We've actually hit almost $1 million in annual recurring revenue. We are profitable, cash flow positive, and so doing quite well. We're doing this by filling the gaps of the current systems in the space. Since we don't have too much time, I'm going to go through and skip through that. We can get into that in any due diligence if anybody wants to follow up with me. Again, we are a first mover in the space, which is great for us. We're not going through and trying to go through and do the same thing of the current solutions that are out there. Besides the $99 per month, we also are going to be adding additional per transaction fees of $35 to $70 to go through and match consumers up with the right product and the right lender in the future. And we have a lot of lead gen opportunities as well. We expect to triple our annual recurring revenue before the end of the year using the current round that we're raising of about $1 million. This is part of our marketing strategy. We've already proven it out at $20 to $30 cost of acquisition per client, fairly low. And we also have strategic endorsements through the National Association of Realtors who has invested in us. Besides myself, I've got a great team here. It's kind of an Ocean's 11 team. Datascience.com, Director of Engineering, Locke Nguyen, who that was acquired by Oracle. Alan Tifford actually was the design lead for TurboTax, one of the most complicated things that you deal with in your personal finance.
2 minutes left.
And also the head of marketing strategy for eSurance. Again, I mentioned that we were cash flow positive. We are going to be raising an additional round at the end of the year of about $5 to $8 million to go through and to further automate the process, add additional marketing teams for our larger enterprise clients. And then we actually plan to get into things like student loans, auto loans, and personal loans to go through and to take over the lending and finance industry. Here are some of our milestones. Let's get through that. Very important that for the companies that currently exist that raise a lot of capital, we can help them accelerate their growth. Some of the companies that are very large in the space, whether it be the lenders or loan origination systems they use to take your application, run your credit, and give you legal documents, will help them to keep up with innovation, points of differentiation. The real estate companies are actually growing their lending divisions, which is why it was very important to have the National Association of Realtors invest in us. And as we continue to grow Intuit, DocuSign, Zillow is already in the lending space. They just bought a mortgage brokerage. Open Door is already in it as well. Amazon is also in the lending space. Raising at currently a $10 million valuation. We've already got 300K of the current $1 million round, and we will give discounts to anybody putting in larger investments. Our minimum is $25,000 to go through and to get involved in revolutionizing the mortgage industry. Open up to quick questions. These are some of the awards we've ran, that we've won. So I know it's very fast, very short time, so I do speak quickly when I have a short time. I think it will lot.
15 seconds.
Yes.
There's your $25,000 minimum get diluted when it comes on.
So we've been very poignant about our raising and how we are approaching our raise. That's why we're raising $1 million right now, and we're not going straight for the 5 to 8. Not only do we internally want to avoid dilution, we also want our investors to avoid as well.
Your fees, what part of that?
Fees? Oh, our fees that we charge? Yeah. It's $99 per month per user. They can do as many transactions as they want as a lender. So that's saving the consumer. If they go through and they don't pass it on. Underwriting is typically $9.95 and processing.
I think.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Time's up.
Okay.
Thank you, Christopher.
Appreciate it, guys.
May I request everyone to send your scores for this participant? There is a score button. If you have received an email with a button, there is a score. So just send scores for this.
All right, is a single company coming?
By the way, before he starts, just want to let you know, Ajay is not coming.
Okay.
So that one company is gone, so maybe you can adjust the time and.
We have a standby.
accommodate that
We have a standby. Thank you for that. Thanks.
Go ahead. Can you distribute this?
Sure.
So I have some brochures, take one and pass one, get interested, share them, share economy.
All right, ready when you are. Just getting this through, I'll just put the HDMI.
Next company can't see.
Hmm?
Next company can't see.
After this, is there any button I need to push?
Jennifer? Okay. After.
Do you know how this works? Okay. Hey.
You know how it's.
Well, I'm actually trying to make this HDMI. Is this the what about this? See?
Here we go. Okay. Here you are. All right. Yeah. What? Just give me 1 second. Okay, I will stand here and do it. All right, I can help you if you want. All right, hi everyone. My name is Mayank Agarwal. I'm the founder and CEO of ZenSpace. We are an on-demand workspace company. We have this is a real picture of our product. It's a workspace which can be installed in less than 2 hours in a public space, generates revenue, integrates IoT and networking, operates with a mobile app which you can download from the App Store. And by the way, Christopher, I want to thank you for going first. Actually, I was almost first in the voting round for first 2 seconds. So thanks for going first. And it was a great pitch, by the way. So in the room, we have Ted Simon, who is our Chief Revenue Officer, and myself. Both of us very rich background in technology, sales, marketing, and large corporations and enterprises. Why did we create ZenSpace? We created ZenSpace because this was a problem we all were facing, and I'm pretty sure most of you in the room actually have been in this problem. Sitting at the convention center on the floor like that, or on the road using a computer. We want, or an airport or coffee shop, even inside your office spaces where you have hard time finding a private, quiet space for a meeting. So the numbers are staggering. So we spend a lot of money in travel, $1.33 trillion only last year, almost on an average of $1,000 per trip. And we actually spend a lot of time on the airports, in convention centers, and likes of those. And that's where we believe the value of our product will be. Another big fact, remote workers and flexible workspaces is growing fast. We all know how big WeWork is, or the other co-working solutions are Liquid Space, Breather, likes of those. If you've heard of those companies. One of the things that we noticed is, of course, WeWork is actually, Regis is looking into creating large co-working spaces and selling memberships, bringing in offices and other things. But creating spaces in lobbies like these, this is actually one of the things that we see as a big gap. When you go to the airport, how can I actually create a small 20 or 30 or 40 square feet workspace into a revenue generating space for my venue, as well as giving an opportunity for business travelers to be able to use it for their work, and a massive advertising opportunity in addition to that. So what we created is the ZenSpace Smart Pods, and these are units which you can assemble in less than 2 hours. They can be extended. They are on wheels. You can roll them. You can forklift them, and they combine smart access systems, lighting, all kind of comforts which you need in a workspace. And they operate with the mobile app, which is on the right-hand side. Imagine, I like to make a comparison with Robotaxi, which Tesla is about to launch sometime soon. It's like Uber, autonomous car, but it's autonomous workspace which operates with an app when you need it and where you need it. So very little amount of human intervention except for cleaning the glass and a little bit of maintenance.
2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. And so very little maintenance on that. And there are 3 verticals which we are going after, but one at a time, because of course each of these verticals are multi-billion-dollar verticals as we see it. So public spaces, events and conferences, and co-working and office spaces. We started with events and conferences because we see a huge need at a show like Consumer Electronics Show, Mobile World Congress, and likes of those when you go and spend 2 or 3 days. It's absolutely impossible, loud, noisy, fine spaces. That's why we are targeting number 1. We are now starting to expand into public spaces. In July, we are rolling out in Las Vegas with some large customers, and I'll talk about that. So these are the 3 verticals that we are going after. Sorry, and of course, we lease these spots. Some of this information is in the brochure which I've shared with you guys. We actually are creating a model called Workspace as a Service. So you can actually lease these spots on a monthly basis and generate revenue with us along with that. And more details I can share if somebody's interested. The unit economics is pretty good. For ZenSpace specifically, in year 1, the capex is high because we have to, of course, there's a hardware component to it. So the margins are low, but on a perpetual basis, year 2 onwards, we believe is a huge revenue opportunity and profit opportunity for the customers. We are looking at approximately $1.2 to $1.4 million of revenue before end of this year, based on the customer list we have. And yep, well, I would actually, the biggest thing that I want to highlight is the revenue potential that you have per pod as a venue owner. $30,000 to $100,000 per year per pod.
15.
Yep. Okay, I will jump onto so, and this is the traction that we have. So this is on the left hand side, the customers which we have, because as I mentioned, events industry is the first one which we targeted.
Time up.
And now into commercial real estate. Actually, this is time up. So I will, if there is any question from
no.
anyone,
Please could do.
Feel free to network with network with Mayank, right?
All right,
Nice
awesome.
round. Thank you. Now Jennifer. Jennifer is next, right? Yes. Yes. So while she's setting up, Mike is going to be around. Please feel free to reach him, talk to him about it. He's going to be here around for another hour, Mike. Are you going to be here around till 6? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. You need to put this in. Who's the next company? So that they are ready with their laptop, at least the
John Yoon.
John Yoon is here. Okay, next one. So, yes, thank you.
You guys have the remote.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. This should work.
Oh, the clicker.
Yeah, I mean, if you need it. And the mic. It's not working. You plug the USB in. That's okay. Maybe just use the
Okay.
thing. Sorry.
No problem.
All right. Hello, I'm Jennifer Wong. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Phytozenica, a healthcare tech company that provides a global, decentralized digital fundraising platform for botanical medicine. In the US, botanical drugs are FDA-approved herbal therapies prescribed to patients to treat disease or have insurance coverage. So why should we focus on botanicals? Think about prescription drugs in today's market. Traditional pharma drugs do not help patients recover from most disease. Pharma drugs are like Band-Aids. They mask symptoms, patients take them forever, they're filled with side effects, plus they're very expensive. These drugs are the standard of treatment for patients all over the world. But what happens when patients don't recover from disease? They all end up in hospitals sooner or later, and endless hospitalizations are bankrupting our healthcare systems. Let's look at botanical medicine. The best botanicals reverse disease with sustained results and no side effects, plus they're much cheaper. So why are botanical drugs more popular in the US? Most botanical companies do not have capital or expertise to do clinical trials. To make matters worse, nearly all centralized VC funds focus on pharma drugs and neglect botanicals. But botanical medicine is an open and tapped $153 billion market and very popular in Asia and Europe. Take a look at China's traditional Chinese medicine or TCM market. TCM is a $40 billion market in China. Look at US and China population, healthcare costs, and drug sales. China has 5 times as many citizens as the US, yet China spends 1/5 of what the US spends on healthcare. Americans pay 4 times as much for drugs as the Chinese, yet America is the sickest first world country on earth with the shortest life expectancy. Botanical medicine will help improve US healthcare. So how do we globalize botanical medicine? Digital fundraising with blockchain technology. This is our ecosystem. Phyta is our digital token that runs the entire platform. Our digital fundraising platform allows botanical companies to quickly raise funding for clinical trials. Our botanical experts design clinical trial strategy for botanical companies. Investors all over the world can now directly invest in botanical therapies and receive security tokens tied to each asset. Then Phyta and security tokens can be conveniently listed and traded on our internal exchange. We're also building an app for supply chain validation for botanicals. Now all of us, everyone in this room, can directly invest in the best botanical therapies in the world. Digital investing is a better way to invest. It's easier, it's faster, and it's secure. It gives us decentralized equal opportunity fundraising for botanicals. Our blockchain is built in Haskell, making transactions secure, fast, and scalable. How fast? 1 second transactions. How scalable? 10,000 transactions per second. No more investing through a time-consuming fund or going at it solo. Our experts do all the vetting, and we only select the best botanical projects.
2 minutes.
We focus on profitable billion-dollar markets. Fast, approval in 5 years. Pharma drugs take 10 to 15 years. Cheap, $2 to $30 million to develop. Pharma drugs cost $500 million to $2 billion to develop. And a track record of previous sales or strong clinical trial data. Our team. My background is in business strategy, market research, marketing, and sales for the healthcare and biopharma industries. My co-founder, Alex, founded 2 botanical companies and has 35 years of experience in biotech, med devices, and tech. Our chief technology officer is investing capital to build our blockchain. Our chief legal officer is a veteran in the blockchain industry. We're raising $750K and we'll launch pilot botanical projects at the end of the year. So who benefits from phytozeneca? All of us. The biggest healthcare topics are getting all patients insurance coverage and reducing drug prices. But when patients don't recover from disease, giving all patients insurance only bankrupts insurance companies and raises our own insurance premiums. Making drugs cheaper is great, but if patients don't have access to drugs that help them recover, the same problem remains. Enabling botanical medicine to flourish benefits patients, botanical companies, investors, insurance companies, and insurance buyers. So I hope you'll join us in building phytozeneca. Join us to help patients all over the world, and join us because we all hate high insurance premiums. Thanks so much. Yes.
5 seconds.
So we're very selective, especially in our early pilot projects. We want quick turnaround projects.
Time is up. Yeah. Sorry.
We can talk maybe afterwards.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
That's great. What just happened?
Is there anything running?
Not working. I stepped out. Things fall apart. Where the sound comes from? Yeah, it's from your laptop. No, something is playing in the background. I turned everything off. Is there a signal you're sending? That's all.
No, I don't know.
Something was here. Oh, he's just trying to wake you up, guys. That's all. All right. Why is the lighthouse shine, not the everything else? All right. There you go. Yep.
Sorry about the noise. Just get you guys' attention. After all, we are a video analytics company. My name is John Yoon. I'm the founder of TildaWatch. And before TildaWatch, I was at Nutanix. They went IPO, and I really like the startup space, so I decided to go with. Well, I was just employed there, but I decided to go with my own startup. I was in the automation team, so with my expertise in automation and cloud computing, I decided to do the scalable solution on the video space. We did the alpha testing with the Stanford entrepreneurship class. We did the Y Combinator startup school, and now we're with the SV Link, which is done by U First Capital.
So the problem with the video, the current problem is that our attention span is getting shorter. People's expectation when they see the first content, it has to be viral. It has to capture your attention. That's why like thumbnails on the YouTube are getting weirder and weirder because it wants to catch your attention. And catching your attention is very profitable business. All these new startups that came up right now, they have such a short contents, but they're able to generate so much money. And there's money in short contents and also big contents, longer contents. So what Tilda Watch is doing is that on the timeline, we put where the exactly location of the highlights are. So that people can jump to the highlights and share these highlights so that when people first look at the highlight, they have an option of switching to the full video experience. This is kind of important because if you think about like Netflix or Amazon Prime, in the future, people will be looking at the highlights first before they switch over to watching the full video experience. And right now, the problem is that people have to find the highlight and then find the original content. There's a big friction there when people are trying to make money from the media. Tilda Watch solved this problem by analyzing the video contents in a very efficient way. We tend to look at certain highlights based on the sound cues, and we cut down the candidates for the highlights, and then we do the detailed analysis using machine learning. That's why video analytics is very expensive computationally. But we solve this problem by doing smart things like sound analysis, which cut down a lot of processing time. So video is being consumed by most people right now. Video is overtaking Facebook as a medium that takes people's attention most of the time. And the esports market is something that's growing really big right now. So even though we had algorithms for TED Talks, video lectures, and all different things, we decided to focus on the esports market because that's where the money is. And we not only have a web application, but we also have iOS and Android app, and you can check it out on the App Store right now. We built a social networking platform right into it so that we can start collecting data on the parts of the videos based on people's feedback, comments, emojis, so that we're trying to build a video database that's bigger than YouTube. Right now, YouTube, if you look at the comments are all over the place. So you cannot get good understanding of what the video is about, especially when you're talking about one video segment. But by building a social network platform, we are building a database that can rival the big companies in the future. Our ecosystem, we work with the game providers so that we have a much better direct access to their marketplace and their user bases. We also work with the YouTube, Twitch. We use their content directly. We are trying to build on top of the giants so that we don't have to do policing, talking about the like violent or sexual contents, all that policing stuff. We're trying to build on top of existing platform and trying to do revenue split. We don't host the contents ourselves because that's way much easier for us to get into the market without spending a whole bunch of money on the hosting. Yeah, I'll go over the other details in person to you. But our monetization is a little different. We are trying to build on top of this platform and eventually work our way into partnership with Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, so that people get into our platform to get the quick understanding of what the content's about, and eventually pay in money in subscription or other business models to make bigger money out of it. I mean, we can definitely look into advertisement, IP licensing, but video search is what we're really after. So we did, as I mentioned before, we did the alpha testing, baki validation, beta testing. We filed the patent for our video player, our algorithms. We just filed we're just about to file the international patent. We built the apps. Right now, what we're looking for is just money so that we can just put, because social media market is winner takes all market.
Time up.
If we have the market to grab everybody's attention and expand, I feel like this is going to be a very successful startup where we can make money in the future.
I think we can just talk about it while the next guide comes up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. So I have the experience in automation and machine learning. Rest of my teams, they have 10 or 15 years of experience. They're veterans. They're very easy to work with. We're trying to raise money so that we can all work full time without having to worry about finance for the next year or two.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're trying to raise $1 million and $7 million valuation. Thank you so much.
I think that's the most important part, the valuation. Please emphasize on whatever is the most important for a company in the beginning, I would suggest, because you run out of time and then you don't want to rush through your summary slide and the most important takeaways. So please maybe start with that or bring it at 3-minute mark. That will be very helpful for your presentations. While we are setting it up for Anika, Seva Exchange. So I'll repeat my suggestion at 3-minute mark. Maybe you want to jump onto your summary slide so you don't lose the message and you don't have to rush through it. Thanks a lot. Very interesting concept. And here we present Anika. Thank you.
Check out the actual results on the website and the app. It's going to impress you because we talk with the professional gamers and they approve it.
And he's around, so please feel free to talk to him. And he can show you a demo right away. All right. Yeah. There you go.
Thanks, Sam.
Hello again, my name is Anita Bieber, as I mentioned before, and we are reinventing volunteerism. Just last year alone, the US made $410 billion they received in donations. And yeah, that's a huge market for nonprofits. So we are doing business with nonprofits. We have a plan to make an aggressive play in the volunteer economy and emerge as a leader. So our chairman, Edgar Kahn, is the founder of Time Banking. He's actually 84 years old. He came up with the concept when he had his heart attack and when he was in his 40s. He is actually a civil rights leader. He worked for President Johnson. Myself, I've been appointed as a senior time banking fellow, and I spent a decade managing enterprise and mobile software development. We actually have I want to acknowledge Carol here. She's our chief evangelist and a former research scientist from Consensus, and everyone else we have decades of domain expertise. So let's start. What is time banking? Within a trusted community, every hour you volunteer, you can earn a time credit that is redeemable for an hour of help for yourself. Or you can donate it to someone else in need, which is better than volunteering because you're doubling your volunteer impact. So what do we actually do? We connect, motivate, and retain valuable volunteers for community-minded organizations. And we do this by providing an innovative volunteer management platform using AI, blockchain, and time banking principles. I mentioned before, the market opportunity is actually quite huge. Nonprofits, they manage 63 million volunteer workers in the US and paid $102 billion in admin costs to do so. It's quite wasteful. So usually if whatever they earn, it's about 25% that goes towards admin costs. And we guesstimated that about 11 billion was spent on just volunteer recruitment. So what is the problem we're trying to solve? Each year, 21 million volunteers quit, mainly because they're bored, frustrated, or feeling disconnected. Furthermore, volunteer managers lack actionable data to solve this problem, which then causes organizations to spend billions of dollars rehiring. So if you think about the costly volunteer acquisition costs, which are similar to any employer trying to hire an employee, they spend money recruiting, they spend money on background checks, and then eventually training, only to lose them, a day later? That doesn't make business sense. So this is the same problem that nonprofits are facing. Our SaveX solution reduces churn costs by at least 35%, and we do this through algorithmic skills to needs matching and by offering these time banking credits. So we cut churn and generate more volunteer hours, all while saving organizations a ton of money. So our SaveX platform helps recruit more volunteers because we connect 3 volunteer sectors with the general volunteer population. Someone mentioned to me when I was telling them about Seva is that, what? Oh, sorry.
130.
Yeah, we're basically doing what is it? PeopleSoft did for that industry, the HR industry, as we are for the volunteer industry. We're connecting all these ecosystems, the volunteers, the corporations, And our own time bank communities we offer as volunteers plus corporations can offer their employees.
1 minute.
Okay, why don't you skip to customer? Yeah, that's the one. So we have tons of traction. We've already have an install base of 97 countries. This allows us to ramp up quickly. So you noticed we've also have Andrew Yang's presidential campaign, and we're starting our pilot in New Zealand this month. Move up to the partners. Yeah. So these are our partners right now. We're using Google's tech stack. We're part of Oracle's cloud startup ecosystem. And the next one, just quickly, just see what the volunteers' view of people can list their interests, their skills, the time they're available.
15 minutes.
Yeah. This one. And we also have a reporting system for nonprofits, so they can ask questions like, what do my community members need most? Is my yield per volunteer increasing or decreasing? So what we really do is we're motivating volunteers through rewards by way of save-a-coins, impact validation, skills mastery, and gamification techniques. That's it. Okay. And then the last one. Yeah, we're seeking 500, and I just want to leave you on this last note. It's a quote from Martin Luther King. So a social movement that only moves people is merely a revolt. A social movement that changes both people and institutions is a revolution. So let's start a revolution.
Thanks a lot. One thing, guys, once you hear a 2-minute mark, I would strongly suggest please go to your summary slide, go to the message that you want to write through. I would hate to see the main messaging being rushed through. So again, a 2-minute mark, please go to your main slides. Do we have a Lauren in the room? And the next one is
Lauren Weininger.
Lauren, do we have a Lauren? I only see 4 females and nobody's raising hands. So next one, please.
Jordan last.
Jordan. Yeah, next, while you're setting up, please again. I know it becomes a little more challenging, so I'll say 2-minute marks on this slide as well. Connected. While you're getting connected, who's the next one? I want to check they're in the room or not.
If anyone wants to ask a question, I can just go.
Yeah, I know. Florent, is Florent from what SHP in the room? Florent. No. Julie, I think she didn't show up. Julie
Dufay.
Julie Dufay, no. Enrique Zueco. All right, yeah, we go next.
Malcolm Flack.
Malcolm Flack. Malcolm Flack is in the room. You just left. That's okay. And then we have Josh Flack. Okay. Ready when you are?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sure.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jordan. I'm the founder of Podcrypt. Podcrypt is a podcast listening application that focuses on privacy and on censorship-resistant payments. So essentially, as a user, as a listener, you just listen to podcasts like normal. It allows you to load up a balance, choose a donation amount, and then at the end of an interval that you choose, it will split up your donation amongst all the podcasts that you listen to. Does that make sense? And it uses cryptocurrency to do this. So let me just give you a quick, tiny walkthrough so the concept makes sense. So here's podcasts that I might listen to. Those are some episodes. Here's a playlist, just like any other podcast app. And then you have a wallet. I don't have any Ether, that's what I'm using right now, in the wallet yet. But you can set a payout amount, so however much you want to donate, you can set it to whatever you want, essentially. And then you can set an interval. So in this case, I would be paying $10 every 30 days for all the podcasts that I listen to. And down here, we'll show you how much time you spend on each podcast. And then I have a hard-coded percentage that goes back to Podcrypt, essentially. So that's the basic gist of the app. Why this is valuable: podcasters have to spend time, effort, and energy going outside of what they're trying to do. They're trying to create amazing content. They have to go get advertising and sponsorships. because there's not really an easy way for the people that the podcast creators are giving value to give value directly back. So PodCrypt allows people who gain tremendous value from podcasts, in my opinion, podcasts provide amazing value, a way to give back directly. And it's kind of similar to Patreon in a way. With Patreon, you have to sign up for content creators individually and become patrons, which doesn't really scale per user. After I sign up for 2 or 3, to be a patron of 2 or 3 content creators, I'm probably going to be done. But PodCrypt allows you with one donation to essentially subscribe to every podcast that you listen to. And using blockchain technologies, in particular cryptocurrency, greatly reduces the platform risk for podcasts, because now you're not subject to the arbitrary rules of a payment platform such as Patreon or Stripe or Apple App Store potentially. And yeah, any questions?
You have more slides or you?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. The next person, we have.
Please send scores.
Reminder, guys, please send scores. You have on your emails a way to score these startups and pitches that you are hearing. Please send scores. If you have an email, they're saying evaluate. Or
Scores.
Scores. It says scores. You had program and everything, and you have your own code. So yeah, please do that. While we wait for Cytec. Load up.
Hello. First of all, one question. Who of you use CoinMarketCap? And who is happy? So I am Enrique from Cytec123, and I'm going to introduce you a superior product. You can see everybody knows the growth of the blockchain industry and the potential exponential growth. I don't need to explain it. And also the investment is multiplying tenfold from this year to 2021, according to all these researches. And all the advantages of blockchain. You can see, for example, 1.4 billion in the last 3 years. It's a very good figure. So who is not going to invest into blockchain? Who is going to miss this opportunity? It sounds a no-brainer, no? It's not so easy. Okay? There are many difficulties. There are regulators, recently SEC forbid the ICOs, there is volatility. Everybody remember the last crash of Bitcoin. There is so many companies, so many cryptocurrencies, nobody knows where to invest. But especially the market leader data platform has been accused by many users in the community of manipulating the data. That is very important matter who let us think, whom can we trust? Or if we can restore the trust in any platform. So that is where we come. We introduce the data platform for blockchain and cryptocurrencies, which is based on DLT to avoid manipulation. It's already working. Yeah. Immediately. So now actually the investors, they use around 6 to 9 sources to get the information. With Token Top, we are going to use a central tool, which is ours, in order to get the basics to take decision. Regarding the manipulation, here there are some graphs about the artificial intelligence, how they have detected the manipulation, what the exchanges pay for increasing the value, etc., etc. There are many tries to avoid manipulation. We think the best is to trust the community. That's why the community will reward the good information, the trustable information, and penalize the wrong and rumors. Yeah, the users get paid by tokens, similar system like the Brave system VAT, everybody knows, I guess. The sponsors also, they get more traffic because they get more users. Okay, thank you. And the content providers, they also get paid by the quality and approval of the information by the community. So it's a win-win by everybody. The information part is provided by Sactic123. Sactic123 is a sheriffing, and we have different partnerships with MLG, the official partnership in Silicon Valley. MLG is one of the largest blockchain advisors in the world. They are the ones who, for example, raise funds for Tron. And we are also in the heart of blockchain community in Starfish in San Francisco, with access with all the information even before we get funded. Okay, our revenue from tokens, from ads, and from subscriptions for the paid users for this token information. The roadmap, I don't need to explain so much. No, you can see here, expansion countries. And this is our team. I come from solar panels, so that's why. And then here we have also our technical expert, very known here, and Bernardo. Okay, so thank you very much. So welcome, and then you can just join us. We are starting this month.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Who's next? Malcolm.
Flag.
All right.
He's not.
Oh.
He's not.
And then
Bala.
Bala. All right, next we have Sergio. Now? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
but there's one
next.
more after you. You're
It's-
next.
You're the,
Oh.
Sure.
And then after you, Josh is last.
I didn't expect that, but let's go for it.
All right.
Can I plug in?
Yes. That will need some extra time to end. So all the pictures and founders are here. So you can always look at them after all the pictures are done. Okay, you ready?
It's not. So I don't know if this one or what's the cable? Yeah, I don't know. Yours is a Mac, right? Somebody had a Mac before. Yeah.
Try switching the HDMI cable.
This one. Oh, maybe it's another one.
Everybody safe?
Somebody plugged it there.
Yeah, it worked.
Ooh, that's on me.
It's not intentional.
But it's like special effects. Maybe it's the cable, it's not that.
Yeah, works now. All right.
Okay, good. Okay. Wow, this sounds very cool. Let me ask you a question. How many of you have a business card here? Okay, everybody? No, not everybody. Almost. Who has a smartphone? Everybody has a smartphone. Yeah. Yes, agree. So the smartphone is the technology that came into the earth like as the fast growing market piece of technology ever into the world. And we realized that 10 billion business cards are printed every year in just in the United States, and mostly 90% of all of them ends in the trash in less than a week. So this is like a hard fact. And actually people hate business cards. They became outdated easy, you forgot them, they're misspelling, you change your role. So there's something there that's been here for the last 500 years, but still we couldn't find a solution to replace them. I believe there's a lot of things we can do because of the technology that are available, that we can improve this thing from the starting point from when I want to exchange my contact info, but from now we can leverage technology to take advantage of all the things we can do from now on from this small exchange of information. So every year they are spent $1.2 billion just in business cards. In the average business card, $30 for 250 cards. And as I said, mostly 90% of them ends in the trash in a week. So this kind of like, okay, I want to share my contact information with you. If you just like save it somehow, I lost contact with you. And this is just like the start. And of course, there are like a lot of companies with a lot of employees, because actually this is the target. We are focusing on people who actually use business cards. What we build is a platform, so you can like start delivering a profile when you choose which kind of information you're going to share and with who, and integrate everything, save it on the cloud. So in that way, no matter what happened between us, how many times you change your company, how many times you use your phone, you don't have to tell everybody, oh, I lost my phone, this is my new number. We get connected for good because everything is reflected, every change is going to be affected to everybody on the network because it's cloud saving. So everything starts from exchange, a simple exchange between two smartphones, because everybody has a smartphone, yeah? And most of the times you don't forget your smartphone, but sometimes you forget your business cards. We are focusing not in a specific like technology to do the exchange, because actually every single person uses different smartphones, different technologies. So we keep adding technologies, so on. So for example, now we are using like following the trend to use like a QR code. That is something like is very trendy, and mostly everybody has it. Actually, the iPhone camera has it like integrated in itself in the camera. So there are people who actually work in this space, but nobody can nail it. So we can become like a standard to everybody actually use it. There was an interesting like acquisition by big companies who actually bought those companies. Our main differentiator with the past and with the companies actually they are competing with us right now is our go-to-market strategy. We're going to focus in a B2B space, not in a free product that actually we have, but this is not our focus right now. And we are going to work as a social media integrator, because we are having an agnostic point of view. Actually, we believe that our users have like many faces. You are not more what you are for a living. You are actually, every single one of us, we are much more than what we do for a living. And we try to integrate all the channels and all the social media into one platform from the benefit actually of the user. Because you are not less sister when you are here, or less mom when you are playing sports, or when you are for a hike. So we start 2017, we became IBM business partner with our first mock. That was amazing. From there, we keep working in our MVP. We get some traction, 160 final users. Then we pivot to a B2B model where we start engaging with companies, giving this premium product that actually we develop. We have this 16x growth in the last like 10 months. And now we are targeting, as I said, a B2B business. And we have different license with different packages that we sell for companies. amazing team because we believe this is more about people. So we bring together a great team. We're looking for 500,000 to grow. We go national, and that's it. If you want to scan there, then you're going to have my contact just straight from your camera. This is Red Glass.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Last but not the least,
One more maybe.
that's only on the mail. I don't have anybody left on the list.
Okay.
Yeah, I checked.
Okay.
Yeah, so Josh, he doesn't have a deck, so it's quick setup time.
I have a deck, but I prefer no deck.
Not right now. Okay, sorry.
Hi everyone, my name's Josh Cliffords and I'm the CEO of Freeubi. We're launching the world's first free supermarket this year. I'm not going to show you hockey stick charts or tell you about all the problems we're going to solve because there's too many. Let's just say that I'm the only person here who could guarantee 5 times your money year 1, and we have a great team. When I was 10 years old, I turned a free lemonade stand into $40,000. My other co-founder, Mike, who will be the future CEO because he'll do it better than me, he was a spy for the US government and he prevented a huge bombing in Mali, saving thousands of lives. We have an investment banker who's handled billions of dollars, and a tech guru who worked at IBM, Google, NASA, Ford, you name it. And so essentially, our first product is free water. And we're going to make money paying you to drink water. And so you guys are going to get free water, free shipping, and for every unit you drink, we're giving 10 cents to charity just because. And even though we're doing all this, 120% discount on our product, we're still going to make more money than Coke, Nestle, Pepsi, because we're the Google of groceries pretty much. And so this is obviously paid for by ad space, whether it's personal, you're just sending a 6-pack to your friends, or you're a big company. But it's not just any ad space, because when you use the software app we're building, you're going to see individualized commercials, breaking news. That means if you like Donald Trump, you'll see the Fox News story. If you hate him, you'll see the CNN story. You could order food to your door. You could shop. You could download anything. And so essentially, we're looking for a little bit more money to finish the software. Once we finish the software, we'll be in business outsourcing. We've only asked 2 people for money so far. One said no, and the other day someone gave us 50 grand. So we're doing pretty good so far. But where the real money is to be made is in manufacturing. And so for $3 million, we could open a micro factory that will allow us to manufacture a minimum of 25 million units the first year. So you do the math. $1 plus on ad space per unit. That has nothing to do with the transaction fees and so on and so forth. So I know it's different and it's a little complex, so there's no need for slides. If you guys have any questions, I'm here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Don't forget to rate.
Yeah, please
rate
codes.
the pitches. I know Josh is not on the list, so if you like him, give him a pat or a hug later on.
I'll take hugs and pats.
But rest of them you can rate. So use your smartphones to rate them. And then we're done with the pitches for now. What's doing?
Yeah, no, closing.
Okay.
Networking, private pitching.
All right. So I think it's open networking time right now. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for pitching. We hope you gather value from the event. You gather also, we'll have it come and talk to you guys about the experience and what to look forward for next.
Thank you. Thank you all for participating. It was a wonderful day. We learned a lot, and hopefully you were able to, make some good relationships and had some good networking. We look forward to hosting you on, all our future events, and we do plan to do a monthly event. That's for sure, but hopefully more than that. So thank you again for participating.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And please send scores to the participants. I will collect all the scores and send them. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you guys. Thanks for coming. Okay. I'll see you.
Thank you so much.
No worries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Please invite me anytime.
Yeah,
Send
sure.
the scores in. Really appreciate the good
Your
connections.
help, your time. It's helpful.
Yes, yeah, I try to contribute, questions, thoughts, hopefully maybe I can get up on one of your panels and
Next time if you apply to our panel,
yes.
like if you are interested in speaking in the panel, just let me know.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Put you on the on the list. Okay. Thanks. Yes. Here's some good questions. I was on Montgomery Street, and I was headed to the office. And went down my Thank you, but no, close, absolutely.
I think I need to play the system. Yeah, I need to play the system. I need to build the system on the system.
What I did was, you need also concentrate. So, I was always interested in startups. So I decided to,
How about the other idea of like when you had pitching generally for the audience to learn how to yeah, I was you do something similar where I don't necessarily have to talk about Java things, so I can talk about how to build story.
Yeah. So there was a panel here in the morning, and some of the that was the best.
Also, what we
These are business advisors.
So you help startups raise funds?
Yes.
So that's using social media.
Yes. So the thing is that I'm going to store something. I need $1 million. So what I do is different than this. I track the funding, but they have enough agreement. And they have to decide. You
So how is that? So are you gonna basically connect a startup with VCs or angels or like banking, money from the banking sector? I see. So it's more like a loan, or it's the same as venture capital. And then you will take a cut of the FA yeah, great. That's nice. And then if you bring in
I'm not gouging money, so they said when they feel realistic that they can afford and normally it's very okay. This is fine. You don't need to gouge because you'll get more, by basically volume. That's what I'm real wise. Oh no, I want 10, 15, no.
So if you bring in 1 million, then I only accept 500. Okay, how does that?
Oh, and we'll prorate it. If I'm only get 5%.
Yeah.
Okay. And you give me 2.5%.
Okay.
Because, in terms of the prorated amount,
well, I'm just saying, you're saying, there's some investors who don't think, they are consistent about values or, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, for the most part, of course, we want money.
Yes, yeah, sure. You do that. Someone, and I just vice chair, interested in audit chair. Then it so I think when you university, and that's what you want to spend. Value on that's what you want. Thank you. You know you have some and so having many live that way, so you know, you gotta have some situation here. So where do you put the who's going to send? So when you're done, gonna actually senior staff before just select nobody there. General. Question. And so timing is but you just gotta get through all of that. So questions, it gets down to
Thank you, Atu. Have a great night. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Great. We can wait for the next one.
Yes.
Yes. We're gonna try to really network and make it, our projects going forward. You still at Google, right? You working at Google?
Yeah, on contract.
Yes. How's that? A lot of work. Huh?
Yeah, a lot of work.
What area do you work in?
Backend software development.
Okay. But like for what Chrome or email or just the
No, it's their internal applications.
Oh, okay. I know, like, when I was working there, I know exactly what you're talking about, like the being, like the being right here, everybody being with each other,
Yeah.
Just fantastic, man. Oh, I look forward to actually, I spoke with a few people from Google actually that work for the cloud, and I show a couple of the projects that I'm working on it. Because one of those projects that I have right now is an AI for a debit card, and the guys from the cloud start, when I have some like something moving forward, like the reality is I'm gonna apply for a patent for to do that. So once I have that in place, and then I can start the talks. The guys from the panel today gave me a great vision what I should have, to go talk to them without IP.
So do you think you found enough investor connection? You made enough good enough investor connection at this?
In this event, in the past event that we did it too, I contacted with Jordan Woods and everything. I keep in touch with them, some other people. And this one right here, of course it helps because we just kind of like break the black curtain that sometimes the persons are here. It's easier to connect with when you're down here. So that's what I felt. And I exchanged a lot of cards. I talked to a few startups over here, and also I never had a talk to Pavel because Pavel are interested in a project like myself. Like I know that I studied a little bit about him. But I never got a chance. He was very busy. I never got a chance to connect with him. But I wrote it down his address of the church that he bought in San Francisco, so I'm gonna go visit down there. So yes, this event right here helps to open doors. It's very much. One thing I feel that maybe the pitch could have maybe do in the middle of the day and then continue with the panel after. You know what I mean? So we still have mostly investors down here because once the panel finished, they left. This is what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's always we can always make it better, right? But great events, great connections, and look forward for the next one. Thank you.
And let me know if you want to.
Yes, we're gonna connect. Yeah, we're gonna connect. Let's go talk to Anthony. Is the guy responsible over there? And I will start the communication, and we go from that. And future events, I wanted to organize something nice as well. And
I only went there for bread.
the food in there, catering the food. I'll cater the food down there in Starfish. I've been catering it. Actually, we sign up. I sign up with Uber. I'll be doing Uber's events now. Yes, it's a nice one because the first one is small people, 40 people, but the second event that you is like 300 people, for the day training in the office with them. And I'm going to be providing the food. And I just signed it with them that outside caterers for them, they're going to pick me as the choice, of organizing the catering. So it was a great push this year with that. That's very much. Very nice. A lot of work, man. That's what I do, man. We have to work a lot. But that's nice, man. And one recommendation here. What do you think about TensorFlow? Do you think it's a better framework than the IBM? Or like TensorFlow for what I'm doing for the credit cards?
Because it's I like this. I haven't used and I cannot compare. But in general, I have used other frameworks which developers use. I think we will go ahead. In general, I can say
I see what you're saying. It's not. I totally agree. Like, I think I'm gonna go focus on developing the technology in the top of TensorFlow. Because if I license that, I got my IP from that. I can come back with Google and we can have talks with that. Because that's what I feel that where the really revenues can come from a company like Google acquiring my software. Cool, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you.
I was, oh, okay,